mine. Mine.
They can go low mid if they got bomb.
Hit it with B.
Yeah. He's on the hook, going shine barrel, 100%. Do back to right now. Go. Go.
Oh my, he's just hitting on top of the fence, bro.
Oh my god, bro.
This has been perfect. They are cutting them down. Last man left alive in no time. 04 has clutched it up. Super lines them all up. Give him the ace to close it out. So close they could taste it. The first series win. They'll get a flank, but never mind. They get a corner. They get a corner. To the 1v1. The game goes on.
Welcome back, everybody. It's Headquarters, plugging alongside Rosalie and Nameless, the trifecta of awesome. Rosalie, things are getting weird this week with the new roster shakeup over the weekend.
Yes, we do. Carolina Royal Ravens finally made a roster change, and it's maybe not the one we all expected.
We knew that they were looking for a main AR. Another promotion comes up from the Challengers League. Let's take a look at Dylan Rex and his fit on this squad. Nameless, you were smiling when we were talking about this in the green room.
Yeah, you know, I'm excited to see Dylan Rex come up to the league, man. It's a long time coming. His name has been floated for a couple of years now, and you know, every time a team has needed an AR, it's been like, why not Dylan Rex? Well, he gets his shot, and this is an awesome situation because usually when a top-tier Challengers player comes into the league, they get put into a broken system, and they're asked to immediately fill a void and fix the roster and make them a better team. Well, this team in Carolina, they're going to be at champs. They have been solid all year long, and you know, they're just looking for the added firepower to beat the top squad. So Dylan Rex coming in, his traditional role is AR. He is a Slayer, so he should fit perfectly on this roster and hopefully give them the edge that they're looking for.
Ali, we take a look at his numbers. There is a reason why this guy was scouted. Omit, Brooklyn, and Exceed have been cooking, but he in particular, the Rex man, #1 KD in the Elite Stage 3.
Yeah, and I think Ant made a great point. Is like he's brought into the system that's already doing incredibly well. It's just they struggle against these top teams, so they're hoping this 1.3 can push them past that ladder.
All right, we have Carolina, who is right in the thick of things. We take a look. They've beaten the Gorilla Mates. They've beaten Rocker in a very close Game 5, but recently fell to Surge. Is this a decent matchup for them going up against Thieves for your first battle? They have 2 more days to practice before then.
You know, I would say yeah, and the reason is because you're bringing him in and you have struggled against LA Thieves. Like, you've got 100 point club, multiple hard points against them. If you can come in, take some respawns, and potentially beat them, then you know you made the right decision. You'll be full of confidence. So I actually think it's a great matchup for them to just see where they're at as a team.
And Carolina's pretty safe for champs at this point, right? All right, so Carolina, time to make some moves. They pulled the trigger. Meanwhile, we have squads that are sticking together from the beginning. That's Boston and Cloud9 New York, and they have ridden the highs and lows. Let's start with this Boston squad that comes in currently with our 6th seed. You look at the number next to their name, though, Al, 130 is the same with Miami and Optic. And they're really only 25 points ahead of that Cloud9 squad.
Yeah, Boston's been looking unreal. They've been doing a lot better, specifically in the controls where they were struggling. But one thing I kind of want to touch on when we look at the Boston Breach team is, like, I literally think Snoopy is what Optic fans might have thought Shotzzy was hopefully going to be this year. He is unreal. Somebody needs to shut this kid down because he's doing it consistently. And he is, I feel like, the main X factor when it comes to this Boston Breach squad because he relieves so much pressure on the map for the rest of his ARs. And they're all talented across the board. So you give them the space, they're going to capitalize.
Well, it's hard to focus on Snoopy when you have Gigawake, when you have
But they haven't been doing it consistently. They haven't been doing it consistently, but we did get a really good performance out of Gigawake recently that put them back in that conversation for me in the top 6.
You know what, Tally's, I actually agree with that. I mean, I feel like Snoopy, you put some constants around him. It's been nice, like, having the same roster to see his development throughout the year. And for Boston, like, the Hardpoint, it's been, like, top 6 in the league. They've been solid there. It's really been the search and the control they've been very bad at, right? So we've seen some improvements. The map pool change, which helps them in search, and now they're winning controls. Now it's about bringing this momentum onto land. Last land, they had a huge upset and then just fell flat. They just lost back-to-back, right? So coming into this next tournament, you just got to keep the momentum and consistency going forward.
Speaking of consistency, we had Cloud9 consistently losing. That was 8 straight maps. Then they won 3 in a row. They pulled off the reverse sweep the last time they were on this broadcast. What is the Cloud9 we get today, Nameless?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one, right? You're going up against Boston. If that's the matchup in, like, Hardpoint. You're going to have to be good at it against Boston. And, you know, for Cloud9, it's just wildly inconsistent. I mean, you see it even in that matchup. It's like Civ had 15,000 damage. We're going to a game 5, like, in just grazing by. So for C9, they're on the outside looking in. They need to win matches. Like, this is a must win. I can't stress enough against a team that's just above you on the
2-match weekend.
And I think the later half of this schedule is so important for where Cloud9 stands because they lose to Optic Texas, and now that we know how poorly Optic Texas have been performing, it's like we don't know where they're at anymore. They get a win versus Minnesota, but they've had a really hard schedule leading up to this, consisting of LA Thieves, Atlanta, and Toronto over and over and over again. So it's kind of just like, I don't know where Cloud9 is.
To me, the numbers tell us good things if you're looking at recent performances, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, individually, Krem's had some great individual maps, same with Civ, right? But they're losing. And to me, if you lose this match to Boston, you not only give them points, you're losing out on potential points, and you're starting in losers bracket. So this match today, I really think is Cloud9's season. Deadass. Like, they gotta win.
Cloud9, a lot of pressure today. Boston, you control your destiny. And for one team, I think they're both going to enjoy the addition of the new maps. Boston has seemed to like Rewind and Dealership. But let's talk about these maps because I love not seeing A-plants on Vault Alley.
I love it.
The whole map opened up now.
Absolutely. They're still very much bang-out maps, but you can get so much more creative. They're not as one-dimensional as Vault and Skyline were. I personally really love the addition of Dealership S&D. I think it's been some of my favorites so far this season, and teams have gotten better. Miami has gotten them now. This map adds to their map pool, which they needed desperately because they were not very good at Search and Destroy, and they had a very shallow S&D map pool. And on top of that, teams like LA Thieves are going to like it. Teams like Toronto are going to enjoy it. It's just been great across the board.
And Rewind, of course, making its return, this time for Search and Destroy permanently in Major 3. And what do we think so far?
Yeah, I love Rewind. I think the best strategically played Rewind we saw so far was actually from LA Thieves. They had some awesome rounds, like showing face, wrapping back, getting with your teamemates. And, that's not to say you can't get loose. We saw Hydra get loose, clutch some huge plays. He had a 1v2 and a 1v3, right? So I think Rewind, a great addition, and Dealership Rewind, 2 wildly different maps in terms of the way that they're played. It's a nice dynamic for, teams that like to play different ways.
If you've been away for Call of Duty for a while, the maps we started the season with, they allowed you to plant in the first 15 seconds. We can't do that anymore, and it's making it more fun to watch. Miami truly enjoying it. They are 2-0 on the new maps, the best in the league. You see a bunch of others, though, sitting at 2-1.
Truly so pivotal. The only reason I want to hone in on Miami is they went from the 10th overall in the league worst S&D team to, in this split alone, 4-0, #1 across the board. But it hurt some teams as well. 0-2 on the side of Cloud9. Vegas Falcons still struggling when it comes to Search and Destroy. Atlanta, shockingly enough, not too good. But not enough reps, I feel like.
You worried about New York today? They're 0-2 on the new map. Shakeups if they make it through.
Oh, I am, yeah. When they were winning matches, it was
if
through
they
search and
lose,
destroy
yeah.
in stage 2. So it's like, if the map pool hurts you, it's going to be tough. World of pain.
Woo! Shout out to my daughter making some noise on the phone. Let's go into the next segment here as we take a
She's
look
like, you
at
know, it's
this
time to start the
schedule.
match, Chris.
Daddy, pick me up from preschool. I want to watch Call of Duty. We got Gorilla Mates taking on LA Thieves. Before that, Boston versus Cloud9, the pivotal match of the day. But we start with a banger. Miami Heretics, your #1 seed right now in the Major 3 qualifiers, taking on Toronto Ultra, who hold the L after the forfeit to Boston.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The 2025 Miami Heretics Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this spray. Vamos, 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 vamos! Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
It's the host of champs, Toronto Ultra, taking on Miami Heretics, who is hosting Major 3. Maven is fired up for this fight, Allie, and for good reason. He has been spinning around the room today.
Actually, he just roasted my shirt, saying it's a poncho. I'll let you know if it rained, I would be screwed. But you know who's not screwed in this matchup? Either of these teams, because it's going to be a banger.
Did you call it cashmere? I love that.
That is.
All right, let's talk about Ultra here, because these are becoming kind of the love them or hate them squad. I don't know where the community currently sits, because when they're succeeding, the fans seem to have their back. But when they've been struggling, they can flip on them quick.
Yeah, I mean, I just think they've been, like, prone to the bad loss. We've seen that throughout the year. But one great thing about them, and I love them, forget what the community thinks, because they can beat the top teams, right? We've seen them beat Atlanta, seen them beat LA online and on land, right? And they do it in different ways. Last time it's through Hardpoints, before it's through Search and Destroy. So they just have a great map pool as it stands right now in terms of respawn. And when I talk about this Toronto team, they have the firepower. Beans has taken a step, and Joe is one of the best in the world class in S&D.
Allie, this could be a fight for the #1 seed potentially. With Toronto beating LA Thieves, if you beat Miami today, you have the head-to-head over both those squads if you all finish 4-1.
I mean, you go back to Qualifier 1, both these teams, they went to a Game 5 anyway. So now with the addition of Super, like, you just got to think it only gets closer. And for Toronto Ultra, Am made a really good point. Like, they are one of the only teams that can beat some of the top dogs, but their issue is that they lose to people below them, or teams like Carolina, that won't happen to. So they need to find some consistency.
For about 5 years, you've seen consistent play from Insight and Kleenex from Toronto, but Miami, they had a whole bunch of new faces join this roster, and Nameless is giggling. He is so joyful when he looks at the youth coming out of Spain. What makes you so happy, man?
I mean, these guys are playing with passion. I mean, I'm going to go back to Rancor's interview at Major 1, right?
He made us cry.
He just made us cry, man. Like, he's just, you know, dripping with that. And then they bring in another guy in Super who he's been unbelievable. Like, he's answered all the questions. Like, it's not often you pick up a guy and he fixes your problems immediately. 4-0 in Search and Destroy. He's got a 1.6 in that game mode. In Control, they've had massive improvement. They couldn't win a damn Control if it wasn't Vault to save their lives. And now they're another win in Hacienda, right? So I think Super's just filled a great void for them, and I don't think many teams can keep up with their pace.
A lot of people are saying Dylan Rex is kind of the same person as Super. They've been in challengers, they've had success, but never got that chance to rise up. Super has had instant success. He was MVP of his first match on the full-time roster. He's definitely one of our players to watch. If you're looking for X factors, though, I'm looking at medals for Miami. Who is it on the other side for Toronto Ultra?
Maybe CleanX, I feel like. Just because of, like, he's been, like, at a good bar, but we know what CleanX can do, and I feel like we saw that in the last series that they just won, the Game 5 versus LA Thieves, where he kind of went takeover mode.
Yeah, if Toby's taking over, you have no chance.
Yeah, you have
Let's
no
take a look at the maps and modes Toby could be taking over today. It's a best of 5. Will Rewind and Dealership make it through? Yes, a double dose, with Dealership being that map 2 for Search and Destroy.
Yeah, I just think the interesting thing here is you look at the map bans and Miami getting rid of Skyline. It's a map they're very good at. I'd like to see them square up on it. I don't think many teams can keep up with their pace, and even given how good Toronto is, I just feel like Miami have a good chance there. So we'll see. Maybe in scrims, protocol's been great.
Knowing your guaranteed winners bracket, are you able to work on your map pool at this point for both teams?
If you're Miami, you need points. You gotta get points.
Okay.
That is a good take.
I just feel like maybe in scrims, like their protocol's been looking good, and they're just taking it to them.
Dang. That is a fantastic point. I go for the vibe.
That was a good point, Duo.
Yeah, you need points if you're Miami. Big win here.
I was going Miami before I thought about the vibe check, but Jamie's passing the vibe check right now. I'm going Toronto Ultra today. Sorry, Rancor.
This one is so hard,
really
but I have to try and catch up to Chris, so don't take it personal, Toronto. I'm going to go with Miami Heretics.
And?
Dang, this is hard. I think this goes Game 5. Last time I predicted all Game 5s, got the wrong prediction in all 3.
But you got all Game 5s.
I did. This is going Game 5. I'm going Toronto. They get it done.
And the fans will go Toronto as well. They're the higher seed for a reason. They've been better throughout the year. Will they be better today? We got Maven and Merc on the call.
Thank you so much. Let's get into it. A banger to start off. And I thought it was interesting, their conversation about CleanX, because, yes, there were years where, like, he had to be that guy because, you know, he'd be next to, I don't know, Bance or, like, an Envoy. Maybe.
Watch what you say about that man.
Well, I'm just saying, like,
that's a bad man.
No,
right
he is. You know what I mean, though. Like, not putting up numbers maybe like Jonas Steves was. Like, he doesn't have to necessarily.
I mean, he was
be
like
that
the
guy.
sub-star slayer.
He doesn't have to be always.
Yeah, and not anymore.
No, yeah,
not anymore. And I think, you know, in like last year we were kind of looking for that, and we didn't get that. But I think now with Joe, it's sort of, you know, he's talked about it in the CleanX, sort of, I have to be this leader. I have to be a little bit more vocal than in the past. But when he does need to step up, like what we saw versus LA Thieves, he was the guy leading the way.
No, 100%, 100%. And it's an interesting matchup because Ultra has had this impact on this top 8 conversation we're going forward to champs. And you think about Miami's impacted on it as well. They keep winning, making it harder for your Rocker, harder for your Cloud9. We'll see if Optic comes into that conversation.
They are.
But then Miami,
now.
Then you talk about Ultra, like with that forfeit to Boston, that like gives them points in the top 6. Like, I think if you're rooting for it to be kind of crazy around that top 8, you want Ultra to get a win here and kind of handle business, because Miami wins, they further the separation,
right?
Right?
40 points.
Yeah, which it's still possible. But
yeah, we have 2 majors left, but
it's a bit of a gap.
It is. Yeah, we'll have to look at schedules moving forward. But yeah, Miami, again, they were trending downward before the addition of Super. We were like, they're going to catch up to this team. Our teams are going to catch up to Miami, but it has been the complete opposite. They are 3-0 in this stage.
Yeah, and this feels like, I mean, if you looked at this a month ago, you probably wouldn't think this is a battle maybe for 2 teams that might be top 4 at the next major, but right now it kind of feels that way, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, since the last major, Toronto's trending the right way. You know, they probably want that Sunday to go a little bit better after beating Thieves, but outside of the forfeit, you have beaten FaZe and Thieves in a Game 5. It's like you're finally getting those big victories under your belt. So it's just now, can you carry it forward? But it feels like they are peaking.
Yeah, and with Ultra, I mean, you just take a look at this past weekend. I was working on the desk and just said, like, after the forfeit and all the stuff going on social with them, like, they need to come in, just focus on the gameplay, focus on getting it done, get over maybe like the mental hurdle. And yeah, whatever Thieves was absolutely terrific. And now, can they handle business again? Maybe this isn't the test they thought it was going to be. Heretics so improved with Super in the lineup, but we get right to Vault, we get right to the battle. So we now look over to the P2 rotation. We've seen impressive performances from both these teams on this particular map, but so far so good for Ultra as you have that early 27-0 advantage. But now let's pay attention to the big fights here. In rotation, Real's going to get picked, really the only one in the spot, so Ultra is going to get in, and Miami still battling for their first point.
Yeah, Metals is in the back. He's just going to have to try to play his life. Doing it well so far, just finessing, maybe buy some space for his team, because now you have a 3 versus 4.
near the front of the hill, but you are here on a great slide out of Rencor. He's going to find two somehow, so he's going to play his life. You're making this messy if you are Miami. Now, I think you'll take that all day, considering you don't have the spawns. But yeah, it's just always one more play in their life. First it was Metals. This time it was Rencor behind a good couple of kills. They're earning time, but here comes Kleenex.
Well, Kleenex gets there, but not able to do too much. Maybe a little bit staggered on the pushes. Ultra, he can get one body towards it. It's Miami. Once down about 35 or so to 0. Now close to tying this game up. It'll be Mixie towards the end of it. First on rotation, it'll be Super kind of set up art side. Looking to make the play for the Ultra team will be at number 5. And Beans that's maybe looking for the opening. Try to get team shots, I think, get with Insight to maybe pick him out of art. It looks like they're actually able to do that. So they'll kill the Heretics member out of art. They'll get control of P3. You've got them spawning out ammo, and this is ideal for Ultra early.
I mean, Rencor never died. We literally saw him slide into that P2 and somehow did a two-piece. He's played his life the entire time. He's on several. I imagine he has a Hellstorm by now. 31 seconds. So yeah, somehow this guy, it looked like he was going to get traded out for sure. Never does. Well, goes on this big spree.
Only real downside is you're on that spree, but the rest of the team died. You've been pinned out this side with all the time going to Ultra. So good news, you get a streak. What that's going to turn into. Bad news, at least early in this point, is you weren't really racking up any time. But now you're able to get into the P3 lane. Bring this back to around a tie game, maybe get a lead change in your favor, but Ultra do have the setup they want, at least this early in the P4, or about to be the P4. We'll see what Heretics can do with the opening push, as they'll try to push in, try to maybe get a flip. There's one pick. That can be all it takes sometimes. Metals is able to get an opener. Can you follow up behind that? He's traded out. Nothing else comes off of it. They're still hunting and trying to get the player inside of art. They're finally able to shut down Beans, and now comes their next push.
Yeah, trying to just take their time. They did block spawns for a moment. You're going to see Beans is going to spawn out as well. So numbers-wise, you're trying to even right now. Well, now you have the advantage, absolutely. That player in the hill, that's going to be inside. He's going to get off, try to just play his life up top, and well, he does it wonderfully. Able to find the double, taste down Super and Metals. His teammates are here now hunting the final one. You almost get the break if you were Miami, but inside plays his life.
Yeah, so close to happening, but this will end up being nearly perfect for Ultra. Yeah, time was white for a little bit, but not much. So you'll get up, what, 40 or so? 2 players going to be spawning at Old for Heretics. Now we'll get battling out to mid-map. We'll see the second set of rotations, see who can maybe get advantage here early. For Ultra, I mean, you've got kind of, what, the setup at Old. Pushing through them was Insight, and he's going to actually spawn a teammate out that side for P2. So what you want here early if you're Ultra, but obviously a lot of time to go in the P1.
I mean, listen.
Beautifully done.
Outside of the Rencor play, I mean, at P2, you have dominated this map. You take those 30 seconds away. If you even split that if you're Ultra, you're almost up like 70 or 80. So they are playing just so well across the board. Finally, though, they get it's behind Rencor's double. 15 and 8 leading the lobby is that rookie. Gets them right back onto the hill.
Now the other side of it, Super, who's been terrific since he came in. Slow start for him at 6 and 14. Keep an eye on him as maybe he starts to warm up and come alive in this map 1. But healthy time for Heretics. See if they can do a better job maybe getting in early towards the P2 this time around. First in that position will be Insight. We're on Beans, though, for now. Insight does get 2, though, so he's cutting out players trying to flip out spawns. Big kills from Insight. Beans tries to back up and reinforce that. And now the next P2. It'll be Real in the back. I mean, similar to last time in the sense he was playing back.
No, I thought Beans would have saw him right there, but he doesn't. So, yeah, he just plays all the way towards the back. It looked like he spotted him, just turns a little bit too quickly. And, well, I get it. It's that play, and then Real's going to be able to hit a nade. You still have the Hellstorm if you need it, but very similar to, yeah, last time. You still have the back spawns. Rencor, though, he's on the hill getting the time.
How long can they actually do this? Rencor went wild at the last P2. This time it's Real going wild. Hits the double nade off a spawn. Able to get 2 more as he pushes on forward. Chipping away at this lead once again. Enough time here to basically have a tie game through the stun. Metal still winning fights. Beautiful from him. Yeah, Kleenex will trade him out, but the damage done from Metals through the backside. And it'll still be Heretics inside of the point for now. And Super, the guys maybe need to step it up. Seeing if he can do it there, but gonna get caught out, but whatever. You'll lose the last 10 seconds. Not a big deal. Heretics are right back in this game as we're basically square.
I mean, that's just it. You got yourself back to the game with a solid P1 and P2 if you are Miami Heretics. Only down 6 now. Ultra are going to try to do what they did last time through, which is control the left side of the map. They're doing that here for P3 and P4. Just got to get them off the time as Joe Deceives controlling the middle. But Rencore all over the map, all over the objective. Minute 20. When it comes to the objective time, also still with 18 kills. So he's just playing his life so well, trying to buy his team some space. So maybe they can work through middle of the map, but not gonna happen. As Joe deceives clear next to the duo, finds 3.
Super hoping to get tags in. Maybe set up his teammates to push forward. Joe deceives now up to 5 in a row. 17. Make it 18 and 15 for him. Pretty close. Turning a Hellstorm as well. Let's see if he actually stay up to earn that though.
Yeah, I think the good thing for him is everybody from Miami went left. Because I mean, Metals gets down. He was trying to cross towards P4, but he gets spotted. So it's like, while he was earning this time, finding his kills, there it is, another Hellstorm on the map. We'll see when these come into play, but there you can see last P4 points, 47-0. This one, I mean, you have so much map control if you are Ultra. You can't ask for much more.
We've had so many vaults like this. It's like a tale of two halves. Like one team dominates like 1 and 2, one team better at 3 and 4. And just who makes the play late is what it seems to be. But here comes one of the Hellstorms in. It'll be Rancor that's going to call it in first and hope to get a break. Everyone just going to tuck away inside. You do get a kill during that if you're super, and maybe it leads to something. Toronto, though, still holding. They've been perfect in the P4 and looking to remain perfect. Let's go to Elicited with Toronto Ultra.
Stay up. I'm twice. There's one close up, scaff door. Close up, scaff door. Okay. No, back door now. Back scaff, Jimmy. And plot. You went back door, you okay?
I mean, I'm still one scaff a week.
It's good.
Good old. Super
and right, yeah. Could be dubs. One shot.
Okay, I'm on left.
One bullet at S&D.
Ready, Sam.
S&D went default.
One scaff door, one's ready. Go,
I'll get absolute. One more in open. Cut that, real. Hold on, I'm going right. Give me a second.
Carry one single.
Let him count. Lobby, you're good. Come, middle, come. Can I talk, Jimmy? Outside 10. Close time. Palm dead. Palm to me. Can you just stay up? I'm trying. Palm one double. Close, one shot. They're open. They're free until it's time. One shot, cat bar. Mid open. Mid side down. It's open side. Mid side down. I'm plants. No one plants. I'm looking cat. Yo, our close on him once.
Man, come right now.
Shoot there.
Close, laying in con. Went right.
Pick it up, I'm challenging. Open up in next. I'll get cat. Jump one shot. Keep trying my house.
Yo, come get us, man.
Let's go. Plants as well. Coming. Top cat. Look cat. Right shot. Back up. Round was cat. That's up for a sec. I'm looking left. I'm looking right. No one left.
Nothing shot you right.
Two cat me. Give me a sec. I'll pinch your low pool. One's on the right. Get up, cat. Pick up the right. I'm single armor now. I see that's on the right. Cat step. Single, three left, boys. Hold on, I have front time. He's hit front turn.
Down dead. Push again, weak, one out palms. One lobby.
I'm a shoot. Okay, give me a second. I'm waiting for them to
I'm
wait. Palm one. I'm shaking now. Shaking out palm. There is.
House.
Yeah. One back to 2. I can't. Zap shot top. Got one. Why one off palm?
Time.
The second Hellstorm comes into play, but it's not going to lead to anything. I think right when he calls it, they're 2 dead. All the kills go the way of Heretics throughout that, so as good as that listed in was for Ultra at the most, or at least the communication I thought was solid, the ones making the plays, Heretics here late.
I mean, dude, these P2s have been a nightmare for Ultra. Yeah, they really have. They've controlled spawns every single time. It just hasn't mattered at all. They are just flooding the front. They're controlling palms. This guy is over 2 minutes in the hill. A majority of it coming from this P2. It has kept them in this game and is now giving them the lead. Great stuff out of Heretics here at P2.
I swear, like P2, I don't know if we can call it a type of money hill anymore. Like later in the year we get, I swear, bro, it is just so mixy. But 2-10 now up for Heretics and control of the P3, but where Ultra have been close to perfect has been that late P3 into P4. They've done such a good job, and they're going to need to do it here. The difference is going to be just due to the scoreboard for Heretics to apply more pressure to Ultra to make plays around P3. Maybe an opening for Heretics to get through.
Yeah, last time through as well at P4, the big difference was that Hellstorm, right? That gave Heretics the space to kind of find that break, at least split up some of that time. But there you kind of see what Heretics is doing, what you talked about, just putting pressure on the objective. Now you have to come towards us. Are you going to give up this 15? They might, right? You can't win it here. We can win at P4, so it is going to be a full lockdown play. We are going to try to just survive right now over towards our side, not let anyone through. Everybody pull out the ARs. That's exactly what's happened, but Metals maybe with the play. He's able to sneak down through, finds the first. What else can he get here? Do you allow his teammates to maybe make something happen? No, but the AR is going to hit for Ultra. They're playing this rotation again.
Yeah, I mean, Heretics, they had to commit either to the P3 time or commit to the flip.
It's Rencor. He's able to get behind.
But Rancor with the slip, and there's the opening, just a crack in the back line. At least both times you're only able to give up 1 kill. You only allow 1 kill to Rancor, 1 kill to Metals. Beans now answering with a double of his own. Super. Fighting through towards Art, winning a gunfight towards the front of the hardpoint. It's going to be number 3. That's Rancor. I thought maybe applying pressure to it, but it's big gunfight wins again at the point for Ultra. Silver lining right now for Heretics. Ultra can't win it here. Neither team can now win it here. We're going to see another rotation into the P1 as the battle, the madness continues at P4.
Yeah, I mean, we're just going to see here now who's going to recognize that, right? So you're going to see number 1 in Metals. He's going to go on a route. Real's going to try to get there, but already in position will be Kleenex. Inside actually goes underground. So middle and P1's open. Heretics are going to take it, but they're going to be ready for this. Inside with the long route down low. He's able to find one, but is that enough? Well, it might not matter because Kleenex and Beans say, we got your back, buddy.
Here we go. Back to work is Kleenex. 240 now the score line. 10 points needed for either team. One more break opportunity for Heretics, but Joe Deceives not wanting to give any opening. This will be the final burst, the final push, and they're not going to touch it. Ultra lock it down late, dominate P4 throughout the course of this map. And we expect a tight series between these two teams. Both might be considered top 4 at the moment. Both might be battling top 4 at the major. A banger map 1.
Yeah, you kind of saw maybe just some frustrations on the Heretics side when we were looking at their cams from like Rencor. You just kind of see maybe comms were off or they wanted to do something a little bit different. But I mean, the fact is they made that one hell of a map because, I mean, listen, when we talk about just sort of rotations, it felt like Ultra was always beating them.
Like, on most, yes.
On most, I mean, the fact that they were able to put it to that score line, break up a couple of the P4s, but really they just cash in so much from the front of P2. That makes this a game.
Yeah, it just felt like one of those, they were in that blender, kind of Heretics of like, break, get the late time, have to break, get the late time, like over and over again. But they did it well enough that they were in the game 100% throughout the course of it. But a big win from Toronto Ultra, a real balanced effort out of the squad. We'll take a look at the last minute as it was madness down the stretch in this. Beans popped off with his 5 spree at this P4. But yeah, I don't know what it got out to, what the total was on the P4, but obviously the biggest win you got chalk up for Ultra.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, you do get enough to where you can get it to the P1, but now you have this rotation. And you'll see 7 and inside. Yeah, he goes all the way through. Like, maybe you're just thinking he's not going to do that, just sort of post up with an AR, but he tries to take a route. And while this goes down on the other side, what, Metals in number 1? He might be the player. What can he find? Not much, but it's really just this. I don't know. Just nice little pop-up there from Toby. Beans is there for the 3rd, and they're just able to take it off those gunfights.
Heretics get one more chance here to try and break in. The door slams shut though. This push gets staggered almost instantly as Joe Deceives able to pick up one. It's a 3-on-4, then push towards the point, and Rancor really the only one that's able to get one, and that'll shut it down. Now we look at the overall game flow. Tons of lead changes. We're going to get a DNA spiral here on the game flow, but the P4s were, I mean, insane for Ultra.
Yeah,
I mean, you can see the jump on literally every single one. Maybe the second one, not as much, but still an advantage.
That was the Hellstorm.
It still had advantage, but like the other two, it is a literal flat line at the first, pretty close to a flat line at the second or the third. Dominant there.
Yeah, and then you just look at the P2s. It's kind of the same thing, just the opposite way.
Yeah.
It's where Miami gets very much back into the game. And on the last one, that's where they take the lead. They get 50 points on that final one, put the pressure on. But they held the line, did Ultra. Just held that P4 rotation.
I swear, sometimes lately it just seems to be like better to be the team breaking on P2. I don't know. Like,
yeah, I
mean, like the team with the early setup, I feel like it's just, we don't see it held very often.
Yeah, we talk about that sort of front or backside spawn. It's the closer spawn, no doubt, but I just think the front of P2, if you control palms, you're just it's rain in hell down on that P2.
Well, it's just it's a lot different. Like versus the P4 where it's difficult to kind of cross the gap to apply pressure directly on the hard point. Like P2's the opposite. There's a lot more finesse. There's a truck there. Like you can get through. There's areas to like get across and apply pressure, just win a gunfight and go. P4 is just it's tough. It's
yeah,
tough.
you also don't have the cover, right? P2's, you can just shoot right through the front.
Yeah,
There's nothing.
No, 100%. But we'll take a look at some stats for Super as we get ready for the map 2. He has been terrific, but really the Search and Destroy has been the biggest highlight for him. He is #1 in overall KD. Obviously not a ton of maps, but still a 1.6. He has been brilliant. It has been so fun to watch, and now they're going to need to rely on him here. But I also want to go back to the being ready to able to chat about it, because we were kind of right into the craziness of it. But like the listening with Ultra was terrific. I even like one thing I like from Beans that you don't hear from players a ton. Like he was just like, talk to me. Like no one say anything for a second. Like they're cool and calm a lot of the times, but like he just needed info. I think he was like last one alive. He's like, talk to me. Like where's why? It was, I don't know. I thought that was great.
It sounded more Ultra-esque in the fact of like old rosters was this very calm, cool, sort of just monotoned in a way. Where with Beans and Joe, you have heard more emotion, a little maybe
it's
repeated,
still like,
but
it's still chill compared to some. But
well, that's because it's in Kleenex.
Yeah. But it's definitely maybe a little more passion flowing. But the S&D there for Heretics, 4-0, yet to drop. Defense has been terrific. They're ranked #1. We'll see how the defense holds up here. If you think back to the last time we saw this, really it's what, the final match on Sunday. It ended with the map 5. It was Thieves versus Ultra. Ultra able to take that. Some phenomenal A play, some cars, explosions going their way. I mean, I think it was Beans like had this stuff play the game. I believe it was like called it a RC. It like got a kill plus blew up another car that also got a kill. Like a
chain reaction.
Yeah, a chain reaction.
But yeah, that one seems like it was very A heavy, and we've seen a lot more B play. I feel like from other matches. But I mean, Ultra, maybe they're just thinking it's similar to sort of Vault or Skyline. There's a free bomb plant. We're going to take it.
Well, able to avoid the utility, get in, get the plant. Planner going to drop almost instantly. The retake alive and well for Heretics. 3v2 advantage, and they're out and hunting. Real trying to look for the next. Not able to win the gunfight. 1 versus 1. Metals. Kleenex. 25 on the clock, and Kleenex able to dip away.
Yeah, 20 seconds. He knows he has to check the bomb, stays patient for the slide, able to take down Metals. Metals not the best map 1 performance from him. He's been a lot more consistent in the respawns. But right here, it's going to be Kleenex who keeps his great match going.
Yeah, no, I mean, he won the round. The gunfight inside versus Real as well. That was kind of a 50-50 gunfight as Real pushed in. This one, sort of the same thing, kind of a 50-50 close-range gunfight, and Kleenex is able to win both. Joe Deceives is like, well, I did my job. I got bomb planted.
I got bomb planted.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's all it is.
No, it really is. It can be tough to get out and actually make a play sometimes from that position, but the retake happens so quickly from Heretics. Nowhere for him to squirm. It was early A hit for Ultra. Looks like early B for Heretics.
And the reason we haven't seen yes, we've seen some A, but the retake success for a lot of teams on defense over towards A has been good enough where I think teams sort of stay away from it unless they have to switch it up. So Miami, they're going to go towards B. You have the man advantage. No bomb planted yet, but they're going to stay patient still a minute.
Yeah, I mean, they have numbers while they're not planning. The second they're planning, they don't. So trying to find the right timing. We'll see when Metals opts to work it through, just playing for a little bit of information or maybe one more kill before they think about the objective. The fact is they got the luxury of time. Still 45 to go, but it gets quiet. So now they're thinking plant. It's going to be a 2v3 retake for Ultra now. Joe Deceives and Kleenex will try to get this done. Can they get one clean and get away and turn this into a 2 versus 2? Tags in for Metals. Waiting for Joe Deceives to take the route. Maybe he'll find an opening, but holding that, you can see just on the other side there for Metals, the rank war.
Yeah, it's really on Joe. That's what Kleenex is waiting for it. There we go. Metals, though, nice awareness. Ready for the slide. 2 versus 1, 20 seconds.
Kleenex has got to go. Just sends it. Wins 1. Doesn't really turn into a real 1 versus 1 as he gets traded out right away. I would have loved for him somehow to have another one, but that was just too tough to do, and well, a great setup there. It's already tough to retake, but especially when you got man advantage for the offense.
Yeah, and I mean, Kleenex is making the right plays. He's just shouldering. What info can he find? Maybe you catch an over, Pete, but it's really, all right, Joe, here's where the setup is. How do we want to attack this? And I think they have the advantage on Metals, but Metals just timed that slide to perfection to where he's just gun up, ready for Joe, and he's able to take him down first.
Well, a look at both bomb sites early on for our offenses. Ultra seem to be right back to work over towards A. Much more of a presence here for Heretics. They're not playing the retake. They're playing the let's just stop the plant. As they hit it, Kleenex, the hero kind of the round 1 offense, is going to be blooded. So you will not have numbers advantage this time around.
They're looking to go as well. They are going to back up, so there's the info. Maybe you keep Real here, maybe to just shouldering up. They're going to go as a 4-man wolf pack all the way back towards B.
Oh, well, I take that back. I guess technically Miami did get the first blood right in that first round because bomb carrier got picked. So maybe Ultra can pull off the 3 versus 4. Difference is you didn't actually get the bomb planted. We'll see if that's the case. They might be able to do a 3v4 hold like they did on the opposite site. Maybe. Even more manageable here. Shoda Siebes gets the plant this time with his life. This time opportunity to make the play, but he's going to peek and get a lot of info for his squad. The one person maybe taking a different route will be Real on the Heretic side as he's lurking mid.
He still gets it. It's 2?
Okay, was 2 going to be enough? It's all going to be inside now. 1 versus 2. I thought that was going to be another just Joe Deceives triple. Like he just pops him in search and destroy. Guy picks a corner and fries. Inside,
timing.
He's got the info. Knock, knock. Insight's here. There's 1. Oh, he has to reload, so he's just going to go ahead and dip. That's all he had to do. That's all he had to do. Simply not enough time. On offense, it's been 3v4 clutches twice now for Ultra. Once CleanX gets it done in the 1v1, this time Insight in the 1 versus 2. The old duo from this squad coming up with the clutches.
And I mean, Joe, though, right? He's the one that turned this into he got hit by that nade. Right, because he gets hit down to 51, a nade hits him. Okay, so he starts to regen, but the fact he gets 2 there, Miami just don't hunt him down fast enough. And then, yeah, just...
I swear he's had a play like that on every map. Like, every map. Where it's just a whole team in search in front of him. He's in a corner or picking a timing. And
so now Miami might just have to say, we can't let him plant at all.
Yeah. Well, that doesn't help their chances in this. As a team nade... Well, not really a team nade. I think a teammate with nade in hand gets naded by Ultra and leads to a team kill. Now they have to do, well, what Ultra has managed to do twice. Pull off a 3 versus 4 from the offensive side. I think Metals' toes getting clipped. How do you play this? I mean, the good thing for Ultra is, I mean, they were at least in the 3-4 still able to get bombed down. On the opposite side, Metal's going to slide forward. Nice little snap onto a weak player there. Maybe a multi-kill similar to what we saw Joe Deceives do is going to be the play here. Yes, it is. Metal's taking over. Okay, so the key to offensive victories is to go down a player and win a 3v4.
Yeah, and they were trying to think when they start to move on up, like maybe they're doing what we did, which is we just backed all the way up, allow the plant. But they actually kept 2 players around the bomb site. And somehow Metals is able to find both of them and then ends up getting the third to give them that advantage. The last player alive is like, well, what the heck happened to my team? But that's why a lot of the times you see, you know, teams when you do have the man advantage, just allow the plant back all the way up. Because if you give them even equal numbers on one side of the map, they take advantage of it.
And take advantage is exactly what happened. So 3 of our 4 rounds have been 3v4 offensive round wins. See what happens in this one. Is working up for the plant. Will be Ultra, but Rinker's POV deep for a second. Car's exploding, but Joe Deceives staying up. He's weak, but he is still up. First blood now for CleanX. Second blood to CleanX. Massive advantage now for Ultra. You got bomb planted. You've got massive numbers to work with. I don't know how you pull this off if you're Heretics, but CleanX is thinking ace, but not going to be able to happen because I think his duo and Joe Deceives pushes forward. The subs cut down everybody, and we continue the string of offensive wins.
I mean, just props to them because they continue to go for this, and it just doesn't look fun over there, right? I mean, all the nades blowing up. Yes, you have trophies. The cars are going to blow up, but it just feels like they know how to either avoid that or put themselves in a position
where they take some damage but stay up.
Yeah, just win the round and then catch them off guard. They do it again. Behind the sub play.
Yeah, I swear, because we were in the kind of jumped out to the sky cam with him planting. I'm like, uh-oh. You just see the nades going over the top. I'm like, he is in trouble, but stays alive, and I think it's the final 2 kills in the round as well. He does. All the subs there for Ultra, and they go back out in front. Similar to the first offensive attack for Heretics. Quick pressure. Over towards B. Real gonna fly out and just get a pick.
They expect Beans there, though? Do they know he's there? No, they do not. He's able to find one, though. Metals is there for the trade. That could have been even worse, but we're into a 2 versus 2.
As CleanX gets 1, this makes things far more interesting. Bomb's gonna be down on it, and the wallbang comes through. CleanX can't get away. Beautiful from the super subs. I was gonna say super subs. Rancor and super. The new guys.
The super ARs.
The super rookies. beautiful there as they close it out. But yeah, the wall bang there from Ranker. Super rookies was going for.
Honestly, if you would have said super ARs, super rookies, it was just like you said super subs.
Yeah, no idea.
That was the only wrong thing.
Yeah, those are not.
That's all right.
Yeah. I got too excited. I think I was thinking about how he was a substitute at some point. Because I did call him a super sub before. That's what happened. Yeah, because we came in as super. The sub,
super
yeah.
sub?
Super sub, yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, not a sub anymore. Full-time job.
Full-time job, and well, yeah, he's undefeated.
Try to keep that undefeated streak going here. There's a defense still looking to get the stop. Well, the nades combo and Kleenex not able to make a play.
May not matter, though.
From the small room like he did in the round one. This time he's going to get shut down, but
yeah.
How do Ultra win offenses, Joe?
Yeah, 3v4.
Yep, that's how they do it.
This time, no, they're going to push through. They're not going to play all the way back to their spawn, but bomb will be planted, and we're going to do it again.
Obviously, it's not going to be Joe Deceives that can make a play from the same spot as they're pushing through from the other side. Now it's going to be a 2 versus 4 they've got to do. You get a pick, you slow it down, you spread the map if you're Heretics. Allow Real to take a route, but taking the route behind him is going to be Joe Deceives. Unfortunately, Real gets the kill before he gets in position. Otherwise, maybe you're able to win this, but the fact he gets a kill on the route kind of shuts down the round, considering you have a 4v2 advantage. And
yeah, well, I think Joe spots him, and he's trying to call it out to Insight that he's hitting that route, but he's just not ready for it. He's got the sub. So, yeah, Real takes the long route. Joe would have flanked it. Then, yeah, maybe you have a 2 versus 3, and it's possible?
Yeah. Much more doable if they catch that. But the second Real got a kill, that's done.
There's the adjustment. All right. You get the first blood, and instead of backing all the way up and allowing the bomb, let's just hunt down Insight and poor Insight. Just sees 3 players just running on through.
Yeah, and Heretics right now are probably like, man, we could be up big. The number of first bloods they've had, they lost the 1v1, they lost the 1v2. There's been a lot of positions that they could take advantage of, just haven't until what they did there. This one would already be over. But they're up 4-3 now. And once again, it's going to be B early and often for the Heretic side. Real was able to fly and just get a pick. Last time, this time maybe not liking what they're seeing. They're slowing it down at least for now. Beans has got sub in hand, playing close. Wanting to hit a little pre-fire, but not connecting. See if anyone follows up at it. He just wants to push behind to see if he can get the kill. But behind that, they're all going to back up. So Beans clears it, gets all that information. They're likely wrapping out. So Ultra will try to pick that up.
I mean, what a confidence play, too, for Beans. There really wasn't anyone following him. He was just trying to hunt down that kill with the nade. But yeah, as you said, you pretty much clear that side of the map. So what are we going to do? 3 players going to rotate over towards the A side. Car going to be challed in near all the cars. You still have Real lurking. So it's a Real versus Beans, a 1-on-1. Beans is going to win it. He's like, I'm going to read that all day. And well, this is just going to waste their time. This RC car.
You just got to think about the plan now. Only 20 seconds to go. They've got to get this thing down. Going for it is Metals, but coming through is Kleenex. He doesn't finish either of them. He gets damaged into both, but they're able to stay up. Suddenly, though, it's going to be Raker by himself. Bomb has not been planted. Raker's got to go and chow. And he cannot do it. Ultra pick the time for the push, come away with the round victory as the chaos there on the bomb plant.
And Beans was all over the map, just locking down the B side. Then when he gets all the info, he's here to win the round in the 2 versus 2. Great shots with the Jackal onto that final player. But here's Kleenex on 3. He almost wins it himself.
Yeah, like he needs, what, one more bullet there? One more, maybe. I don't even know how. I thought he would have got that kill, honestly, but I thought he was going to get triple. It's just crazy when there's that many targets in front of you,
Yeah, you're just trying to snap.
Thankfully, it doesn't cost them. They walk away with the round victory. He did enough. Beans, though, he's the one that ends up getting 3 in the round. We get back to a tie game, and Beans continues to rip and roar. Opener there with the nade. Metals, though, is going to bring it back, and that's the bomb planter. After the nade first blood, everything falls apart. Insight suddenly lasts alive at a 1 versus 3. What goes wrong there?
I mean, they just continue to child this A Street. I mean, you have all 4 players from Miami here. Well, 1 player is middle of the map. But, I mean, yeah, they're just thinking we're going to brute force through this, and instead they don't. Real is there behind the car in a position to find the double. So, yeah, it's just they continue to fight this A-bomb no matter what. And, well, it really hasn't worked out. especially early in these rounds.
Yeah, I can see us get the nade kill, and you're thinking, that's the opening? Like,
Run.
Good. Yeah. Instead, you get mowed down. Caught running.
And I know it's words, but throughout this map, the adjustment for Miami has been there. They found how many first bloods they street just early in these rounds. But yeah, here is Real. He just gets a free two.
Good insight. Put in an impossible spot. So Heretics, they've been terrific in search and destroy. You saw the defensive stat for them coming into this. Yes, this has been very offensive heavy until, well, they've stepped up into the defensive rounds, and that's going to be maybe what the separation ends up being. Can they close it out on an offense, though? It's just been two very different teams on the offensive side of it.
One's going A, one's going B.
Yeah. Sometimes you'll see some back and forth on a map where you have some choice, but these guys are committed to one side of their opening. Real gonna dip because he gets ripped down to about 40 HP. Car out, plank going in.
Metal's just holding it. He's like, I'm getting this down no matter what.
Can he get out of here and tuck away in the corner? He is able to stay alive. Teammates will have the crossfire for him. Might be on him to make the play, though. And, well, he's going to get picked for the window, I think. So he's going to drop. Everything falling apart. Kleenex putting the wiggles in as he's able to snap onto one.
There's
Kleenex.
the triple.
My God, maybe he was the X factor for this series. A brilliant map. 1-11 here. Another triple for him. Oh, sorry, he got, 2 in the first round. He almost had a triple last round, but didn't finish the 2 kill. I almost want to give him a triple for that. This is the true one, though. Pops over from the window, gets it done. Just sort of pops on there with the use of the trash can at the corner, and then sends it forward to catch Super, sprinting out. Incredible from Kleenex, and now round away from being up 2-0.
I think Metal's there. If he's not prone, I don't know if he can see him there. So it's just like he's trying to get in a position to be ready for the slide outs. But unfortunately, it just opens him up to that angle to give the first blood. So, I mean, he gets bombed down. He's just hoping he can find one.
Someone could look at that for him,
yeah.
But yeah, no one has that angle. He's just trapped in the corner.
We're just going A. Is it finally a fake?
Hold up.
No, it's not. I mean, they are just so committed to this.
They love it, Joe. Can they do it? Can they break through?
That's a bomb. Joe's got to be careful.
Okay, maybe finally we are going to transition off of this.
Watch him right back. Okay, so Miami, they've pushed through. This time, though, they don't have first blood. Look, they're going to 4-man this. This could all be on insight. No, they're going to turn.
Okay. They're faking us out, bro.
They just hit
both teams. Oh, wait.
We are going back to A.
And Ultra's faking us out, too. Wait. The wrap on the wrap on the wrap. Okay, it pays off. They get this down quickly. Just got to go plant it.
There's a car, so the car's going to get the info. So Miami now should know this is an A hit.
Well, now they definitely do. 4v4, bomb planted, round 11. Here we go for the map. Super, the first blood. Miami have dominated the first blood, so they're looking to keep it going here. Beans can't finish the kill. They slide out, and Chow now to show to Steves. Can he be the hero for them again? Not going to win that gunfight with him on the heady, and now it's all on Kleenex. He's on 11. 20 seconds to go. Real smokes him around the corner, and Heretics keep it going in search and destroy. They're tied up 1-1, and that was a wild round 11.
And that's how I feel like, you know, from matches previous in the stage since dealership, that's how a lot of A is gone. Right, but I think what Ultra do a little bit differently is they get forward behind the bomb plant. That round, they couldn't get forward at all. There was already resistance. Miami was already there. The only player that was forward was Beans, prone at the car. And Metals does drop down, but he did an excellent job just kind of bunny hopping into the corner, playing his life, and then they had man advantage.
No, if we went from thinking it was like a freebie for Beans to suddenly Beans gets caught kind of like, not, I don't want to say like over challenge exactly. That's the angle he's holding, but he can't get the clean kill. So nice finesse. There inside of the event, you get the victory. Real is going to put in work with 11. You get, well, a ton of damage for really everybody. Metals, maybe at least the damage department. He had that insane round on offense with that triple where he had his big moment.
Listen, playing bombs on this map, props to Joe and Metals because this, as an objective player, looks like hell. Playing at either bomb site, and then really post-plant, you just don't have a lot of room to work
you
with.
Can get caught on both sides and just not get away with your life and rely on everybody else to clutch up.
Oh, yeah, the A team versus the B team pretty much there. But the B team for Miami now still undefeated in Stage 3 since adding Super and Search and Destroy 5-0. What a turnaround for them.
Undefeated there. there, undefeated matches, looking to keep that going here. And imagine you just take out, Optic, you take out FaZe, you take out potentially here as well. You get a win over Ultra. Like this team,
Vegas.
Yeah. This team is looking nuts. We'll see if they can keep it going. But a lot of series left to go. Des, talk to us about the first 2 maps.
Fantastic casting, gentlemen. I have a feeling you'll be doing a lot more after Miami secures a map 2. We're split 1-1 in the best of 5. So, Allie, can we start with Toronto? Where are they at in search and destroy in your power rankings?
I still think they're a very strong search and destroy team. I think they haven't quite cracked out dealership just yet because I think Joe and Clint touched on it really well. Like, why do you keep forcing A? Like, I get it. It worked a couple of times. Miami's adjustments on the side of defense is the #1 retake team for a reason in the league right now.
#1. That's pretty good.
#1.
Yeah, I actually don't mind the A play by Toronto. I mean,
the commitment was too much.
It was funny in the round 11, like, we're getting this bomb down one way or another. We're right back forth. But I think you need to take a fight in that situation.
Like Metals here? Beams, get beamed.
Get a little bit more aggressive. I would like to see them abuse mid more. Like, we saw them have presence mid, but try to make some plays and pull people out of position. I think as this map develops and, late into the major, we'll start to see some more creative plays, like after the plant on offense. But, as it stands right here, it's just a couple big gunfights that Metals won early on.
But, let me set this up for you. Toronto is the top 2 attacking team right now. So, this was the #1 defense team, #1 retake team, Miami Heretics, taking in the #1 attack team in the league currently. And we saw that aggression from Toronto Ultra over to that A side and does go to round 11. So, like I said, I think Toronto Ultra are a solid team at this map. They just kind of met their match when it comes to dealership because Miami might end up looking like the best team on dealership heading into Major 3, and they might not even be able to play it because teams are going to start vetoing that.
Allie, you just dropped some stats, and all I heard was defense wins championships. That's how you get the round 11 dub. Miami's getting it done.
I mean, in that round, right, like if Toronto just commit a guy further up the street when they pull Miami out, they win. Point
that or just commit to the B plant. I don't know.
That was a great dealership. Both the teams look very strong.
It hasn't been figured completely out, but the teams are starting to get comfortable on the new map. And it's time to look back at our first map now, and we realize there's something very dangerous about Toronto Ultra.
There is.
What is it?
Well, Joe deceives. I mean, he's the menace of the map. I was watching 8s the other day, and Ghosty said it was the same rotation, same hill, everything. And he tells he tells Joe, he says, do the thing. I know what you're doing. I'll go block. And this is the thing. I want to watch. So we're going to talk about it, right? So it's rotation to the money hill. You see there's only 20 seconds left on this. Right now, Joe is on a 5 streak, so he's slamming. He's currently getting time. He's going to kill these guys that are, pushing the old hill, and then he's going to apply some pressure, right? Because he knows players would usually be coming here or trying to take a long route. So he's going to just try to make sure anybody that's coming this direction is going to redirect and go mid or try to go around, right? So he's going to apply a little bit of pressure from old. After he realizes nobody's coming that direction, what am I going to do? I'm going to go do the thing. I'm going to apply some pressure. So he's going to apply pressure mid, and he's going to wrap back, and he's going to apply pressure in hallway, right? But he's always looking to take the gunfight that's going to give him the advantage with the SMG in hand.
Okay.
After he finds the kills mid, he then goes and spawn kills a player that he just killed. So we'll talk to you guys through it in real time.
Is there a term in COD when you're just bullying someone like this?
Yeah, I mean, Zuma will call it the bull mask, and this is definitely the bull mask right here. So he's soaking this whole time. He's trying to find players that are trying to push him off of old. Nobody's going. He's applying pressure. He's actively looking for gunfights. Once he realizes that, he's like, okay, let me get this scrap. Now I'm going to wrap mid, and I'm going to find this guy that's coming through hallway. I'm taking a gunfight. Find him. Okay, Real down. Now I know if you're here with an AR, I'm going to kill you. Super dead. I'm going to pick up your AR. I know you're off spawn. I know where you're coming from. I'm doing the thing. I'm going to spawn kill you, alleviate more pressure. Now what I want you guys to look at the bottom of your mini-map and look how many players come and try to find him. How many players on Miami are looking for Joe? We're going to pause it when they get up close. You got 4 arrows and a streak coming down right now to try and kill Joe Deceives. At that point, you secured yourself already 30 seconds and rotation. You're going to get all this time.
Bro Deceives with a takeover play makes everyone from Miami zoom in on him. Pretty awesome stuff there, Ant.
Yeah, I mean, Joe Deceives is a monster, man. It's a crazy streak. And Kleenex, though, dropped 36 in most damage on the team, so show him some love as well.
And I have great news, Allie. Both of those players are on the team I picked to win this series. How do you feel about your Miami Heretics going into Vault Control and then Protocol Hardpoint?
I'm feeling great. Actually, both these teams, this is a straight-up square-up. It comes to their best controls across the board. Toronto, not a very strong control team, but if you're going to pick a map, you're going to pick Vault. I think we go 5 in this one. I think these two teams are very close in skill right now.
I'm ready for it. So is Maven. Let's jump into Vault.
We thought this would be a battle, and so far it is. Yeah, 10-point Hardpoint, round 11 in the Search and Destroy. Two very different teams, which is kind of fun too. Especially it really was glaring the Search and Destroy, how they look at things, how they want to play things. Now we go to Control. Thoughts there?
I think for Miami, it's like you finally have a second map in Hacienda. So now what happens is that, like, okay, Vault is back open, right? Because for a long time, they didn't see Vault control. They're 6-2 on the year. So everybody else across the league was like, we're just going to veto this against this team. They don't have a second or third one. You have a pretty good Hacienda the first couple of weeks. So Vault opens back up. On the other side for Ultra, you're 0-3 this stage, one of those, of course, being the forfeit. So your 2 losses are really to Thieves in phase, but you see right there, both round 5s. So we'll see if they can get a W on the board this stage.
See if they can do it. Let's see if, I mean, it's just been, the offensive play on Vault has been tough. We have not seen a ton of wins there. It has been so defensive heavy. What team gets round 5 defense is what it's felt like as of late, versus maybe early in the year. We'll see if somebody can take advantage, though, in this particular matchup and get an opening offensive round. So Joe Deceives taking a route underneath to start things off, but they already lose Kleenex. The route from Joe Deceives is going to pay off. Doesn't lead to too much more, but they've got a body on the point working towards that first tick.
Yeah, have man advantage. They're working the objective. They continue to have man advantage. Is now inside trying to get involved. Metals is down low. Just going to try to bunny hop on through, and that's a big kill, I think, from Real, because that's going to open up line. But Catwalk shut down by Joe. So it's like every time you think it kind of evens on out, Ultra just aren't losing the initial gunfights. As Beans and Joe, 5 in a row. Almost number 6, but Metals will find 2, but is it too late?
Not too late yet. Still need one more tick. Heretics break in. We'll milk this clock down a little bit lower, and now Ultra have to look for another opening. Going the long way around will be Kleenex, but that gets picked up. Beautiful job there from Real to make sure nothing going to be open. It's 2 drop, though. Ultra looking to battle back onto the point. There's 2 players there remaining, and they're both holding down. Beats can't get through on the backside, and, well, you're in like a 2v4 for a moment, and Heretics are able to hold the line. So still no pressure on this final tick over at A. Another multi-kill for the Heretic side, and suddenly what looks so good for Ultra. You've got life advantage if you're Heretics. There's only 20 seconds remaining on the clock. After the break back in onto the point, they have shut it down, and you are just in hell right now if you're Ultra. You've got to break out of spawn and somehow get back onto the point quickly.
That all started with Real, right? I mean, he finally is able to find that 2-piece to give them mid-map control, and they haven't been able to crack on through, as you said. So great recovery so far for Heretics, but sometimes you get a last-second play, at least to get A. Not going to happen. Super ends on 5 in a row, only 2 deaths. And yeah, it looked great for Ultra.
Yeah, it really did. It really did. You just think you think over that stretch, like, they're going to have at least one more opportunity to kind of make a play on objective, but there was not really any opening at all. Not at all. Or I guess there were like 2. Okay, well, honestly, what it came down to was kind of the 2v4 hold for Heretics. Because, like, they had 2 players left, 2 coming off spawn. The 2 players were playing right on the A point. And, like, if Beans found the timing through on the route to kind of flanking the backside, Ultra probably opened that. But I think one of the players spawned from Heretics and picked him off as he tried to get in. He gets through line, like, through the back door. They probably win that. And that's like a difference of probably a half second. Like, if he just gets through that cross, it's done. You saw Beans' reaction. He was like, oh, like, he knew.
He knew it.
I think he knew. He gets through that round, probably, well, at least the minute extension comes in for Ultra. It's super. Lovely shots. He's on 6 straight.
A little B hit to start it. Well, they're going to find the first 2 kills. There's the third, but Kleenex says, yeah, I don't really care. This entire time, though, Real's been hitting a route. But due to the spawns, Beans is going to turn around. So 6 and 7 spawn down low. That just gives them the heads up of, and well, they know the player that Real is. He's going to hit the flank. Great communication right there from Ultra coming on through.
The comms seem to be on point, and so far, so is the defense. Heretics taking a second now to progressively layer the map and set up their next push. They'll go 2 for 1 in those string of gunfights. And now bring the pressure onto it. Metals, he gets a multi-kill there, and the point's wide open, but he'll get the damage in, stay up, and Rancor will be able to finish it off. He's going to try and back up and stay up as well. Control. The ability to play your life so important for this mode, and Heretics doing a great job of it there, and that's going to be the first tick of progress now through.
Yeah, they don't have catch control, though, so that's where the retake is going to start from. Inside goes on a route. Inside finds a second with the sub. That's going to be 3. And just like last time, it looks like that attacking team maybe to get that 8-point done are pretty darn close, but not even the second tick through for Miami.
It's just, it feels like you just need sometimes like a 3 and 4 down and a stack. It's just, there are so many places to retake from, but if it's like staggered at all, like from both sides, like there's just so much to pick up. You only have like 2 players in the point. You're spinning around doing 360. You gotta be an owl, eyes in the back of your head, trying to pick everything up.
Yeah, and I mean, inside just wins cat control, right? So then you also lose high ground. That turns into a 5 spree for Kleenex. Inside's still alive. 1 player able to get on a B. That's going to be Real, just kind of waiting for his teammates. The problem is his teammates get spawned out poolside, so they're not even going to get there over towards A. So they one-up them. You get 2 ticks if you're Ultra, 1 tick on offense if you are Heretics.
So far, this is kind of how I thought it would go. That's what Vault Control has been as of late. So we'll keep an eye on the ticks. And advantage is that all-important round 5 defense. I mean, it's nothing like Invasion last year, but I swear it plays the same from a results standpoint these past, few weeks.
It didn't start this way.
No, it didn't. It did lately, I swear.
Stage 1 was very 50-50. Stage 2 and onward has been probably like 90-10, maybe more.
Sometimes I just don't know how like skewed my opinion is because of our cast, right? Like I'll follow all the matches, but I don't like watch it as closely for like round specific stuff like I do like when we're casting. I'm like, is it like different for everybody else? Like, is it just us?
No.
No, I know, but I just wonder sometimes if it's just skewed from my opinion while I'm doing the commentary. But wow, 5 straight for Insight. And an opener there for Joe Deceive. Streak for Insight quickly silenced. We were checking his POV for a moment to see if he could put something into that. But you win that break. Heretics are able to do that. So it gets tough for Ultra early on. Right off a spawn, though, Joe Deceives, he was the one that kind of stayed up, and kind of found the route through the back to allow his teammates to get in through the front.
I don't know how he won that gunfight.
Neither do I.
He wasn't even 1 HP, or like full HP, all the way up to 100. But his kill allows his teammates now to layer the map, and now they're in.
And that's kind of that 3-down scenario. This is where you have to get your progress. You've got to get it now. Can you break in again? Can Heretics do it and stop the 3rd tick and then shut the door? Or does a minute extension come through? Looks like it's through. Okay, so this time Ultra able to do it. 2 minutes now on the clock, 4 life advantage. Great stuff on offense. I mean, honestly, it looks pretty similar to last time. This time they just didn't allow the retake. Maybe got the stack in a little bit more quickly.
Yeah, Joe was able to play his life inside of that cat room.
And I don't know if they ever got like as clean of a 3-down as that.
Yeah, it just all kind of started with Joe finding that 1 kill. And well, now this time it might be inside. He has been so good with the Jackal on this map. Now up to 6 in a row. Trying to find number 7. Pistol out. Good luck with that gunfight. But hey, you have the life advantage still. 90 seconds to work with.
Yeah, that gunfight did not look fun at all. But a big spree there from Insight. Still a lot of work to do. The route defensively, Rancor will take it. He will, he'll not get any kills actually. He'll get shut down. As he took the long poolside route, similar to what you're seeing number 4 do in Super. As his teammates continue to control the B-side street, wrapping through will be Metals. That's kind of flank on him. We'll see Kleenex's POV for now. Metals will get picked up. So far, Ultra's doing a good job of kind of picking up that pinch player. Because Heretics over and over again sending a body. It's going to be Super on a route this time.
Yeah, it's just sooner or later that time you're gonna start to tick. Yeah, so Joe's thinking what I'm thinking. He's just gonna start to try to pause the clock. Just yes, they have life advantage, but it may not matter. But behind them was Super, goes on that long route, takes top ammo, and this is when this B point gets so difficult. When you don't have ammo control because you're just gonna spawn out pool. You also just have height elevation over towards B.
It's just so hard with everything going on, just always picking up the timing with it. They did it, I think they picked up like 3 times straight, but finally somebody got through, and
here we go.
Uh-oh. You drop Super. You win 2 on the front side of it as well, and now you've got a body on the point. Beans maybe wants to get that gunfight back, but Kleenex is pushed up outside of Art. First tick of progress done, and even if you don't win the round, which you might behind Kleenex's double, you're taking a massive advantage when it comes to the tick department, and they're just cutting them down. No opening for Heretics to get through. The crossfire setup is in. 1 little sliver to go, and Ultra take the offense. So as defensive heavy as the first 2 were, that was clinical, really, from Ultra.
Did we just caster curse that? We might have.
We did.
We might have.
I loved it. I mean,
yeah, we just kind of talked about it. But honestly, I think you were right. I think Ultra did such a good job on the flank, picking that up. And then even when you got a player there, if you were Miami, they just died so quick. Like, Kleenex backs up, mantles up, and wins the gunfight. Like, that is not easy to do. Even when you're ratting in ammo, how many times have we seen players just stay alive, play their life forever?
Yeah.
It takes 2 or 3 to take him down.
Yeah.
Kleenex wins it so quickly, then they progress up the map.
No, you're right. I mean, they stopped the first like 3 I saw from even getting a kill, but that one even, yeah, could have been way more annoying, but it wasn't. And the fact that you got that kill and then what, you got like 2 kills on the front side at the same time.
At the same time.
Which you're hoping, if you're that route guy in Super, that your teammates win those fights, and then it's not as big of a deal. But that stretch from Ultra, everything they needed to get the stack in and take control of it. Kleenex, a double on one side, Ranker, a double on the other. As the battle continues on A, now Heretics, they've got to win an offense. See if they can muster something up.
Yeah, they're looking for that 3 or 4 dead. Joe's not here to give them that, though. He's just going to play his life. Not over Peak, not over Chow. Wait for his teammates. Then behind the first pick from Kleenex, they're going to go. There's 3 dead for Heretics. Real's hoping to find some. He's going to find absolutely nothing.
And just look at the map control they've got for Ultra right now. Like, they are getting so pushed up, just spawning them out pull. Such a tough battle back in for Heretics. Guessing where Ultra players are at this point. A little game of ring around the rosy, I think, over towards ammo as well, as that's Kleenex and Ranker that are hunting each other down. They're able to win that and also get a kill out towards pool, so starting to push up onto B now. They're just going to take B side control and see if they can get progress there. They've got a chance to get a couple bodies on this, or do they? Because the car is also working in Ultra's favor. And just as I thought maybe an opening for Heretics, it gets shut down behind 3 from Ultra. Just under 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, Metals is just like trying to get towards his teammates towards B. Isn't thinking there's going to be a player bottom vault, but Inside was just lurching there. But that's going to be 4 dead.
All right.
Right off a spawn, they did all 4. They have to commit to a zone, and well, it's going to be the A zone, of course. Trying to get it done, though. You will have a retake attempt if you are Ultra, but you have to go quickly.
I don't even know if I say don't bother retaking it. Don't bother. There's no reason. You just need to win this round. Give him a minute extension and lock him in. They still have to do the hard part. What's the way that falls apart? I actually love that from Ultra. Well, how's it fall apart, Joe?
Yeah,
you try to retake it, you get smoked. Yeah. You get 4 dead, and suddenly you have no map control. Instead, just make sure you have B-side street. They locked him in. They literally set up like a rhombus around him, bro. Trapezoid. I'm just making up shapes. Locked him in.
They locked him in.
And now you're going to need, well, another kind of 3-4 down scenario if you're really going to...
Think they call it that, the rhombus strat?
Maybe. For some reason, whenever I want to say a shape, it's not like a square or a circle or like a rectangle, a normal one. It's like trapezoid or rhombus. But I couldn't tell you why, Joe. Could not tell you why. Well, unfortunately, the 3 dead's going to go the way of Ultra, so Heretics in a lot of trouble. 8 lives remaining, 30 seconds to go. And he might get staggered here. Super can't get out. It'll be a couple straight there from Insight. They've been dominant on defense, and they had 1 good offensive burst. This is really all you needed to take the control, barring some kind of miracle here from Heretics. Are they do it with no lives remaining, 4 versus 10. Problem is you still have 1 behind your front line in Kleenex. And you're getting cut down on the other side. Even if Super wins this, and he should get flanked here instantly from Kleenex. Him and Beans able to combine to take him down. So good looking control there from Ultra. And yeah, I mean, for Heretics, mostly it's been Hacienda when it was all Vault through kind of your first couple of stages. And you're playing the reason we think Ultra are going to be a threat to a team like a FaZe or a team like Thieves, they're well-rounded, they're a solid control team. That's going to be a tough one for Heretics.
Yeah, and you're getting a couple of these like struggling maps out of Metals, which he's kind of avoided in respawns. Like he's had 1 every now and then, but now that's 2, where he's sort of like minus double digits, 10 or 12 in that ballpark. And on the other side, I mean, Kleenex is probably playing his best BO6 in stage 1. I think he had a really good stage 1, especially online. And now these last couple of weeks, he just looks in fine form.
Well, he was 33 map 1, 11 in the search, 28 here. Tobias frying. And yeah, I mean, to your point, yeah, Metals is, I think Chris said it, I mean, he is the X Factor guy. He is. I mean, he's been playing better since Super came in, but especially you talk about the couple of matches they've had lately where he's just been unreal. I mean, he's been so good. And it feels like, yeah, when he's that, like, this team is going to be very, very tough to beat.
Yeah, that's always tough when you have a majority of rounds be offense, but they lose that defensive round. Start to hone in a little bit on that, but it's just like so many moments where you're getting these multi-kills, 3 to 4 dead if you're Ultra. They're able to take advantage of it, especially on that attack round. Just could not shut them down if you were Miami.
And that's why it seems like, you know, we've talked a lot about, well, we kind of talked about on Sunday a little bit, like sub-duos, best in the league, worst in the league, kind of that conversation. And some you're more typical setup, some not, but like these two just both have the ability to be like a kind of super sub. It just sort of seems like who's hot, like who's in form can just take over the map. Sometimes it's Kleenex, sometimes it's Joe Deceives. And when they're both flying, that 1-2 punch is amongst the best in the league.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And, you know, they've kind of taken turns. Like, I think we've seen all these moments, right? A lot of hype behind Joe. And just these last couple matches, Kleenex is like, don't worry.
Yeah.
I still got it.
No, I think that's what you
need it.
I think our days are gone sort of listen, I don't mean this with like disrespect to like a Teep back in the day or like a Sensor or like some sort of like objective heavy player. That just doesn't get it done anymore. Like you all kind of need to be able to fry. And you just do. At least that's how I see it. Like,
well, yeah, I mean, Sim and Abisi trying to change that.
Yeah, no, they were probably the first to really
everyone's sort of entry aggressive sub with a more slaying roaming, and how do we match that? And well, the good thing is that Joe and Kleenex they can do both. They've done both for a long time now.
No, 100%. But we continue on the action for this. We're going to talk a little bit about some of these super ARs on this team. I can't use the word super in this particular matchup with that particular man, because that's not super, it's Rancor, but you know what I meant. Rancor Beans, how the stats would look for these guys, just looking back to the map one, both putting up some numbers, putting in some damage, putting in some objective work. I think these are honestly two of the better stories on the year for me. When you think about, they're very different stories, but Rancor is coming in kind of rookie of the year type guy, like his interview, the passion, that fan base, like it's been awesome. And then Beans, like this was the year, right? You know, we've talked a lot about Beans in the past with his time on Breach and stuff. Like, how would this guy be when he was on a good team? Like, how would he be? Because sometimes we thought he was just sort of I don't know, he was like putting in numbers when they were getting smoked type thing. Like, oh, you saw he was a shooter, but how would that transition to actually like a really solid core team? And if it was maybe a little bit questionable early in the year, now they're starting to hit stride, and dude, he's a monster.
Yeah, I mean, you get a top 3, and now you're building off that, right? And again, you're beating some of the top teams. You're beating Thieves now 2 times in a row. Yeah, it feels like they have their number, but yeah, I think he's just comfortable. And I think maybe didn't really know I think he knew his spot, but I think this is just a comfortable place for him. Maybe if this is another top team, wouldn't be, but with sort of insight there, with Kleenex there, I mean, he's having a great time.
And I love it because, like, it's a spot where you could think maybe the pressure would be too much or be a lot of pressure. You're filling in the shoes of Scrap, who is one of the most talented players we've ever seen, even in his short career. And Beans has come in, and dude, he's matched it. Plus, well, you have like the rivalry between them and the trash talk. Like, I'm a commentator, love me some storylines. It's been awesome to follow. But those two players, terrific in the map one. See what they'll do here. This is the last 5 maps of the Hardpoint, Joe, though, for Ultra.
And this has been the key, is that their Hardpoint has gotten better. You know, their control wasn't great this stage, but outside of that loss to Boston, they have beaten LA Thieves twice. They beat Atlanta FaZe. Now they beat Miami in 10 points. But it feels like this game mode, if they can hone this in a little bit more, they are going to be tough to beat.
Can I get a high five, dude?
Yeah.
That's why I know my brain's awake now.
Okay.
It was not the first 2 maps.
That's all right.
I couldn't tell you what planet I was on for some reason, Joe, but I'm here. I'm alive.
It's great to have you.
Yeah, no, I think I messed up like 20 things with my speech. I swear. I'm good now. Good now. Just old. Ryan's got to wake up, dude. Rancor, though, he's right into it. And so is Heretics. They find everything early in the kills column and right onto the early P1 control, and allows Real to get pushed up, but pushed up and buried behind the crisp shots of Insight. For Heretics, you got to win this if you're going to get to a map 5 and stay undefeated. And on Ultra's minds, they're thinking the same thing. Like, we're undefeated. Yeah, that's how they're viewing it, I'm sure.
Yeah, trying to stay dominant in Hardpoint throughout this stage. As Real just playing his life. You're starting to earn some time, but not for long. Great movement out of Real. Staying alive with 2 HP. His AR is looking over him. Good stuff there. This will get him right around 30 points off of P1. On rotation, you're going to have Super playing around Plat, and Metal's just kind of lurking right now. I think he's playing down. No, he's up top mid with him, so maybe he's going to try to find a flank all the way through. It looks like he'll find Insight.
Joe Deceives getting kills and getting time. The dive back to just stay up. He gets a little bit of help from his teammate. One above him, one behind him. Joe Deceives, multi-kill demon. It's Rancor. It's funny. This is another crazy Rancor spree. And it's like all the time was going to Ultra, but yeah, behind that, it seems like eventually they're able to battle back through, as he's already out to 7. And now all the hardpoint control in the world for Heretics with still 30 seconds to earn, and outside the Kleenex nade, That feed is all Heretics wiping Ultra clean off the board.
Yeah, at the right time. Exactly, yeah. 25 seconds. They get forward now to set themselves up to combine this with the P3. Ultra, what do they want to do here? Looks like they're going to try to fight through the time. There's just too many bodies, or is there? Inside and Clinics will find two. Rest of the scrap going to go their way. And, well, this could get a little dicey for Heretics. You see, Real and Super are going to spawn out, so it's not as clean as you would like. In terms of after that 4 dead, and yeah, you see Jodeci spawns up, but he doesn't win the gunfight because Rentor is there. And another, he's 11-2.
Dude, he is absolutely frying. 4 straight and 5 straight earlier, finding his kill in volleys. And now we'll get the objective work done as well. I mean, listen, you can rotate all you want. You can make the right play all you want. Right now, Ultra need to start winning some gunfights. I mean, they're getting cooked. They're getting absolutely cooked. I mean, you're 2 Beans is 2-9, 3-7 for Insight.
How many full Heretics feeds have we had already?
Right,
it's like the 3rd or the 4th one.
It looks so good with the orange and white too. It's like completely. It looks great.
There's another spawn. Jonas spawned behind them, but that's because you rotated already to P4. I mean, this has a chance to get ugly.
Well, it kind of feels like, I mean, Ultra's opportunities early in the vault, right? Like, they had their chances to really put them away. They did. I mean, I know they ultimately won the map, but there were opportunities to really go up massive. Heretics, same chance here. Wait, a money hill of all money hills. Up, and you're okay. So what, you're up 50 with 50 to go on this? Yeah, I mean, they should be up 100 after this. And is the comeback doable? Sure. But it is not going to be easy. They're going to lose one player, maybe an opening through the front door. That's the PC car taking out one. The break seems to be in, even if they get busted out of this. Still, you've disrupted a good amount of this time now. I think you needed that if you were Ultra.
No, I mean, huge win there. Great break, and yeah, you get a little help there from the explosive. That finds you a kill. But yeah, you just get picked apart. Great damage from inside. He was able to find that first pick, kind of backs up Rentor. Rentor does have a Hellstorm, though, so they might play a little greedy towards the rest of the scrap time, but you did have medals already set up at P1, and now you're starting to get going if you are Ultra. Only down 30.
Look at Regulars versus the rest of the lobby, bro. 17-6, dude. Just frying. I mean, Beans has 6, and that's like his counterpart. That was our map 4 matchup that we showed before this, and it's not really a matchup at the moment. Well, the scoreline it is, but not that particular scenario. But you gotta see, does Beans get hot? Does Rancor slow down? Metals with a teardrop, and now will continue to fight to the point. Unfortunately, can't get it done with the gunny. Rancor is gonna drop as well. And despite the early slang struggles, despite the early hole you're in, you're the P1 time here from a tie game or a lead change.
Well, I was going to say that, Hellstorm, but you're going to call this in now with 20 seconds. I think you take that all day if you're Ultra. And they're not even on the hill yet. Clinics finds a kill, so that turns into nothing.
Is that sort of hitting the panic button? Like things are unraveling, our leads disappearing? Like,
well, it's just a question of where else are you really going to use it, right? Yeah. It's always sort of this P1, but they didn't use it earlier in the time. There was always only one player left from Ultra that held the line. They do it again, and they're right back in the game.
Sometimes it's like the streak's great, but finding the opportune moment to use it is the hard part, yeah. So what, 10 points now between them after the hot start from Heretics. 10-point banger in the map 1, maybe. Gonna be a wild one here. It was a terrific break from Heretics last time that set up a ton of time for them here. Remember, late in the hard point, they got the 4-man down and got the flip. That's sort of where the run started for Heretics, despite being perfect in the P1. that's where the run started for me, was that kind of that P2 breaking forward. But still battling through the front. Ultra are doing it. They're getting the time. They're getting the spawns, not allowing Heretics to dictate this thing for now.
Yeah, now a chance for kind of Ultra. Where's your opening here if you are going to be Miami? Real's going to take the route. You're going to try to pick this up, and you do. What a shot punch out of Beans. That was maybe your one chance to get across the map before P3 pops up. Can they do a better job at this? Already starting to do so. And now they have the lead. What a comeback here from Ultra.
Well, yeah, I sort of said, well, Beans turn around a bit, right? Like, starts double negative, really slow one. He has started to. Battling back towards even, making some big plays on the rotation. Now sub in hand, doing it through the point.
Metals is through.
He's going to have something to work with, and Beans, he's awake now. 15-16, 4 straight. Player got through for Heretics, as you mentioned, but hasn't led to anything yet. They're able to deal with Super, not allow him to be elusive. You still got Benjamin Beans. Inside on 4 straight. Beautiful there from Beans. Get it up to 5. What a turnaround this has been for him.
Yeah, now when you rotate to P4.
What a turnaround this has been for him. Unreal.
Well, now he's got the Hellstorm, so they can play extra greedy on this P4. But yeah, they just have done a much better job in Heretics in sort of their areas where they've had the advantage. It's turned in a lot more time. Heretics, though, know how important this P4 is. Going to try to lock this down. This gets them right back in the game.
I think Beans was like 6-12, and they were down 60. He goes like 12-4 after that. Look at the scoreline now. Starts to go nuts. Gets them a big advantage. And I mean, the good thing about that run you got, if you lose this, it's not the end of the world. Yep. I mean, you were down big. Now you've got this lead, this cushion. You basically beat a tie game. A break here would be incredible, obviously, but you did so good from 2 to 3. Not the end of the world if you give up this time. And it
Inside gets 2, though. That's going to be 3 dead. Inside somehow gets a double. This should lead to a break in half the time. And again, you can hold all 25 seconds due to that Hellstorm that Beans is able to
get. He's in the corner. He's in the corner. Okay. I thought he might have gotten both, but how that worked out. They funnel into Insight for a moment. Yeah, you still have the streak. And what they break in with about 25 seconds left, so you get 25. That's big time considering where you're at if you're Ultra. Let's get to the next P1. The streak didn't work out for Heretics on the P1. Will it work out for Ultra? Beans is the one with it. He just died. I'm thinking maybe when he spawns in, he'll use it. But the fact is, everybody just dropped. Outside Joe Deceive. So wait for everybody to come off spawn and now call it in. And maybe Joe Deceive's the one play. His 2 kills going to allow him to remain over towards the P2. Maybe he's going to find an opening. The streak will get 1. That's an opening onto the hard point. In go Ultra. They get more out of the streak, and they're looking to close out the map. Can't quite do it on this hard point, but they can get damn close.
Yeah, they've just done such a better job when they've had map control and sort of taking the advantages that they've had. And now your stars are waking up. It's Beans, and now it's Joe Deceive's on 5 in a row, locking down this side of the map.
Remember, he was the last guy up when they went 3 dead. He stayed up, turns that into 5 in a row. You still have to close it out in this Heretics team. Lord knows they can hit another gear. They'll get the rest of this time. They've already got the rotation over towards the P2, but Beans is going to get a pick over there. They get the early setup of the P2. You think they can close this out? They've got exactly that. Beans up to 24 and 21. What a map turnaround for him and, well, several players.
Yeah, now look at Rencore. 26 and 21. He is caught up.
I mean, it's literally, that's what needs to happen, and that's exactly what has happened. Rencore slows down. Beans heats up. 7 points needed for Ultra. A break there for Heretics, enough to keep them alive at least a little bit deeper into this hard point, but we'll often say they're going to need perfection, and while this is definitely one of those situations, they're going to need it.
Yeah, I mean, you can get it done, but you just don't have map control. You would have to trap them in. They're going to have to fight from the hill. Not going to happen. Kleenex is there to find the double. Metal is just trying to sprint across the map. Gets there for a second. Numbers too strong. Even if they lose the rest of this, they have spawns for P3.
Yeah, we might get to the P3. We'll see. They're still sending bodies at this. But the fact they only need 3 points, yeah, someone's going to have to slip through, or Heretics have to get some kind of insane spawn to help them out. P4, P3 about to pop. They're in it. And they'll win it. Ultra. Oh!
Yeah,
there we go. Called a second early, but Ultra will get it done. Take it 3-1, win both hard points. And their hard point, now you think about, like, I mean, they took 2 off of Thieves, too. Yep. We go back to last Sunday. Their hard point looking fierce. And, well, again, like, their search is good enough. Their search, when it's good, is one of the top searches in the game. They're solid enough at control. Yeah, when Ultra look good, they're so good. And it's been more good than bad lately, where it used to be a little kind of 50-50.
I mean, they're ramping up.
They are. They're ramping up.
They're ramping up. Maybe they're like, you know, we were worried about maybe their S&D map pool with losing Skyline and Vault. That doesn't seem to be a concern at all. And yeah, their hard point has just been magnificent. Yep. And they know exactly where to take advantage of their opportunities. They do it on this map. That's where the big difference maker. You look at the first set, that first rotation, the P2 to P3, Miami do better there. They grow that lead. The P4, when they're in that spot, they split half that time. They'd have a much larger lead going into the second set. Then on the other side, I mean, you see it. Once you get map control, that purple flow just goes flying high.
Yeah, no, so good. So good when they take advantage.
I mean, you get 18 points across 4 hills.
Yeah. Oh, just locked them up and flipped the game so quickly. I mean, it just seems like we went from talking about, yeah, I mean, maybe a 100-point advantage for Heretics to a very, very different conversation. Unreal. Unreal there from Ultra. They'll take a 3-1. Now what? Both teams are at 3-1. No longer undefeated if you're Heretics. I guess Ultra are kind of 3-1 with a asterisk, whatever you want to say right now, based on who knows. Maybe they would have won that series. I don't know. But they're looking good, and we'll see. I mean, they look like the best team right now.
One of them, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's hard to argue with how they've been performing as of late. Big win there over Heretics. Des, talk to us about it.
They've beaten Atlanta in a Game 5. They've beaten LA Thieves. Now they beat Miami Heretics. And Toronto Ultra, just like that, has climbed, I believe, to the #1 spot in our Major 3 standings. And I was looking at the overall, Allie, this is their 20th match win on the season. Things are kind of high in Toronto right now.
Yeah, things are great in Toronto right now, especially that map number 3, them to break that loss streak. I mean, those 4 controls in a row that they just could not get past, and 3 of them were vaults. So finally some confidence in that game mode and on that map specifically. But also, it's just another Joey Deceives masterclass. I mean, this guy is unreal.
Yeah, I like the decision to play ball control. You know, you look at Miami, they just haven't played it in a long time. Teams typically veto it against them. You take it to them, beat them there, steal on offense. They look wonderful, and then we get to this this protocol where it's like Miami, they're feeling comfortable, right? Like Miami got rid of Skyline. They could have played Toronto on that map, a map also that Miami were 8-4 on. So clearly in practice, protocol must have been going well for them. Well, in the beginning, it looked like it. Red Court starting off hot, but it's the P2 to P3 where Beans pulls out a sub on the second rotation and just starts frying him. He goes like a 6 streak in the hill. They get a ton of time, and then they're able to break down low computers as well on the back of Insight. So just some big-time plays on the side of Toronto Ultra. And yeah, man, the Hardpoint, this split, taking some long strides forward. They're championship ready.
Am I wrong? Could Beans play SMG for a different team eventually?
Yo,
the man transition?
Able to.
Low-key, he's got a nice shot with the sub, and he plays aggro. He pulled out in the S&D making plays. Like,
let's ask a guy who's been playing this role for a few years now. He goes by the name of Tobias. He joins us live. Welcome back to the Winner's Circle Kleenex. And question number 1, how long until Beans transforms into a star SMG player?
Well, it better not be against me, but I don't think he'll ever do that. I think he's great on the flex so far, so we'll keep him on that. How about that?
Yeah, you guys are looking very clean today. Congrats on the win. What are you most proud of in the dub?
Probably our hardpoints. Our hardpoints last stage to this stage has definitely been 10 times better. I think we couldn't buy one last stage, so it's good to see we made some improvement.
Absolutely, and I kind of want to pick your brain a little bit because you're one of the only teams able to beat Atlanta, LA Thieves, Surge, and so my biggest question now is like, why do you fall short against teams that should technically be below you? Is it kind of like a matchup thing? Are you guys just making a couple of mistakes in these matches? Because on paper, you should be beating basically everybody.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like when we lose to certain teams, it's just small things we do wrong, and I think sometimes we just get a little bit ahead of ourselves. Like, sure, we might beat LA Thieves, but then we lose to Seattle. Obviously not a good loss, but yeah, I think sometimes we just get caught off guard, make a few mistakes, and just it happens.
Yeah.
Toby, you're frying, especially that map 1. Congrats on the win. You guys look championship ready. I want to ask you about control. Vault was getting away from you guys a little bit. You guys had lost 3 Vault controls in a row, and you decided to play Miami on it in this series, a map that they typically been good at. What have you been working on in control specifically, and then also on Vault?
Control specifically, I think we tried to slow it down a bit more. Also, the meta changed a little bit where people use free subs a little bit more. I think Jamie's been great at pulling it out. I think that helps us quite a bit. The guy is the most credible player I've ever seen with a sub, so that works out well for us. So, loves a little corner with the sub. So, yeah, probably that.
Love it, man. It looks good. You guys are ready.
You ready for Miami, dude?
Yeah.
AKA Boca Raton next weekend?
Yeah, of course. It's going to be a little bit warmer than here for sure.
A little bit is great.
I hope.
Pack your shorts and your high socks.
Yeah,
I know your style, Toby. We'll see you down south.
You do? See you guys.
Cheers. Much love to Kleenex. The guy's always fun to hang out with. We have more people to hang out with, but in a moment, we have to honor our Scuff player of the game. Do you have an idea who this might be?
Ooh, I don't
How
know.
he used to carry you in rank. Now he carries Toronto in hard points. It's a 10 streak from Joe Deceives.
Demon himself. I mean, unbelievable. This guy, it doesn't matter the map, it doesn't matter the mode. This is the most consistent, easily best year we've gotten out of Joe Deceives, and then he just fits right at home on this Toronto Ultra cannon.
You know what I love, bro? after every kill, if you look at his player cam, he looks up at the mini-map. Listen, man, the guy's awareness is on 10, the vibes are there, and he's just always having a good time.
Not even 21 yet.
Nope.
Kid is going to be a menace. All right, we have to go to a break, they tell me. When we come back, Breach versus Cloud9. Battle of the bubble squads. Can Breach hold the door?
The voices in your head?
Lots of voices.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Arcade Wiz Tracer Pack is available now. Hit the map in retro glory with the Star Player Operator, pixel-inspired emblems, and more. The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. More than a game. It's for all who dare to compete. It's more than a team. It's our team. It's more than a feeling. It's unwavering passion. It's more than just talent. It's the grind that got me here. It's more than a moment. It's our legacy. One city, one stage, one champion. The battle starts now.
Unforgettable. That's what you are. Unforgettable, oh near or far. That's why, darling, it's incredible that someone so unforgettable thinks that I am unforgettable too.
The 2025 Cloud9 New York Team Pack is available right now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this kitty weapon charm to keep you company while the competition gets smoked. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Nah, for real. They be talking tough, but they won't get up in that field. ARPs and 223s get hit up in your grill. Iron on me like I'm Tony, like an orange eye pill. Come and get your shorty, cause she tryna cop a feel. She know look chaotic, keep it hot before the deal. And you steady talking out your neck, it's never real. So I say nah for real. So I say nah for real. Nah for real. Yeah.
Only leveling, pure beast mode, no settling. Tryna go hard, whole team for the veterans. Pull up on charge, gotta get these medals and haters. Gonna hate, but we still on top, not a bait. They amazed how we make these plays. Field or court, we rock this stage. Only leveling, pure beast, no settling. Trying to go hard, whole team for the veterans. Pull up on charge, gotta get these medals and haters. Gonna hate, but we still on top, not a bait. They amazed how we make these plays. Field or court, we rock this stage. Only progression. We call the shots that Smith and Weston. They wanna smoke, no we can best them. Who's really game? Let's get to testing, take no losses. Only lessons, come back harder, no backing down. Still put in work when no one's around. No complaints, don't make a sound. Actions talk, they're really loud. Pure focus, I'm in and out. Keeping my head in the game. They could not step on my lane, must be insane. Look at the precision, aim. Do it for the passion of fame. Bring in medals and haters. Gonna hate, but we still on top, not a bait. They amazed how we make these plays. Field or court, we rock this stage.
To hear the rest of the album, head on over to Boston's website. Jesus, that was a long intro. Welcome back, everybody. It's time for Boston Breach taking on Cloud9.
Yes.
Let's jump into this one because I was looking at the numbers. Yes, they look good in our Major 3 qualifiers if you're a Boston fan. But, ow, this team has 4 dubs in their last 10 matches. On the other side, Cloud9 only 3 wins to their 7 losses.
I mean, it's a huge turnaround from the side of Control for Boston Breach, right? Like, they went from one of the worst, if not the worst in the league at that map number 3 to 3-0 right now, very dominant. And Boston Breach is good enough that they are bound to win a hardpoint S&D here and there. And their S&D's gotten a little timed up, but the respawn is where they find their strengths.
And we said Breach has the easiest road to Major 3. They got the hard part done. That was the 3-0 over Toronto. A small slip up in a round 11 against Minnesota on the way here.
Yeah, I mean, they've 2-2 in search. They've lost 2 round 11, so that's tough search losses. But they've done the hard part so far. This is the hardest. This is going to be their biggest match, though, in terms of points, right? Because you look at Cloud9, where are they at 105? You're Boston, you're at 130. You have to win this match. They have to widen that gap, and they have an advantage, especially in the respawns going into it. So for Boston, you got to bring your A game today.
130 right now is the threshold to break into our top 8. Boston is at the top of a 3-way tie. In that 9th place, trying to get to champs, is Cloud9 New York, who has not made any roster changes. They stuck with this squad. They believe in the team. They've found more success in front of a crowd than they do online, Al.
It's hard. They've kind of stayed stagnant when it comes to respawns, and then they've gotten worse at search and destroy, which has killed them in all of these series. Now, they do clutch up in an insane Game 5 reverse sweep of Minnesota Rocker, but that's not one of those things that's going to change my opinion of the downslide that has been literally their past 10 matches.
Yeah, Ali, you know, I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
Like, when they were winning and they were on their upswing, they were winning their search and destroys. And, like, to talk about their hardpoint a little bit, 2-8 in their last 10, right? The 2 wins that they had, a 250-246 win, where Sib had 45 kills, just takeover mode, and then a 250-248 win over Toronto, where it was like that 4-piece attach that everybody remembers, right? So their miracle wins are their hardpoint wins in their last 10. They have to figure out that game mode. They have not been on the same page. And when you look at the team, they have slayers. They have players who can take over moments. So just figuring out the fundamentals.
Show me a dealership. Let's get chaotic with a game number 2, search and destroy. What will it be? Nope, a triple dose of Hacienda. And we will see Rewind as our final search and destroy if we get there. And talk to me about Skyline, though. Yeah, Who do you think has the advantage here?
I mean, I'm going to go with Boston.
Yeah.
It's Matt, they've been trying to play more and more and, like, get it down in their map pool. And, you know, you look at the rest of the series here as well. Like, the Hacienda search is good for Cloud9, but then after that, if you're Boston, you feel great. They put in so much work in Hasi, Control, and Hardpoint, 2 of their better maps now.
And I don't know if you've been paying attention, but I've caught on to this thing. It's called the vibe check. Boston just passed it. Cloud9 did not. Puckett's Pick'em is going with Boston.
I'm going with Boston Breach. I was gassing up Snoopy earlier, and I feel like I have to stand on that, so I'm going with the Snoopy.
We're going to unanimous Boston here.
Let's go.
That is terrifying. What are the fans going with?
The real question, Giga Wake, Omega Wake, or just normal Joe Awakening today?
Giga Purge.
Giga Purge. Didn't see that one coming. Did you, Miles' study?
We didn't. No, I don't think that's a real thing, and I don't think Purge has that kind of nickname.
Pulverizing Purge.
Oh, wait. Oh.
Purge advisor?
He's got something going.
Pulverizing Purge.
That's just Purge.
Pummel
bro,
Purge.
just We'll see how the Boston Mandem can do today, blood. This is going to be a good series, Jay. I mean, again, a lot of like winners bracket. You know, stakes are on the line here. Of course, a very important 10 CDO points on the race to that 130 bubble mark. But how you doing, mate? You well?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. You know, I had a quick day yesterday casting the Challengers Finals. It was like a breeze for the ending of the Elites. It was a 4-0 on the side of EU, a 4 on the side of NA. So I'm full of energy going into this matchup, man, because this is a very important matchup for both teams. If you are C9, you should have got 105. You need to get to 130 to get yourself back into the mix. If you're Boston, you're at 130 in that mix already, and you could potentially pull away, especially with Miami losing their most previous match to take that little bit of a lead. But this is such an important matchup. You got the best hard points you possibly can for Cloud9 with their best search and destroy. The same thing could be said for Boston as well on the later half of the series, but the opening skyline is going to be massive on both ends because Boston recently, like the Des touched on it, they've been putting a lot of reps in on it.
Yeah, well, you want a good-looking Boston going into the major as well because, hey, man, both these teams can turn up on LAN, and it's going to be the good reps that get you there, folks. All right, here we go. Map number 1, C9. Let's see some goods. Okay. Okay.
Oh, all right.
Okay. Okay,
Perfect
that's
start.
Boston. The Mandem have got the time.
Yeah, that's perfect start there if you are Boston. You get every single kill in the feed, shut down that first wave, and now Cloud9 forced to try to break their way on in. But this attempt is so much better when Kremp opens up with a double. So you're able to instantly flip those. Spawn still 30 seconds to fight for. Awakening the only one on this side of the map. Cloud9 have been able to flip it, but they're still not getting a lot of time.
They flipped for a Mo, but a nice two-piece from Snoopy. A little bit of blessings from the COD gods there in the hipfire. Still keeping him alive. Mac, the next victim there for young Snoopersaurus as he is making C9 go extinct.
And this is what Boston have been able to show a lot of improvements on Skyline is their rotation win percentage. So far, starting off on the right foot. They're getting kills off the road, the early setup for P2. And now, you know, all the pressure from Cloud9 is going to come through the front. They do find an opening kill. They're split on their attempt here. So you need to win some one-on-one gunfights. You need to outnumber someone.
We're trying through down low, but Awakening someone walking away with another big kill. The fadeaway from Demon Joe. He's a man of a million nicknames, and another 3 dead for C9. Boston firmly in control so far, though.
Yeah, usually with C9 find a lot of success on Skyline, it's only through their breaking. They're 10th in rotation, 11th in hold, but number 1 in break percentage so far throughout the entire season. We even saw it a little bit last week in their matchup, where Max just found so many opportunities to sneak on by, but they really couldn't get to any time. But at least you're still contesting for this final 20 seconds. Kremp is able to find a double, but still, Boston had players on this side of the map.
Yeah, man, it's crazy individual wins. Rotation's done. Cammy's going to be the only man in kitchen, but he's got himself a sweet little dirty corner, which is going to lead to a kill.
Oh,
another 3 dead. C9. They can't get anything going on Skyline so far as Boston. They had Hardpoint for a second there, but a nice win out of Attach. And now we're starting to see this. Here we go. A couple of 1v1 wins. The trades are there. Attach brought down in the end. Over to Kremp. Last man up for C9, down and out. What a battle this is. Sib gets a couple in the feed. If he can keep this going, oh, what do you know, folks? We could be looking at a break. C9 are in.
Yeah, that's 3 dead, and they're still not in the HP. It's because you're thinking there's so many players from Boston that we have to account for, and these guys are consistently just in our grill. We have not had an opportunity to fully set up at one of these hard points, but now with a couple kills going their way, you should be able to hold it. Thankfully, you got Mac there in the right spot. Opens up a double. You're still holding on to time here.
Too hot on the ting. Mac gets himself into time for a second long, but a lot to watch and not a lot of players to help him do it. But Mac, he gets himself one, brought down again. But hey, look, 80 plus to the 28 now of C9. You've got yourself over towards New for a second longer. Sib needed a little bit more. Teammates there on the other side of the map making their way forward. Breach again, Jay. Another rotation win.
Yeah, but you already are contesting on the back line if you are C9. You have pressure through top plat, and all the kills through the back end are going your way. So now Snoopy, the last man standing, just has to play his life. He is going to get swarmed, so the clean break is perfect there from C9 to soak up a lot of time here at the Money Hill.
This is what you're talking about, man. This is where they get their time, and that is Max starting to get things
there you go.
In a row. Only man left alive now, Cammy. Kremp's got him dead. That is it. C9, welcome back to map 1.
And Max already creating an extra layer. Aggressive as hell through the top hallway on 5 in a row. You get a little bit of assistance on Kremp watching over you, and you were consistently forcing Boston to work their way through kitchen. But Mr. Purj pops a double. The close spawns are still going to be in. He knows he can't individually try to break this. And Cloud9, even with that play happening, they're still holding.
He's trying. Woo. Snoop wins another pair. Attach on time. Taken care of. Look at the scoreline, though, folks. This Skyline has turned things around in a big way. C9 going into our second set, way more competitive than it started. They've got an opportunity to grab time as well, but once again, it's Boston finding errant kills all across the map. Good stuff there, a crimp, but yeah, a crazy minimap for the time being. We should see that left, right-hand side spawns now for both teams, and let's get some time on P1. Purge the man in here.
And the router were just way too good there from Boston. Like, if you're C9, you were able to find, you know, your teammates falling at the old HP, cut your losses. Think about that rotation over towards New, but Boston hit a couple routes, instantly able to flip those spawns back on your head, and now you're forced to try to break over through Cobble, effective on the trade, but all this time has not been contested so far.
Oh, wait, dude. Yeah, no contest whatsoever. At moments like that, that's the reason why. Demon Joseph at 15 and 12. Cammy's having a 12 and 13 with a ton of hill time to his name, but Purge, he's having a map. Are we going to start giving him insane nicknames as well? The Boston boys, they've got a couple. Come on, Snoop. There it is. Another to his name. C9 with a late break, and C9 down and out going on the rotation, Jay.
Yeah, they're going to be late again over towards P2. So this time they need to set up a break a lot quicker, and Purge creating an extra layer. Already shuts down their initial push. You can already see it. 45 seconds last go around went in favor of the breach. If you give up all that time again, you're most likely going to lose this match, so you need a break.
Yeah, we got to get a break soon, folks. Boston set up the line. Awakening is the wall. No one can get through it. Purge picks up the last piece now, buying some space. A lot of intel gained. No kills, just space. 35 seconds to go here on P2. Boston breach absolutely kicking ass so far here in Skyline. Let's go for listening.
Nice shit, boys.
Yo, piano, let's go. Take this one, my guys on you.
Nice, try block. Right in
One there, nice, 7.
Nice,
One shot right now.
Guys, dead.
Nice, you're fine.
Maybe?
No,
Yeah, I got you.
touch on you guys. Here.
Touch the table. One's on me. Good wall. Nice. Nice, you just want to know them, right?
Chance, guy. They're going to spawn all. Yes.
Which can we go? I can
Get off the side, boys.
I think you want top mid. You want top mid. These guys top mid. Top mid. One shot top mid.
Two there.
Cramps in me from back. Trust me.
Yeah, he got me.
Hold on. I've got chill, challenge, one shot, absolutely.
One shot, I'm waiting for you guys.
One shot. Give me a sec.
Still holding girl.
Yeah. There's two there, side boys. One more deep.
One shot now.
Deep, one shot.
This week.
Nice. Stone.
Play this time.
Give mid, bro. Give mid. Two mid, bro. Two mid. Left.
One shot on bed, I guess, close to the wall. One shot on bed. Nice.
I got in there. He's not challenged.
One here, push up.
He's not challenged still. Motion in there. Yo, Mac on the table, boys.
They spawned out.
One more there.
Okay.
He's with boys.
Two cannon right now. Run back up. I'll give you.
They went mid or top wall.
I have stone. They can be back right in you. They can be back right in you. I'm holding your top stone. Okay.
One shot cross, right?
Someone get in you. Someone look at back.
Back left, boys.
Two top. I got one.
Yeah, back left. Back on left of me, boys. There.
Let's go. Push this up.
I'm gonna
Spawn P1.
Here.
Alright, listen. 1P1, one wall.
I'm running a little bit.
Top absolute.
Heard you.
Literally a bullet. Mac. There's two. I got stunned, bro.
Start the game's nearly over, but man, a good listening, very calm, very clean. Okay, we got a break. Got a bit more time to talk. What do you think of the listening?
Oh, it was perfect, man, because you could just tell how easy the listening was with how the gameplay is. Boston are just not doing anything excessive. They are just lining up the kills, holding down their proper angles, finding the kills off the rotation, and Cloud9 consistently are just playing from the back foot. They're able to kind of break again over towards the B4 to make this somewhat of a game, but Boston have been basically playing perfect all throughout the Skyline.
So far, so good. Not over yet. C9 with a nice bit of time here on P4. Decent break towards the middle of that one. Now we're looking back over towards P1. Third and final set, folks. Boston breach close to the finish line. Not quite there yet, though. Can C9 get themselves back into this? Got to get towards time. The P1s have not been kind to them. And once again, another rotation. Another clean 3, nearly 4. Down again for C9.
Yeah, and what else can Matt get done on this side? Steven's all the way across the map. He's still trying to finesse. They know that he is nearby, but with that double, at least allows his teammates to get on towards the hard point. I just don't know if you're going to be able to read this route out of Snoop, because here comes the pin from top plat. He finds the first, draws the attention, and now his teammates can still contest through the middle of the map.
For that contest, Boston, you're in. Purge doing it alone, 32 and 19. Can't get another one out of there, so open time for now. 30 seconds to go, and side of the map, all good for C9. You are finally set up, lads, to stay alive here, and now, can they push this forward? A potential break down the bottom side of the map. Jay from Boston looking for time, looking for spawns as well. The battle continues.
Yeah, the battle definitely continues, but you can already see on your mini-map, Cloud9 have a couple players who are spawning across the map. So you're going to not be fully set up off the rotation, but this is actually the first time you're going to be here early at the P2. The only thing, Boston only need 5 seconds.
Oh my god, good. Okay. Here comes the final hit. Mac taking routes. Time now in the hands of Boston. You got to get this going, Mac. It's all on you. And it was that moment you needed it. And it was a big ask. But Boston breach. The Mandem absolutely rocking Skyline map number 1.
So the boys are taking care of their food, fam. Just easy work there. Out of Boston. Dominating on your rotations. Your holds are perfect. Usually what Cloud9 find a lot of success on is through their breaks. But you could just tell, like the P2s, they can barely get any time there. You're consistently growing that lead more and more. You're dominating the power spots off the spawns. And the entire time, I'm just trying to play catch up, always playing for the back foot. And on a map like Skyline, once you fall into that cycle, it's very difficult to get on out of it. Boston Breach come out swinging in map number 1, especially through the SMGs, man. Like if Purge is going to play like that, you're simply going to stand no chance. 28 non-traded kills, only needs 7 assists, almost 2 minutes in hill time as well. That's an MVP performance right there from that young man.
That is unreal. 19 on the objective as well. Hey, community, can we come together and find a great Purge nickname? Hit us up on the Bluebird app, or whatever the hell it's called these days, X. Hit us up on that. Let us know what you think we should be calling Purge as a community. Let's come together and create a great name for that superb star. All right, mate. Well, Jay, C9 got involved a little bit too late, and we saw some signs of life. I think one of the biggest things I noticed was at the start of every rotation, they're going 3 down. I mean, they're getting picked apart by Boston every step of the way. What was going wrong in your eyes for the squad?
It's just they weren't finding the proper angles. Or Boston just had players in the proper spots, clutching up with the double kill in every one of those situations. That just instantly shuts down their first push. Like every time they were trying to break through P2, you send a couple players through kitchen, but everyone else is trying to pressure through top hallway. You lose 2 gunfights to 1 player, you're simply going to get outnumbered and never have an opportunity at a clean break. And that's just what Boston were able to do. Once they realize, okay, all 4 go down, let's create an extra layer, let's make it more difficult for them to take some more space away, and just keeping their push stagnant gave them no chance in this map 1.
Yeah, it doesn't help that, of course, both submachine guns there for Boston looking great. I mean, Awakening looking like his MW19 out there. The way he was shooting, that awareness was on point. Everyone bringing the goods. Cammy looking solid as well. So Boston starting the day right with a very, very clean Skyline there. 136, all we could get out of C9. All we could squeeze out of those boys, and squeeze they were. Very, very tough run. The P3 was really when things came back towards the start. But we'll say goodbye to Skyline and we say hello to a 3-peat of Hacienda. Jay, you told me before the match started, you think the square up is going to be on these search and destroys. Is that still the case? Or are you feeling a
100%.
little deflated after that first hard point?
I think obviously a little bit deflated after that first hard point because C9 aren't shooting the way that they need to compete right now with Boston in the respawns. But the good thing for them is they have triple Hasi. Whenever you talk about Cloud9 so far in the season, when Hacienda was added, this is what they love to play. They have their best search and destroy coming up here in map number 2. They also have their best hard point in that map number 4, and a couple losses where they ran into Atlanta, where they ran into LAT, and those are within 15 to 20 points besides that LAT one. So that's their best HP. You just ran into some tough squads. You just need this search and destroy here because the way that Boston have been looking recently in their control, only playing basically Hacienda, they're going to be prepared for that map 3 as well.
Tough. We'll see how map 3 goes when we get to it. But we've got a nice bit of a stat screen for us coming up, folks, in a second. Who are some of the coldest players in the league? And arguably, I mean, it's Cammy. Let's face it, mate. 6 1v1s and the 1v2 plus. So that can be anywhere up to 3. I don't think we've seen a full 1v4 from Cammy just yet, but he's got 9 clutches on the year. Tied there with Beans and Dashi. But again, it's the 1v1s, the man of the year so far, Jay.
Yeah, he's always usually the last man standing because you got players like Snoopy, you got players like Purge who are always trying to get into that early action. So Cammy being the safety net, when he has those opportunities, he has made the most of them. Going into Hacienda, I love the way that Boston like to play it. They love to take space early away. They love to dominate towards the top hallways, but the same thing could be said for Cloud9. It's just the way that they like to play is usually like the Kremp show. Like Kremp takes some space here. All right, what do you see? Then we'll work off of that. It's just if he gets caught, then their S&D starts to spiral a little bit.
Okay, well, Kremp, we gave him a very, very strong title of one of the best search and destroy players, or at least looking like one of the best search and destroy players in the world.
He is.
He still is. You're right. I'm trying to be the negative naysayer here because chances away getting another BBL done. And no, I'm joking, folks. He's not. Well, actually, maybe he is. You'll have to see when he gets out of the operating theater. But now, S&D, Hacienda. I can't stop. Snoop's got the bomb. Let's go.
You're always on full throttle, Ross, and I absolutely love it. So Continue into this map number 2 with Boston on the attack. Aggression through top secret. First blood in favor of Cammy. Double child by the S&Gs. Instant 4v2.
3. Okay, all down to one man attach. The first of many potential clutches he will have to try to get. And he's got a good spot here, but bad timing. Over the top. Awakening riddles in with that PDW. And the vibe check for Boston right now is superb, man. They're having a great time.
Oh, yeah. You can see Purge smiling from cheek to cheek. He's like, I don't know why that round was so easy, but if Cammy's finding that first blood through the hallways and then we're sending the pressure through the top side of Secret, all the kills initially go their way and instantly make it into a 4v1. Just a super confident round to start off the game, a tone-setting round to start off the game. And if you're Cloud9, you got to be able to match that energy. You have to do it in this next round.
Speaking of cheek to cheek, Chance, big fan of the clutches, and so interesting to see on that leaderboard there. It was great to see, you know, obviously Cam at the top, but down at the bottom, Abizi, 1 1v1 win, 5 1v2 plus. I mean, that's ridiculous. Another round though, folks. Stuns and nades, lethals, everything being emptied out of towards the A side of the map, but not a lot of intel gain. So we go to B, we make as much noise as we can, we bang those pots and pans together, but then we get eaten over here. Awakening the only man up for Boston.
Yeah, I love no wasted time there out of C9. They get no info through the hallways. Nothing connects with the tax over towards A. So let's just instantly put it down at the better site to hold down a rock setup. 4v4 retake on the horizon, and Purge is working on the bench.
Oh, great damage in a sim,
no.
But that is a win you are going to remember. Awakening now. It's a technical 1v3, and he's moving, and he's shooting, and the last man on the hunt attached to the 1v1.
20 seconds. Can he try to spot him? The timing might work on Wake's favor.
No way! Demon Joe! A 5 spree and the defuse. Boston breach. Absolutely break down C9.
And you could just tell Awakening shaking his head like, I don't know what they're doing. They're just giving me one-on-one gunfight after one-on-one gunfight. I thought that round was going to be doomed once Purge lost that one-on-one to sit through top hallway. But then Giga Wake comes alive. Gets that player on the trade because he's weak. The snap onto the second guy. But then the repositioning too strong. Like, Kremp has to win that one-on-one if you're going to chow that. Because your teammates are simply not in the play. But Awakening just gets lost and catches attached with his pants down. 5-0 start. Boston 2-0.
That's insane. Insane. I love the routes he was taking, but he was blessed with good positioning by his opponents as well. And we're going. Boston send it. Whoa, but they send it into trouble. Wrong part of town, boys. And now Awakening 1v4. 1v3. Ain't no way Demon Joe can do this again. Back-to-back rounds, Jay? Yeah, right.
Yeah, and I think if you're sitting at 6-0, you know that you're pretty close to a hellstorm. So you might just want to play for kills and potentially play to see if Cloud9 can give you a freebie before you fully commit on this clutch. But a technical 1v4. Bomb's going to be down on their side of hallway. And you know most likely they're in a position to watch it.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no way. Yeah, there we go. Riddled up. ID's the bomb. I think you're right. Awakening should have played for the kills. They're not too far away from the Hellstorm at the very least. And yeah, no, it was a worthy attempt. Maybe he thought that they might be roaming, looking for him as opposed to covering the bomb. But he gets slightly wrong and he pays the iron price. C9 on the board.
Yeah, and that was one of those heat check rounds for Boston because they just did the same approach on their earlier offense. And they said, all right, they gave us this space again. Let's just push through their spawn again. But that time, everyone camping through top office. More players from C9 on that side. You're able to win every single gunfight without anyone falling. So, stabilize on the map. Secure your first round. Back to the attacking side you go, where Kremp and his SMG duo are going to work through top secret again.
Dude, the secret is, there's nothing secret about it. They hit this so hard usually. A-bomb site covered in Boston players, and they're looking to push past this one through well. That's where it attaches. And he spots out Snoopy at the very least. There we go. On the cross as well. Doesn't see Purge yet, so that's an unknown quantity. That's comms. Now, 2 players over here. I got tags in, move over to B, and that's exactly where C9 are.
Yeah, they're just going to cut right through the middle of the map, and the bomb is going to get planted. And now every single player's on this side, so you're going to get overwhelmed if you're C9.
Here they come, right over the top. Oh, my word. You've put down the 2 players on the bomb site with relative ease. Now the immediate defuse. Oh, Kremp and attach. They're so far from home right now. Get going, boys. Try to get them off the bomb. They don't get it done. The defuse complete, and the round is won by Boston.
Oh,
Breach.
man. That is beautiful, Ross. We're talking about initially shutting down their consistent A push. As long as they don't plan A, we stand a pretty good chance. But the fact that they shut down that play, you realize, okay, C9 again take top secret. They're most likely going to start thinking about that rotation. Just throwing all the shoulders on the backside of well, keeping attached in that position. You know that there's no way in hell you're going to read that we've already wrapped back to our teammates. So they're completely out of position to contest the bomb site. So once those kills go down and you win the trade fights, you instantly stick the defuse because no one's even close. Perfect game plan there from Boston to take a 2-round advantage.
3-1. A spicy Hacienda to get things going so far. A bit caliente as we continue our roam. We've still got the RC in play there for Awakening. I mean, it's a 50-50 gambit, whether it's going to cost or be of any use, but I'm down to find out. I'm down to clown, and Snoopy potentially on the plant. Wow, the timing is insane. He's been spotted.
Definitely been spotted, but Matt cannot do anything about it. Able to put down shots, but Snoopy gains the info and is able to get out. But this play is all on Purge on the pinch.
Oh, and Purge nearly pulls it all off. But again, good damage in. Awakening finds one player there as Mag with the nade. Cammy, do you check this corner? I don't think you do. Oh, you check it the long way around, mate. Oh my God, he's right there, mate. Sib, gifted a good one. Traded out immediately, all down to Krem. And that is a beamer from the bomb site. Boston, 4-1.
And C9 tried to make an adjustment there. It's like 2 rounds in a row where Boston have taking top secret away from us. So this time we're not going to go for the open strat. We'll stack over towards A, shut down their play there, but then the audible on the side of Boston, just commit on the bomb plant, get it down, get some info as well once it gets planted. And then just everyone out of position for Cloud9, not really ready to contest it. And then when Purge finds a kill on the pinch, you're put to focus on that side. You're simply going to get outnumbered over on the opposite side of the bomb once that trade comes in. And Boston just playing their numbers perfect in these rounds.
Not an easy thing to do at this level. So yeah, Boston looking pretty clean indeed. And Krem, having cleared out everything now, on the low side of the map, he's going to be sending it forward. He's going to run into a little bit of trouble soon, but if he times this right, it could be fantastic for him. RC in play. Here we go. Krem lets him know he's behind, but he does get the kill. Attach, what a win on the site. That's fantastic work now. C9 with the advantage. And the bomb recovered.
Okay, now they're going to be committed again with the numbers advantage over towards this rock setup, but no one is currently watching the pinch. So Cammy and Snoopy can work their way through Lambo, take some space away without being known.
Uh-oh, and that's Jackal range, boys and girls. Nade up over the top for Snoopy. It's now a 2v2. Numbers coming towards the side. It hit the damage, and now Snoop's in. Past the rock threshold. Whoa, it's a 1v1. Less than 30 seconds on the clock. Snoopy v Krem.
Just got to check it at the right time. Krem throws his shoulder, 7.5 going. Got to look again.
Ah, that's it. Through the doorway, the prone classic. Snoopy kicking himself for that. Krem, though, you stay alive. Jay, the approach towards the bomb site from Boston was so impressive.
Yeah, because they caught the timing. They took space that was given to them, and then once they found that first kill, made it 2v2. I thought once Snoopy puts himself in a position over towards Rock, it's all about him trying to finesse. But when Cammy falls, that's what allows Kremp to play that kill or his teammate to try to play for the trade. And then in a one-on-one, it's all about throwing in an extra shoulder. Okay, he's not on bomb. Let me continue to stall out the time and hope to God that he runs right in front of me. And that works out there for Kremp, who was the deciding factor. He starts off the round by sneaking on through, strikes at the first blood, and he's the closer as well.
100% sure how the RCXD died, but on the way towards that B-bomb site up the stairs, maybe. We'll find out in another life. But for this life, it's Snoopy so close to the A-bomb. Use of nades there, both sides, to clear out Secret, clear out Top Dark, and now you've got an opportunity to maybe get this down. Oh, Attach spotted out. Here comes the rest of the calls. Krem should get the first. There it is. A man advantage right now with C9 and no bomb planted for Boston.
Yeah, now you're relying on Purge. You can get something done on the repinch. He's going to shoot from their side, top open window. Find the first, can't find the second onto Krem. And now with bomb being down, gunfight's already going down towards our defenses. Cammy's got 25 HP.
It's a 1v2 for Cam, and he's holding it together. Mac down the flank. Snaps were on, but Mac, great play. Pinch on pinch. And C9, more signs of life. The heartbeat monitor is bumping right now in Hacienda.
And it's starting to come alive here. Krem, another big first blood. At least takes away the space towards Top Secret. At that point, Boston have shown a lot of different looks. First 2 times through the top hallway, second over towards B, and then that last was over towards A. But when they commit on that bomb plant without having seeking control, your life's going to be very difficult because the entire time you're probably expecting Purged in a position who's watching a pinch, but he was forced to back down because they were able to spot him and try to make an individual play. So the shots go down from fence, you peek from top secret, you find that first blood, and then you just trade it out after that. Cloud9 starting to come alive.
Whoa, trades, teamwork, love it. Here we go. Oh my word, the stun, the damage. Jay, what an opener this is. Max looking for one more here. He knows there's a player there. The red dots give it all away. An awakening, wrong gun for the job, brother. It's all in a Cammy. What a round.
And the bomb goes down. So now Cammy, talk about how clutch he is so far on the season. Puts down shots up to attach, and he's committing a little too hard, but the crossfire good enough for Cloud9. After the early round chaos through top secret, they walk away with the trades. And 3 very quick rounds allows Cloud9 to tie this game up.
Cam was snapping here in this 1v1, or 1v2 rather, but he didn't have the intel on Mac. He had full damage in on the play out by fences, but Mac was the variable that cost him. You saw him watching his back and everything. A wicked round though out of C9. That is 3. You're not wrong, brother. Super fast rounds to get us here. All tied up at 4-4. Boston have been stunned.
And I don't know what it is with Boston on this map, but last week they were up 5-1 versus LAG. They let LAG win 5 rounds in a row to lose 6-5. You were up 4-1 in this search and destroy, and now you're getting up round after round by just playing with the same exact pace. Eventually, let's just slow it down, allow them to run into us, but the aggression has been the key to success. They're doing it again over towards A side, but again, no top secret control. They're afraid to work that objective.
And they know you might be able to see the dust, you might be able to hear something. Definitely know something's happening now, boys. Snoopy trying to clear it out. The timing on the frag not necessarily good enough. It's going to push those players away, but you still haven't put that bomb down.
It's all about if Attach can spot the cross when Snoopy decides to commit to it. And now with Purge edging up, thinking that the player is going to come over towards this A site, but the bomb is actually going to rotate over towards top middle. And now if you're Cloud9, you're head on heels. You don't know what's going on. First blood to Awakening.
Yeah, that's a big kill. Max completely caught unaware, screams out for the intel. Purge loses the fight down low, so Secret is still not an option. Oh, Civ finding another 3v2. Not a lot of time to get this done. Are you going to commit to the B-bomb site check, or are you going to plant this for A? Yeah, you can. Here's the check, but it's the wrong bomb site. It looks like we might be going towards B. No, we've got a man over there, so the bomb planted. What a doozy. C9 with numbers here on the retake.
Oh, and Cammy might make a big time play here. Catches the timing for the one-on-one. A big one-on-one gunfight in front of him, but it's 2v2. Stall out time.
Over to the bomb site now, and Snoopy's got to get it done by himself. Cammy on the big rat. Snoopy's done it. All comes down to Kremp. This is for map point. Catches the kill out, and there's time. But is there time for Cammy? All the time in the world. He's going to check this when he wants to. And that is map point. Boston breach. What a brilliant round.
So icy, man. That is way too icy there for Boston. When those kills shot their goal down, they strike for the first blood. But then those trades and the angle from Civ to find the player through bottom secret was perfect to give them the numbers advantage. But then when you allow them to plant the bomb, you have to be able to at least gain some info off of it. You spot one player crossing over toward the backside of Shaq, but no info onto Cammy. The long route works out because he wins the one-on-one, gains the info on the second player, and just stalls out the game clock. So they were forcing to look for him, and he just didn't give them anything to work with. Clutch round right there out of Boston to put them at game point.
The Cam man. Let's see if we can get this game rolling. They have got stun connect there on a Kremp. He's going to make his way not down low this time, but upstairs. Saw an open door by office there by the plat. That could be an issue, but again, we'll wait. The bomb gets dropped out, so Attach unable to get the plant. This is a big moment now. And the 2-2 split here for Boston on both bomb sites and the rat.
Yeah, I love the aggressive push to B. Like, you know the play's going to be at A, so let's just try to trap them on the opposite side of the map. You have the numbers advantage. Bomb is going to go down, and they are going to be suffocated in this play.
You're not reading this. There's no way, surely. Mac might have eyes on, but he's never going to be able to take both those players who've already crossed through. Ah, that's a problem. Purge on the pinch. It's a classic, and that's it. Jump straight on the bomb for the defuse. Kremp might in position, maybe, to get eyes on this, but he's running out of time. Go, go, go. No, it's been defused. C9. Their pockets picked by Boston Breach. A 2-0 lead in the series.
That is massive, man. That is huge from Boston. We know that the Deaths has been talking about how they need it to improve in their search and destroys, and especially their controls. But when you're having such hot starts to these games, eventually those late round adjustments start to come in. They come in a little bit too late sometimes, but eventually when they do, they start to hurt. It all starts with the 2v3 clutch on the round previously, but then in that final round, Just Cammy finding the opening kill onto attach. Just a little bit too aggressive on the outer side of fence. And then you know that Kremp is trying to make an individual play. He has 10 non-traded kills. So all of them are one-on-one gunfights. But he just couldn't find an opening on that pinch. And Boston getting active on the pinch through B just didn't give Cloud9 any opportunities once that objective went down. Boston have improved so much, man. I love this roster. I love the fact that they never made a roster change because their teamwork continues to shine through. And now you're up 2-0 in the series in a very important matchup versus Cloud9. These bubble games don't get more important than this.
This one's about to burst, ladies and gentlemen. We're going into control, and we are up big. If we're Boston friends, how we feeling, Desk? Honestly, gotta be feeling great.
Pummel Purge.
It was
Pulverizing
Pummel
Purge.
Purge.
Would you call him the big peepee?
Sure, we'll go
Pummel
with that.
Purge, getting it done. Boston up 2-0. Let's take a look at how they get there, Rosalie. Walk me through the big rounds of S&D, because you go up 4-1.
Oh, it was round 9.
But then you make me a little nervous here. I think Boston's coming, or sorry, I think Cloud9's coming back for
We were sweating for a minute there. I don't know, maybe just the way Cloud9 started taking some rounds kind of caught Boston off guard, because we get into this awkward situation round number 9, and honestly, it was up to Snoopy and Cammy. They kind of saved Boston in this situation. The way that they played that 2v3, and the fact that Cloud9 made a huge mistake of just leaving Secret completely open and giving the angle basically to Boston for free. They need the Chow Bomb. And then big ups on Cammy. He's also the one that finds the first blood in that following round to avoid around 11. So Boston made some clutch plays from the players, but still some mistakes that need some bottle review.
And I saw a note in the chat. Can we start a petition to make the Boston helmet greener?
Oh,
I support it. Support the move.
I support it. Well, they have some fresh gear in game, I gotta say. I think they got the best camo, best outfit. But yeah, the search and destroy, Boston, Jay was talking about the comeback that Genomates had against them. Not allowing that to happen here in this one. They slowed it down a little bit. Ali, you talked about that round 9. It got real murky. They ended up getting a first blood, and then they lost 2 players, and they're like, okay, we're just gonna commit to A. It was the biggest round of the game for sure. Get it down. Cammy just makes a heads-up play, gets in their base, and finds a kill. So Boston, in the clutch moments, really turning up, and that hardpoint, Chris, masterclass.
1550 damage from Kremp for the L. Let's take a look back, though, at game number 1. This is where Purge was like, yo, hey, I'm gonna make you look real smart, buddy.
Yeah, they were unreal. So, in this map, it was 90-70. It was it was real close in the very beginning. Cloud9 are able to rally back, but it's really that second rotation where Boston just took flight. It was P1 into P2, locked it down, and then continuous breaks from there. Boston hardpoint has gotten so much better. It was already solid, but they keep on improving in that game mode, and now you're seeing the pop-off ability some of the players have, like Purge.
Yeah, the biggest thing for me in this map is for Boston to maybe being able to add Skyline to their hardpoint map pool now, because they have 2 lockups in Vault and Hacienda, but that makes vetoes kind of weird. So if they're able to add Skyline now, then they obviously are going to be able to toe-to-toe a little bit closer to the top side of the league.
They've been playing it a lot.
51-36. That is a thrashing. Boston making a statement in our first game of the series. They're up 2-0. They're on match point. I thought this would go 5. Cloud9, they were in a similar position. We all rooted against them, thought they were out. They rallied back in a reverse sweep.
Yeah, and we need to put perspective on this. Like, Cloud9, this is still a must-win game for them. 1, for winners bracket hopes coming into this next major, and for points. You cannot allow Boston to get these points from this match. If you're Cloud9, they're just coming off a reverse sweep. So we know that they're capable. They have to start here, and it's a tall task on Hasi, a map that Boston has been improving on.
More video games in a moment, but first, it's a game show featuring Chris Puckett, your host. It's called This or That. I got 2 options, Ali. Breach at 25 champs or Cloud9 at 25 champs.
25 champs. I gotta go Breach. After that performance, we gotta go for the Snoopy for sure.
They have a 25-point lead. It makes sense. Currently in 6th place. And
yeah, I don't think Cloud9 are making it to champs. I think they're on the outside looking in. I'm going with Breach in this one, 100%.
Yikes. Let's take a look at the next This or That. Warzone or Zombies, Ali?
Zombies for sure. I grew up playing Zombies on Survival on Town, and I would do that for hours with my friends. Too much nostalgia. I would do it all over again.
Verdansk Warzone? I'm going Warzone.
Yeah, the current Warzone is a vibe right now.
Urzikstan? Then I'm going Zombies for sure, okay?
All right, good answers across the board. This or That continues with question 3, Nuketown or Rust?
Oh, that's hard.
What you going with?
Why do I always go first? Why don't you go first
Have you played Rust?
Yes.
Dude, it's been remade 3 times. No.
Chris, what about you?
I'm going Nuketown here.
Really?
I'm going
Whoa. Where are you going to get more
I'm going
feeds?
Rust.
you're gonna get more feeds if you play Nuketown. If you like snipers, play Nuketown. If you like to just waste your time like Nadeshot did in 1v1 against tanks, go to Rust. One in the chamber, sticks and stones. One in the chamber.
One in the chamber.
One in the chamber. This is a classic,
Banger.
bro.
They both suck.
All right, that just means you suck.
Prop Hunt still is the champion of all side games. Propane tanks or cars, things that go boom.
I like the propane tanks. I think I gotta
I go
with propane.
either. I'll go cars.
Cars.
Yeah, absolutely.
More predictable.
Nothing better than getting blown up by
Giant
people.
exploding propane tank. We don't miss you. Thank you guys for watching our halftime show. It's now time for your casters in a game number 3. Miles.
Wait, yo, guys. Rust,
wait.
Rust or Nuketown?
Rust.
Yes,
Rust.
That's the answer. Thanks, guys.
You guys
Appreciate
suck.
That's the answer.
Yeah.
Your game.
Negative. Negative.
So young. It's crazy that Chris said Nuketown too. It's like I can understand Allie. She probably wasn't born when Russ was like in his prime, but
dude,
the opposite side, like Russ was it.
Dude, Wheeler hit straight with like, have you even played it? Straight up. Jay, who's Craze? Tell me all about Craze.
This is my boy, man. This is my Call of Duty son. I've been teaching him COD since he was 13, but finally, he has been just a man on a mission. We're talking about throughout this entire elite, all throughout challengers, every single one, he has won. But the most recent, he was the MVP, and that's with all of his teammates getting called up to the big leagues. He has just improved his game so much. He's always been a phenomenal respawn player, but for me, every time I text him, I'm like, dude, you have to improve in search and destroy. I'm sick and tired of you going out there and dying for those first bloods, but that's just what he's been able to do, man. Evolve as a player, and now realistically, in my opinion, he's the #1 prospect in that challenger scene to get that next call up.
Let's face it, there's some teams on the bubble that could be doing with a new player, so I wouldn't be too surprised if there's some question marks out there right now. The Codosphere is a hot place, and Roster Mania, it can strike at nearly any time. Here we go, back into Hacienda, part 2 of our potential trilogy. We need to see C9 pull out the goods here. Jay on control.
Yeah.
Can that happen?
It could. It definitely can, because they have a lot of reps on Hacienda. It's just the only thing is that Boston, on the other hand, have been improving drastically in control, specifically on Hacienda. They are 5-0 on the defensive side. They are outslaying teams by more than 7 kills. So they have realized, okay, we need to start valuing our life more. We need to start being more of a nuisance, like just stalling out time as much as we possibly can. And on the opposite side for Cloud9, you have Boston, who outslay on their defense by 7. They're actually getting outslayed by more on their defensive side than their offenses. So you need to start slaying if you're C9.
Let's get some kills, C9. Well, you got 1 at least. That's good enough for now. Bad news, you've lost another teammate on the approach towards B here. Well, defensively, they've got a man on the back line, and Snoopy just flying through the air, cutting him down. Good work out of Mac there right off of spawn, but pressure now certainly on Breach. Into spawn they go, and purges and gills.
Yeah, they already pushed their way off the respawn. Through rock, no one was going to contest them, so you had a freebie off the respawn onto attach, and now you have worked your way all the way through their base to put the game clock at a pause at B, and your teammates are finding kills around the map. A big one-on-one attach off the respawn slows it down onto Awakening, but this is at least 2 guaranteed segments here.
This is huge. It was looking even better, but Krem manages to get a kill. Okay, and then you pull a player forward. What was looking like a guaranteed 2 is 1 and a bit. So over to A we go now to try to pick up the pieces.
And Cammy's just going to be aggressive with the SMG. He knows that. Let's just try to get B out of the way first, but if he finds that double, that forces the rest of Cloud9 to turn around and start to commit on those gunfights. But now you can just get pushed up in their spawn. 35 seconds to go. Boston only have 1 segment. This is basically the last push over towards B.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh, you got great presence now from C9 pushing up towards lobby. They've got players to spawn. Max still finding kills. He's having himself a nice round so far. 4-1 there from Sid. Now Cam shots into nearly everyone, but it's 3 dead either way. 20 seconds to go. Snoop, the last man up here with any sort of viable real estate for Boston. Breach, and damn, Sonny gets a big one. Onto B we go.
Yeah, that's a big one-on-one gunfight, because if Snoopy gets taken care of, then this player on the pinch and Mac has a more impactful play that will be felt, but he's giving his team another opportunity. Second segment almost going to be locked, and Purge flies in for a double, make it a triple, all 4 dead. Time should be extended. Boston have came back to life.
What a spree it was, man. All right, 1:15 to go. 14 lives for Breach. And a huge opportunity for a counterattack here from C9, but Snoopy gets 2! That's unbelievable. Looking for a few more. Eyes on 1 player going to spawn at the very least, the guy behind him, and he's dead too. Snoopy, unreal.
And Purge is now in a position to play for the spawners. That's 3 dead. Last player to account for is going to be Mac. He's on the complete opposite side of the map. But Purge, how long can you keep them in their spawn? Stun does not matter. I'm still going to get you weak. Almost lines up a double, but that segment should be locked, at least for the first.
It's fine. First one gone. Second one on its way out. Snoopy trying to buy some space. He's kept the receipt. It has been purchased, folks. He's looking for a few more now. Timing's a little bit off on this play, but A-Zone still being captured this whole time. Cammy and Awakening finding their kills this whole time. The Snoopy runabout hasn't amounted to too much. He gets killed finally, but the whole time you've been capturing the point. No lives remaining now for C9. Oh dear. It's not over yet, folks. 50 seconds still in play and only 2 lives to go. C9. Good luck there on the round. Breach, what a banger.
And that all does not happen if Snoopy doesn't get that kill onto attach. That double falls into an individual player making a big time play to give his team an opportunity. And it works out to perfection. Snoopy was the guy that starts it off. He starts playing Ratty in the corner. Same thing could be said for Purge on the other side. They just were able to flip that switch in an instant, extend that time, keep the map control that they had, and really didn't give Cloud9 any breathing room off of the respawn. That is beautifully played there from Boston to spring that round around, turn that round around, and secure that opening offense.
I love the way Purge plays, man. It's like he gets 1 kill in a lane. He's like, I'm going into this spawn. He flies all the way to the very end. He's like, I'm in position. And you have to fight you out of a very, very tough spot. I'm looking forward to watching another Boston Breach attacking round after what we saw there. But C9, it's your go. Here we have it. Good opener in the kills. A lot of presence here for Mac. Doesn't account for the extra man there on the inside of Tin. And Snoopy finds 2. 3 dead. C9.
Yeah, initial push gets instantly shut down. So now, Civ, how long can you hold this map control for your team? Unfortunately, he's going to get spotted out. Now everyone trying to work out of their spawn. Thankfully, Mac's able to find the opening kill, but the flanks too strong there from Mr. Purge. Someone said to call him Purge the Princess. I don't really like that one. How about Purge the Dominator? He is frying.
Demon King Purge. Wicked stuff.
Come here.
No, it's just everything he does. He's going to turn perfectly in a second and read the guy behind him and kill him. I tell you, Jay, it's just disgusting. Over towards the zone we go. B zone, perfect defense. Look at this read. And the gunny. Can he do anything wrong?
It's just way too easy for him right now. His teammates are holding down the opposite side of the map. He's influencing the spawns a certain way. And all he's doing is winning clutch one-on-one after one-on-one to never give them a stable push. But again, now on 5 in a row, the pitch is going to be felt. Lines up the first, lines up the second. He's doing it all. Like, he's missed the respawn today.
But he is doing it all. Like, for the folks at home are wondering why we are glazing so, it's not just because, I mean, look at it, folks. 17 and 6, 19 and 6, a 9 spree and another round. Purge, quite literally, checking every possible corner. I would love to know what he's saying right now. Maybe we'll find out on a nice social media post by the league later on this week.
It's just like, I don't know what these guys are doing. Like, nobody's shooting me. I only got hit like once or twice that round. Like, everything is just super easy right now. Continue to play the way that you are, guys.
How much damage has he received? Not a lot. 19 and 6. My man is frying.
Hey, he shot me a DM this morning, too. He said, Unc, wait, you're casting our match? Don't worry, I'm going to put on a show for you, especially in the control. And so far, he is living up to that expectation. Up 2-0 in the series, up 2-0 in the control, looking for a clean 3-0. And if you can't get a trade, you're not going to stop him.
I love that all these young legends on the come up, with these guys having these big tones in the career, they all talk to you, Jay. I love that.
Hey, Uncle Stud knows what's going on. You know, it's like I've been around the block a couple times.
Uncle Stud. I mean, Purge. Whether it's the knife, whether it's the fadeaways, you name it, it's all happening. Don't forget Hellstorm. Whether we have to actually deal with it, we'll find out. But this man, you are sugarcoating me, man. Unbelievable. What a life that was. 22 and 7. I'm sure we'll get his POV in a second because you know he's getting kills.
Yeah, just let him come back off the respawn. Right back into the Purge show. Unfortunately, the timing not good enough versus Sib in that one-on-one. And now Cloud9 have a little bit of time to breathe. They get all the kills in the feed. They have a lot of map control as well to go with it. Okay, just keep them trapped in your spawn for a very long time, and coverage will continue after this series.
I mean, the series, it feels like it's over, but it's not over yet. C9 on the defense. And they've managed to keep Boston at back as much as possible. Cammy managed to sneak on through. Here comes Purge and Snoop towards his own potentially as well. Players in position to contest this. Over the back line we go. Sib gets one on the trade. The capture still continues. As Karen McGilligan, he and his trusty old trophy system, they're getting the job done.
Yeah, and if you're Cammy, how much time can you stall out? Because you know all of Cloud9 wants to get you off of this B point, but just drawing that attention allows your teammates to get out of the spawn uncontested. Final 25 seconds. It doesn't matter what the game clock looks like because Boston usually are able to clutch up in that moment, but the kills go in favor of Cloud9. It's all on Cammy instead of Snoopy this time around.
This is it. C9, you've done such a good job in this round. Keep yourself alive here. Awakening a cam there on time, finding big ones. Sib on the counter-attack. Lovely work there with the Jackal. Can't get the third. Oh, sweeping in from Mac. Finds one, but the trade to complete, and the capture continues. Second segment done at B. Here comes Attach to save it.
He needs the one-on-one. He hasn't been able to find one of these clutch one-on-ones initially to start off that B point. But thankfully, your teammate is there to trade. Defense is secured on the side of Boston, but they are looking for the clean 3-0. The stack is going to be in. You're down by 1 life, and now you got an extra minute to make it happen.
Hold on to your butts. 9 live C9. 1 minute of play. Boston are somehow orchestrating this. Tremendous map presence for them now. Not a single lane available for them to get in towards this objective. The 2-man hit now towards Rock turns into a 1-man hit, but it works out. Now space to play with. Here comes Purge on the pinch.
Oh, Purge is a big one-on-one. So now Sib can take that space away and try to keep those players in the spawn, but Cammy on the other end catches the players off the respawn. Only 5 lives remaining for C9, and Cammy's not going to give up in this position.
Cammy is holding them down. You could call them new streaks as well. Purge has got that Hellstorm still awakening now. Eyes on 1, 2, Demon Joe! He cuts down the numbers, but the clock is ticking. We're going for the kills. It is a TDM, unless someone can get on towards time, and they can. 1 man left. Attach. The hopes and dreams of C9 in this series are on that man right now.
Oh, he is going to fall.
Brother! What a run! Boston Breach came to play today, and they have torn C9 into pieces. The weather forecast is clear skies indeed, not a cloud in sight.
That's so tough, man, if you're C9, because last week you ended off on a high note. You were able to complete the reverse sweep versus Minnesota. You potentially were able to build some momentum off of that match. But then you just run into a very hot Boston Breach. They come out, slam you in map number 1, make the adjustments in the search and destroy, and just their improvements in control, specifically on Hacienda. They hate protocol. They don't want to play that. But you might not want to play these guys on Hasi, which is how much finesse they have added to their gameplay. And then also Purge, casually, another 20 non-traded game, 26 and 14, almost 3K damage. He was just doing it all initially, and then Boston always had that clutch factor in the final 10 seconds of every round to make something out of nothing. Clean 3-0, they get the 10 CDL points.
Absolutely rancid work. The bubble has burst, and it is trouble now for C9. We didn't even get anywhere close to that One Hardpoint, quite frankly, folks. A unreal series. 3-0 GG's, no mercy whatsoever from Boston. The desk looking super solid. The fans with a tough pick there, but guys, that was the real deal.
Yeah, C9, they're not good.
Allie,
Yeah.
Cloud9 is a top 4 team. True or false?
False. This was weeks ago.
Boston wins again, Ant.
Yeah, Boston looked great. Incredible series out of them. Also, C9 looked bad. We all admit that. But Boston also played phenomenal throughout this series.
Yeah.
I mean, Purge had himself a hell of a series. You saw the development that they've had also in control, right? Like, in that round, you're on offense. Like, you're trying to get the life count to where you have an advantage. Just constantly finding a lane to get to their spawn and blender them coming out of Foursquare or coming out of Bow. And you saw it was either Awakening or Cammy. The AR players making huge plays. Like, this Boston team, this is the result of like sticking together and still having belief in each other. Okay. There could have been multiple times throughout the series or throughout the season where they thought maybe, hey, maybe we could have made a roster change. Well, they stuck it out, and man, it has paid off with this team firing on all cylinders.
This Purge J guy is pretty good.
He's unreal. And what's so funny about this is kind of Boston getting their look back, because you look all the way back to Qualifiers 2 and these two teams matched up. It was a 3-0 bop from the side of Cloud9, and we're talking like literally this series, but mirrored the other way around. 250, 148 map 1, 6-1 map 2, 3-0 map 3. So maybe these teams are just kind of teetering back and forth.
12 kills in a row for Purge before he finally got ended in that game 3. As exciting as the first half was, Boston says, guess what, Maven and Merc, you're up next. Get ready to cast. We're done for the day.
Yeah, and Boston are in a good spot now. I mean, you just extended the gap between you and C9. Now you're starting winners at this next major, and you have a lead. So for Boston, it's about bringing this momentum into LAN.
Well, you just missed out on an AR opportunity. Are there SMGs looking to come up?
Yes.
Yeah?
Go get crazy if you can.
All right.
There's plenty of players down in their challenges, man.
All right, Cloud9 on the outside, still trying to figure things out, but up to this point, it simply has not worked. They are stuck at 105 points. Right now, though, we're joined by a man with a $140. He goes by the name of Joe Awakening. And Awakening, I want to start by asking you, how good is Nameless's stream, bro? I saw you in the chat the other day.
Yeah, that was great content. Gave him good advice about looking into the sun.
Yeah,
and,
I wanted to ask you about that.
Yeah.
Did you look into the sun before this match, Big Wig?
Today I didn't, but yesterday we were.
It leads me to my next one, though, a more serious question. Your guys' control, man, what a turnaround. How did you guys improve in that game mode so much in such a short span?
I think we've just really focused on it in scrims. I think before our practice and control wasn't the best, but I think we watched a lot of VOD and just practiced it a lot, got better with comms, teamwork, and everything. And yeah, we're pretty good at it right now.
It's paying off.
I'm being honest, Ann just took exactly what I was going to ask you. So instead,
backup
question, outside of obviously being able to play on LAN once again, what are you looking forward to most as we head into Miami next week?
I'm just super confident going into it, and I just cannot wait to play because I just love playing on LAN. I think it's a lot of fun, and yeah, it's going to be a good event.
Vibes are high going into Florida. Best of luck. We'll see you next week.
See you guys.
That is Awakening. That is Boston, and that is a dub, another one. They're going to have, what, a top 4 seed, top 3 seed going into the event?
Yeah, they're in a really good spot right now.
Well, they get there with plays like this. Let's take a look at round 4 of the Search and Destroy. Our production team loved it. They called this the power of friendship. I want you to watch all 4 of the white arrows on the mini-map. Nameless, you're a guru. Walk me through.
Yeah, so you see, like, they notice that there are a couple players out well, right? And then you see Cloud9, they go over and they try to get the bomb down at B. They end up getting this plan off. Well, Boston, they regroup so fast. They're like, we're going to bully them off this bomb. And then we're just going to hop it. We know you're trying to do this 2-2 split. You're trying to get somebody to maybe come around and pinch or go through hallway. Well, if we bang it out and find the kills fast enough, we can just hop on bomb. It's just well played. They did this later in the game as well, right? So these are like small things.
Speed retakes.
Yeah, it's like chemistry, things you learn as the year goes on as a team, what you can get away with. Boston continuously evolving.
Just like that, Rosalie, we are already into the third match of the day. Tell the good people at home what is coming up next.
Well, it's going to be the LA Thieves taking on the LA Gorilla Mates. Best team versus what might be the worst now?
Fellow and friends, they could cause chaos. Let's find out.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Arcade Wiz Tracer Pack is available now. Hit the map in retro glory with the Star Player Operator, pixel-inspired emblems, and more. The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Can you even believe this place?
Sit your slimy ass down. The sizzle sells itself. Someone give me a 10-gallon hat. I'm going full cowboy on these bastards.
You're not sure you have the right floor?
It is so nice to meet you face to face, Slate.
You don't trust me, fine, but you cannot trust her.
The 2025 LAG Team Pack is available right now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon camo to assert your royal will in the lobby. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Make sure we're counting names, listening to each other. Listen. This time, we take everything.
Are you ready for the Battle of Los Angeles? Excuse me. There's a lot of excitement in the room brewing because Fellow and Ojani are taking on Scrap and Hydra. Let's break down this matchup, starting with our LA team, shall we? They're wearing red today. They go by the name of the Thieves. And
aren't they both LA teams?
Exactly, Al.
Okay.
It's just hedging my bets, Al. Hedging my bets, Al. All right, let's take a look at the Thieves.
Guys, start with the LA
Scrap,
team. They're both LA.
Hydra, Envoy, and Al's other ranked teammate turned professional gamer, Dan Ghosty.
Dan Ghosty. I mean, this team's been unreal. Across the board, statistically, like, there's not many things you can pick about them. They're the #1 S&D team, #1 control team. Their fundamentals and hardpoint, though, have been hurting them as of late. You talked about losses to Toronto Ultra. Actually, all Toronto Ultra in their last 5-3 different times. So maybe a couple of areas to clean up there when it comes to those 1s and 4s. But across the board, dude, they look unreal.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, there's a couple maps that they would like to be a little cleaner. Like Skyline Hardpoint, obviously they try to test it up against Toronto, just hasn't worked. Toronto in particular has been a hard matchup for them, but they square with them there. And then the Hossie, 7-6 on it, another map that they're hoping to improve in the hardpoint pool. And I'm going to go back to what Scrap said after the match one. Once again, like when they're down in those tough situations, they haven't been there a lot, so they're not that rehearsed in those moments. And you saw it once again going up against Toronto. You go down, they have a hard time getting out of it. So I guess that's the primary thing, like the small macro adjustments for LA Thieves here and out.
That's a look at the Thieves. Now for a look at the great team from LA. The Gentlemates, Alley Cat.
You say great. There hasn't been too much greatness from the
They won a championship at a major 4 years ago.
Thank you for that information. You know what else they are also on right now? They're on a 6 series loss streak, a 10 hardpoint loss streak. It's hard, man, because it's been nitty-gritty. Some of these matches have been close. You're talking about 50-point games against Boston Breach, Vancouver Surge, but like when it comes to closing out, they got round 11s, round 9s, but it's something about the later half of these games that they just cannot lock up.
Can you still consider this the same team? Like, how much have you seen from this squad to judge them in?
I mean, they've still been bad. I will say the bright side is like Johnny, it looks like you got a staple in him.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought he should have been in the league to start the year. Like, the kid's incredible in Search and Destroy. Fast-paced player, can get it done in the respawn. We've seen some big streaks out of him. But yeah, it's just hard to fix a team mid-season, and you know, that they didn't really have a great foundation to build upon. And, you know, if it wasn't for the Vegas Falcons, this would be a historically bad season for a CDL team, right? So it's been tough if you're an LAG fan, but you know they got a lot of fans behind them, so regardless, they're going to be rooting for them.
Would you say it's like 10-1 odds that they make it into champs?
No, it's like 1,000-1.
Yikes! All right, let's take a look at your maps and modes. 10 points if you win today. That will help on a very long road to Canada. Kitchener.
Yep.
Skyline, red card, protocol, rewind.
If you're LAG mates, you're lucky you get that Skyline in and you're 6 and 5 on it. It's going to be your strongest hard point across the board. So at least maybe you open up with a surprise. The red card, I understand. LAG don't really want to give LA Thieves the room to play the new maps right now. And red card, again, it's going to be one of their strongest 2 and 3. Doesn't sound great. LA Thieves, though, deepest map pool in the league. They'll take you on anything.
Yeah, I'll say like the protocol hardpoint, one of the protocols we saw LAG play was up against Carolina. They were up like 80, 90 points. There's the crazy comeback that happened to them. So they probably feel relatively comfortable there. And then the rewind, though, if we do go game 5, the one rep we saw from Thieves, they looked incredible. So I'm hoping we can somehow get the distance here just to see like LA Thieves if they're consistent on that map.
That team right there seems very consistent in slang. Can we take a look at Gentlemates one more time? Because there have been some massive changes. Yeah, I'm looking here at Johnny. Vibe checks out. Kismet, vibe checks out. The dark horse in the bottom left, not really vibing right now, fellow. Lunars is vibing. Let's go to the fellow cam. See what I mean? See what I mean? I mean, he's one man holding them down.
The hair is no longer blonde. Okay? Back to OG original fellow. Yeah, the room's clapping for that. And I will say Lunar's like, I need to see a takeover Lunar's game, bro.
It's unfortunate because he did have a rough series. Their most recent matchup versus the Boston Breach, that was probably the worst we've seen from Lunars, but he's been solid across the board, but I get what you mean. Like, we want to see his ceiling a little bit more, especially put into such a tight spot like this and a team that's struggling so bad.
All right, it's not good when the host is leading, so I will go first with an LAG pick.
Wow. What? What do you know that I don't know?
He's off the...
That's how crazy that... I'm going with LA Thieves.
Yeah, he's off the spice. I'm going to go with LA Thieves for sure. Oh. If LAG win this, I will be...
I don't like a pity pick out of you. Is that really what angle you're going?
I'll shave my beard if LAG win.
Clint said he was going to do something insane.
Well, we're not going to say what I said I do. We can't repeat that.
We have to hold that.
Al has cut and changed her hair in the past because of an LAG versus LA Thieves matchup. Ant is risking his beard. Maven, what are you willing to put on the line?
We cannot talk about what Maeve said. We cannot. You cannot repeat that. You cannot repeat that. Just imagine a Costco glizzy.
I want to keep my job, so we're going to move forward now to what is probably about to be the most prolific 3-0 we have ever seen. What? Unless LAG, you know, turn up and show us something. Yeah, I was on the desk Sunday, and I was trying to think of like what this qualifier, like label it as. Like, you know, I thought of qualifier 1, it was all the game fives, right? Qualifier 2 is all the 3-0s. This one I was like, I don't know, put it like team changes or maybe upsets. There's been a lot of upsets. I don't think this is going to be upset.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so at all. But Hydra, I did see Hydra yawn.
Okay.
So he might have just woken up. I think I saw Scrap yawn.
I don't think so.
I swear to God, I saw him yawn, bro.
Well, yawning's contagious. So if one yawned, the other one probably yawned. You're probably right. But you can see here the problem is LAG. They are 0-5 this stage in Hardpoint. They are 1-17 their last 60 days. You're probably up against the best Hardpoint team, or one of them. I guess you did just lose 2 to Ultra. But I think overall in the year, we would probably say this Thieves team has been #1.
Yeah. It's. I don't want to go at this current LAG roster too much because they're relatively new, haven't done a lot. It's a whole new team, right? Kismet's the only constant. So yes, the franchise, this team as a whole this year has been embarrassingly bad. They've had a couple years like that. But this current iteration, still maybe they can improve some. But there have been a lot of changes. They have not looked on the better end of those teams that make changes.
Yeah, and this is, you can already see what, 2 1-3s to Carolina in Breach, 0-3 to Surge. This is a really tough road when you talk about this. You have
100%.
3 of the top 4. Carolina is right around there. Breach is still in the mix.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting combo because I think in a perfect world would I love every team played the other teams once. Would I love that? Like if we make it work, sure. But with the current schedule and everything works out, you kind of have these. You have these strong ones, or like these easier picks that you're able to do. These easier qualifier stretches. You have harder qualifier stretches. That is a harder one. It's just tough when there's team changes. Like maybe you hope you come into an easier one when there's a team change. That's not what the case is. But here's where the overall standings are right now. Yeah, when Chris had 10-1 odds, I about lost my mind. I was like, Chris, no, that is way off. I'm glad.
It's about 10,000.
Yeah, and hit it on the head. It is going to be very, very tough for them to do. But these two teams, far ends of the spectrum.
Yeah, I mean, listen, LAD's like, the goal is just to win. That's it. That is the goal. Plain and simple. They did a major victory, a champs ring. We know the ceiling of this roster, but we'll see next weekend.
Yeah, and on the other side, you're hoping to maybe find a piece for the future. Sort of like we talked about Falcons and Pred. Like maybe Johnny's going to be that. I don't know, but trying to find something that you can take forward. Maybe it's going to be Lunars. Maybe one of these young guys will be a building, like, sort of like I don't know, Boston and Snoopy. Like you find something that you try to build off. Is I guess what your hope is.
Yeah.
What are you supposed to do this year?
And I think the good thing this year is what?
Yawned again.
Okay.
Hydra. I think Hydra just woke up, dude. Maybe they can catch him off guard.
Sure.
He's probably gonna drop 50.
Yeah, we'll see. He's literally laughing. He heard you. He heard he's laughing at you, bald man.
Dude, I'm telling you, he woke up 5 minutes ago. No, if he comes out flat in the map 1,
no,
it is my detective skills.
Okay, sure.
Thieves Road to the major.
What was I talking about?
I don't know, Joe. I probably interrupted you again.
Yeah, here we have 2 3-0s, dominant 3 over pretty solid teams, and then a Game 5 loss to Ultra, which, again, a surprise, but Ultra is a team that is just trending in the right direction. I think the thing to take away from the Ultra series, they lost 2 Hardpoints, which, yeah, we don't expect that.
Ultra's Hardpoint's looking
Very
strong
good.
right now. And yeah, the Cloud9 win was pretty impressive at the time. Now I don't know. After Cloud9's got clapped by Breach, it doesn't look quite as impressive. But yeah, Ultra's going to be a test. Heretics a test. FaZe a test. I mean, for this qualifier, I almost think losing to Ultra was a good thing. I do. Going forward to the major, just getting tested a little bit. Not
One
going
thing
in
that
feeling
worries me now,
vulnerable.
I just started thinking like matchup, because they lost him at the LAN as well.
Yeah,
but, you know, that was a big discussion last year. Surge is you look at the Surge LADs matchup. Like LADs have handled that, where Surge maybe.
Oh no!
Other,
what was the ones
places.
last year that stood out? Like, well, FaZe over Optic, Ultra over FaZe. Like there were several last year. We were just talking about the top teams. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot more than.
Well, there was that triangle. Yeah.
Yeah. No, there was
Optic over Ultra. Yeah.
Yes. That was like the other piece of it. It was kind of insane to watch last year. Matchups can be massive, and it comes down to. Well, obviously, like play styles and game mode strengths, and God, what maps you're strong on. There's so much that can go into it, but it's not as simple as like this team good, and that team better.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll be hopping into this one shortly.
Oh, I remember I was gonna say. I'd say maybe the one good thing for the LAG, like for Gotaga in the franchise, is we went to Spain, and they could show off their fan base. Because I feel like in the past, if you're a player, you want to go to a place where you know you're just gonna have a ton of support, right? A sort of location where you want to be. And I think LAG with sort of Gotaga at the helm and the Gentlemates at the helm has shown now where if you get on that roster, you are going to have a large amount of support behind you.
Yeah, I don't think that's something we talk about in esports a lot off. That's more something we talk about like the NBA or something sports, yes.
Yeah.
But maybe more so here. It becomes a little bit more.
Well, I just think if in the past, if you said you were on an LAG team.
Yeah. No, I hear you. Raises their stock a bit. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. No, I agree with you.
Building for the future.
It's interesting. It's just not a conversation we typically have, but now it sounds like we're about to get into it. Producer let us know game is ready, so thanks for hanging out a bit while we chatted through things. Caught Hydra slipping and yawning a couple times, but he better be taking this match seriously. You know, these guys, you already got caught slipping the last major. You don't want that to be the case here, but I'm sure he's going to come in and fry because the guy's absolutely demonic. On the other side, LAG, you're looking for an upset of all upsets. Something positive to maybe take away from this qualifier. Been moments that this team has looked like a better iteration, maybe versus their past ones, but not able to put a cohesive series together where you actually walk away with a W. But
yeah, I liked what Ant talked about. I think Johnny's really showed off his talent.
Between last year and this year.
I think maybe like the one player you want to see step up is probably Lunars. Like I think when he first joined, he showed a good couple of weeks. I feel like we haven't seen much more from that.
Yeah. No, maybe he will be able to. But it's just tough, you know, when you come into a broken unit.
I feel like we've seen like his individual talent at times. Like he'll have some crazy multi kills, some insane centering.
Might be somewhere he just needs to play a little bit more selfish. Maybe he is trying to be whatever the team needs type thing. We'll get rolling. into this opening skyline, and Hydra already able to get 2, so brushing off the yawns, and yeah, he looks cracked as ever.
Yeah, he's ready to get in the game. That's all he wanted. That's all he wanted. Goes on the route, now working the objective. Now he's in a flank again. Hey, Maeve. Yeah, he might just drop 50.
Okay. I said I wouldn't be surprised if he did, but listen, I'll be honest with you, Joe. I was looking for any single sign of body language that gave me a story I could sell on an LAG win. You know, I was looking for anything. I might even made up the first yawn.
No, there was a couple in there. Yeah. The only body language you really had to look at, the way I'm thinking about it, is if I'm a defense, do they all have their thumbs?
Okay, if they physically still have their thumbs intact, they're okay. Well, that's one way to certainly look at it. We'll get over to the P2 now, and LAG will have the early setup and control. Pressure to Thieves now to find the picks and break, and we'll see if they'll be able to do that. Collapsing on it from everywhere, but Lunar's holding one side, able to win his fight, quickly traded out. Now Hydra maybe finding an opening to pounce. We hop to Johnny's POV for now. This has been a slow build-up and push from Thieves, and maybe here the opening. They take their time, win a couple of ones. Maybe not in the point yet, but they've cleared out LAG, and well, they've got the spawns.
Yeah, Johnny's just he doesn't have an angle. Scrap though, Joe's all the way through. He started off 0-3, finds 3 to break the setup. Fighting back though is Johnny and Kismet. 2 quick kills. Still have some close spawns, and well, the SMG's got LA Thieves. That is going to be all 4 dead.
All 4 dead, and all the control you could want. And Envoy maybe hoping he could find a timing to hit what catwalk. Oh, well, Ghosty goes to the jump. Unfortunately, gets hit with a stun as he goes to jump. Comes up a little bit short. Eventually going to get dropped. Now we'll see. LAG will have another early setup. This one might get disrupted even earlier, though, as Envoy.
That pinch.
His route is going to set up a pinch.
Yeah, Johnny, though, is able to find one. He's playing his life. You have close spawns. Just not on the side of the map that you want, but at this point, you take whatever you can get. As Johnny does a great job just finding the first 2.
Oh, he got 3. Yeah, no, if Johnny doesn't get all those, that pinch and play is perfect from Thieves in your end.
Still a perfect break.
Yeah. Okay, so the next swing, they knock it out of the park, and they will battle back through. Hydra, yeah, maybe he's gonna drop 50. 11-5, the hot hand so far. Kismet, the opposite end of that spectrum. He is 1-8, nothing rolling for him yet. We'll see if he can start to turn it around. Hydra still looking and hunting. Not able to win that one as Johnny comes flying on through. It looks like it's going to be a similar story again. Probably early setup for LAG.
Ooh, that 4 spawn. 7 went a little too deep there. Lunar's paced it up, so great comms, nice awareness out of LAG to be ready for that from Lunar's in Fellow. You know, you push up too far, Piano maybe gets that up, but here you go. Now you're in the money hill. You have the spawns. Can you cash in?
You feel like eventually they're going to cash in. Can it be here? Kismet desperately trying to get going in this map. Maybe he can do it, but you have 1 kill on either side. Ghosty able to win 2. Envoy, does he get his 2? He does. So Ghosty and Envoy both take 1v2s on opposite sides. They're able to break in, and it feels like LAG should be happy. It's probably 20 points because it seems like Thieves have broke pretty quickly on most of them, but
yeah, you're at least splitting the time, right? Right through the middle of the map goes Kismet. He wins 1 gunfight, and, well, he gets him off it. You're playing very clean break hardpoint if you are LA Thieves, and Envoy now on 6 in a row, trying to just play his life. Lunars is challenging him. He's got the help, though, of Scrap, but now you're going to grow this lead.
Grow this lead and potentially turn this into a streak. Not going to happen there. I thought he wins that one, gets a little bit of work in the objective. It might earn it, but not going to happen. All right, so second set now.
We're going to do the same thing.
Yeah, the LAG in early. Can they end up holding for any significant length of time? So far, so good. Johnny AR and Ham winning fights. Relying on the teammates to look over him. Swapping to Fellow for a second. This will be a player kind of looking over him, trying to hold this Piano side.
And it's the subs again. I mean, Hydra and Envoy just so difficult to stop right now. They keep hitting these routes, finding multi-kills. The first couple of hills, it was all Hydra. Now Envoy's starting to step up. I mean, you've really slowed down if you're a Hydra. 13 and 14. But again, the break doesn't turn into a lot of time. At least now it looks like you're going to be early at this P2. But LAG, they're just going to take the final 20.
Yeah, take the final 20 and maybe a lead change. But yeah, this might be the first time that it's going to be Thieves early on a hard point and see how the LAG break looks. This is where the game could get ugly.
Yeah.
This switch. If it's early time for Thieves,
hold on though.
LAG can't
hold on.
Yeah.
They might not even need. They might not need to. It's the same exact story.
Okay. Well, I thought I thought the script was getting flipped, Joe. It turns out we're right back to the same script.
I think they like sent a message like, hey man, we really want to practice on our break.
Yeah. Yeah, let's set up so we're breaking every hard point. Well, last time they were able to do it, really took their time progressing that push and finally got in with, like, I don't know, 20, 25 seconds off. Honestly, kind of similar to what we're seeing right now. As the break comes in, they sweep them off the board. They'll retain the lead and try to build it out again. LAG struggling to hold early, but they're still in this game. They're still battling, trying to walk away.
The yawns.
With a map 1 upset. Let's go to LAG, listen.
I'm hoping you will. Yo, 2 hidden kitch. 2 hidden kitch, guys. 2 hidden kitch.
One's on you. And one's a white plant. White plant again. Hydra.
Marco
weak. Wait.
Okay.
Dead.
Nice.
I'm heading out front. Let's get mid.
Look, couch it. One shot. We're dead. One from left. Dead. Nice. Get up.
Nice. I hit some guys. They're gonna play.
They're done.
They play. Dan out of that. Look on their side. Would they spawn their side?
I have low. Okay.
Paco dead their side.
Nice. Get up.
Catwalk. One shot from bed.
Yeah, from bed. He's just ironing right under. He's literally ironing.
One shot left. Give it
Alright, we're good. Iron.
Yo,
They're behind me. I'm looking at energy. There's side one shot trap. And out of
outer table.
Trap, slip the time weak.
Yep, he's on the bar.
I'm going hot tub.
Okay, here.
They didn't hit Garden. They didn't hit this out.
Right,
I'm gonna go a little bit.
Jim, envoy weak. I sent him in bed. I'm throwing this shit. Jim one shot.
Dead.
Oh, good shit. On the table, last 2 times. Yeah.
Yep.
Make sure.
Only 14. Only 14.
They keep top. So one top. I'm taking top. Okay, then go to bed. Okay, I agree.
Trying out like
I can help you. Okay.
He's close to me.
Okay.
Close to me. Go back, scrap that.
Running it. Yeah. Low.
One more in the back. One shot. In the back. Low bed weak.
We're good.
In the back. Paco. Yep. Come
LAG took the lead. LAG's comms are turned. I'm curious to hear the other side of it. Let's see if the LA Thieves boys can turn up.
I think he's
AC. Close to me.
I'm
gonna get something. I'll get some stuff.
I'm making more time. Bed.
I got time.
This time.
Yo, spawning kitch. Top mid first one. Top mid first one. Top mid. There's 2 top mid. No. Help top mid, Paco. Another one top mid. Am I just making right here? I'm making them contest. We're missing Bello and Johnny, guys. Go left. Come in dead left. Johnny, left. Stone one shot. Absolute top stone. Top stone right now.
No left. One bullet kitchen. One bullet wood.
He's my top front. Just hit AC. AC dead all the time. I shot my bed. I have my bed.
I think we.
I'm going to go mid. Let's all go top mid. Nothing left. Let's go top mid and left. Okay, he's on time right now.
AC dead. On time. Wait. No.
Nerd.
Yo, AC. Top T one bullet on time.
Alright, time Johnny. He's gonna have to go outside.
Johnny, different time.
One nerd left. I have nerd. Gonna be top mid. One nerd. I've left. Nerd. Weak.
Top video. Nerd dead. I don't see
patio and
AC fellow.
In the piano. Play for AC.
I hit AC. Yo, I'm blocking.
AC laying down front.
He's still AC. Playing for you guys.
AC dead. One time. Shot this guy.
Jim.
Nerd.
One shot. Absolute challenge nerd. Absolute body shot. And they spawn piano. Nice. Split first.
We're gonna be top T.
One's wood.
Wood fellow going back.
Fireplace.
Right on me. Or I spawn here. Pop AC. AC Johnny.
We can hold.
What could be Jim?
I've read.
Top T. P2. MP2 push.
Bro, that listening just had me crying because I swear, like, Scrap and Hydra are so good. They just don't expect to ever lose like a straight up gunfight. They're mind blown every time. There's literally one bullet absolute. Like every gunfight is so funny to me, bro. They just can't wrap their head around how they lost the fight. It's so good.
I would do the same if I was
them. Yeah. I think that's why. Yeah, not missing. There's like, it's online. Jeez, dude. But nice run there from Thieves and looking to put this map away. Still not a ton of separation between them though. So Gorillas, ample opportunity to maybe get this done. But the fact is you got a break here. So maybe not ample opportunity, some opportunity. And it's got to come quickly if they can break this P2. Otherwise, going to be advantage Thieves and we'll continue forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty solid map, but it just felt like sooner or later, LATs were finally going to get a hold. They do a great job at that P4. Hydra goes on a big spree. Then here at this P2 on rotation, they lock it down. Finally, some clean gameplay out of the Thieves. And I mean, they took some turns, each kind of going off, but it just felt like some LAG just wasn't going away.
Not going away. And not away yet, but as they'll have the rotation over to the next P1, There's one more tick and we are finished, and that will come through. So Thieves survived maybe early struggles with just getting ahead of rotation. They was kind of in that loop where it was sort of break late, split time, break late, split time. Finally late, they got some early setups and really took advantage. But I don't know, we've seen that a lot. You just kind of get in the loop, just trying to flip the script so much. They tried to do it, the second P2, right? Yeah, and they died with like 5 seconds left. So
that's when the game got scary.
Yeah, no, it did. It did. But I think, we just chatted about it a lot because it's hard to get out of that sometimes. It's like you have to, either you make like an insane play or you just have to like hard commit to rotate. Like literally just be like, we're sacrificing this time. Let's just rotate and get out of this rotation that we're in. This not rotating, the cycle that we're in.
Cycle,
yeah. But they end up winning it by 57. Scrap leads the lobby in damage, not shocked there. Hydra was a little streaky in that. Like started really strong, slowed down a bit, but picked it up at the end again as he got going. But pretty well-rounded effort. Slaying margin, did they outslay by a ton? No, I guess not really, because Ghosty was next 6, but
yeah, not by too much.
Yeah.
And again, I think you got a great performance out of Johnny and pretty solid out of Lunars, right? We're just kind of looking at what these two are bringing to the table, but Johnny's been fantastic since he's joined this roster.
And I swear, sometimes it feels like, I know it's hard for the observing team to like catch everything, but like there's been a couple times where we've talked about Lunars doing up popping off sometimes. He'll have like these triples, bro, I swear. Like I'll see it on the feed and it's just we happen to be watching the other team or something like that. Like he's had some where I feel like maybe the talent was displayed, we didn't like see it from his POV, but usually if you're frying 3, you're doing something right. And well, you saw one there.
Yeah, this was that like they broke P2 right before this, so you had a tie game, but this was probably the game. It's an early break again at P4.
Snapper.
And then, yeah, they held majority of this down, or you finally build yourself a nice margin.
Yeah, get a little bit of a cushion there late, close out the map 1. I mean, I guess in some ways, props to LAG for making it interesting, making it a bit of a battle. This is not a series we expected them to win, not hard points we expected to win. Yes, this is like a strong hard point for them when you consider they don't have a lot of strong maps in general. But battling against one of the top hardpoint teams and actually able to make it a battle, but that's also been, dude, we've just been saying that all year with this particular team. So many close hardpoints. Like they have
so many close searches.
They haven't got blown out a lot. I mean, I know there have been some blowouts, but they've lost like 250 to 200, I think, a million times this year. A million times. We get ready, though, to go to red card search and destroy, and that's a mode, obviously, the Thieves have, well, really looked to improve from Major 1 forward. Hydra has been a different beast in the mode. They've been far better in the mode. I mean, I don't really have any questions for them in particular. It's really just once we get to land. I don't even know what to say about Thieves. Like, we know how good they are. Like, will they do it on land?
I mean, they were just kind of owning the whole, like, we're dominant online thing, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah, no,
they finally, what was 10 wins in a row, finally snapped by Ultra, and they just kind of know. They know
it's
what they have to do.
I'm not saying that in a way like they're onliners. Like, listen, they went 7 in the final of Major 1. Not that at all. Just like, will they show up and not be caught slipping? Will the prep be the way it needs to be?
This is a team to win titles.
Yes, it should be. Because I would think, okay, is there a chance that they wouldn't win one this year for some reason, this particular title, and they could go forward and still be dominant? Sure, but would this team still stick together if they didn't win a single tournament this year?
No.
What if they got like a bunch of seconds? What if they got like 3 seconds, 4 seconds?
I doubt it.
You think there's that much pressure? Like they don't win one, they're done?
I think there'll be a change.
Yeah. No, you're probably right. I was kind of curious, like what would it need to be like, listen, we're good enough, he's got to fix some stuff, but the expectations.
I mean, I could be wrong, but
no, you're probably right. The expectations probably are that high.
In terms of like maybe the group morale and sort of just their bond together could push that forward. But I just think in terms of
you got to win one.
What this team's supposed to do, yeah.
Or you count the minor, and well, I don't know.
Yeah, you count that.
Yeah. All right. Well, search ready to come, but it seems like for the most part, yeah, as a unit, it seems like the camaraderie has been there, the vibes, and like all we have to go off is some content pieces and some videos and how they seem to be on camera right now. But it seems like they're meshing. Just hope to see them mesh come Major 3, but their S&D ranks sitting at first in many categories, 3 and 1 overall, and looks to continue the process here on red card. Best of luck to LAG.
Yeah, that's just it. Fine-tuning things if you are LA Thieves and hoping you don't have a blunder of a day one.
No, that's it. It's like
at LAN.
It's so tough to like talk about them right now, like an online match, because we expect them to pretty much beat everyone. For the most part, they do. I know they had the Ultra loss, but even that, I didn't like think of it as the biggest deal. It's like I almost want them to be tested after going undefeated or whatever before. Round 1, though, not going great for them. First blood for Lunars.
This is numbers. They just hit this.
Yeah, They hit it and get in, and now on Scrap and Ghosty to maybe pull this off. Ghosty, what a great Hacienda 1v3 clutch last Sunday. We know he can be icy. He's still alive and maybe a chance to do it, but the 2 AR is going to be real tough to break in here. Scrap at least gets one gunfight win. That second going to drop. Ghosty, maybe another 1v3. Maybe just spoke it into existence. 30 seconds on the clock. Johnny and Lunar still to deal with. You just cannot give him another one-on-one freebie. And they do. Oh, okay, I thought they did for a second. I thought the other person was still tucked inside. I'm like, stop it. They chow together. They're able to take him down.
I mean, not close, because obviously he's not even shooting at the last guy.
No, it wasn't. I was so focused on the gunfight, I hadn't looked at the minimap, and I thought, oh god, he's going to finesse this. But no real chance to do it.
And nice shots there by Lunars, finds his second round. And really the question mark, it feels like the Tom's maybe a tad off. Fella just flies at him. Just flew at him. He was the second player, and that's what made that a 1 versus 2. So I'm not sure if he kind of told them, let's fly together, and it didn't happen. But that was the one player. Normally it's that second guy.
Yeah, made it a little interesting. Now offense for Thieves, and we'll see what they opt to do. Nades out towards A, well for both sides. Ghosty gets tagged and backed up. They just throw stuff, and then they're quickly going to rotate. The 2 players at B on the defensive side for LAG have not moved. Johnny and Kismet are tucked and waiting. We'll take a look at the tuck. This slows down for a second, so I thought maybe kind of throw utility, quick rotation off of it, but they're slowly working their ways up.
Yeah, let's say maybe they're going to go over towards A now. I mean, you see Envoy starting to push on up, Scrap's middle of the map now, starting to work stairs, and Hydra's not seeing much, so you're probably just going to wait for the A presence from his teammates, then going to go.
He's just got to wait.
Yeah, he's just got to be very patient. You really have to wait for.
Honestly,
you almost have to wait for the bomb to be planted and then go. There's going to be the info, though. He's going to spot Kiz on the flank. Doesn't see the second, but this will set him up.
So you see 3 and 4 are going to turn quickly. As they turn, though, they're going to get picked. Fellow is able to drop 1. Hydra does get there just in time to maybe not save his teammate's life, but it'll turn into 2, so that is huge. Still fighting on the other side of it will be Envoy trying to deal with Johnny. It's a tale of 2 sides here. Johnny now trying to clutch up in the 1 versus 2. Just barely gets across the gap, 50 HP, but his position obviously given up.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 20 seconds. Still alive somehow, but pistol out, and there we go. Really, just a round on Hydra.
He ends up getting 3, I believe, in the round.
Yeah, he gets 3 in the round, and there's like could get a little interesting, where just maybe the timings are off, and LAG's just a step ahead, pushing his 3 teammates, but he's able to get.
Yeah, no, when they got the first kill, like right as the 2 players turned for Thieves to deal with that push through on the comms from Hydra, I was like, uh-oh. Things might fall apart, because suddenly it's pressure to Hydra. He's got to get there. His teammates have to stay up, but he got there just in time. Just in time. I think it was Scrap that was in a fight. Like he stayed, or finessing a bit. Like he stayed up long enough too that gives Hydra the chance to get those first 2. LAG last time is hard hitting B. Looks like this time slowing it down. Kiz Middle's getting a ticket. Try to get some info. And it seems like Fellow and Lunars are going to slowly work their way out towards B. Or sorry, out towards A. They're playing for a pick, and well, they got the pick. Scrap's going to want to chow things. He's going to get gummed by a young player, and Lunars just sends him packing.
Yeah, nice shots right there by Lunars. I mean, you don't even hear returning shots.
That's what I'm saying.
He's caught off guard.
He might be frying sometimes, but we just don't see it.
yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. But now what are they going to do with this man advantage? Looks like it's going to be an A hit. You're going to keep Johnny there to watch the flank. Well, this is the right call. It's all about what does Ghosty find. No trade yet. So he's going to get out. So great play by Ghosty. He's going to slow this down. This is going to open up the play for Envoy, and there we go. So all behind Ghosty, just in a bit of an off angle. They don't check it. They don't stun the corner. I mean, maybe they thought that stun was going to hit, but now a tough situation for LAG.
Yeah, buy time for Hydra on one end, buy time then for Envoy on the other. They got numbers, and they are collapsing. Lunars trying to thread the needle, not going to quite make it through. Fellow, his turn to try and clutch, and he is just trapped in pillars and not going anywhere. Thieves take back-to-back rounds. Beautifully done.
And those are the rounds that you just have to take advantage of.
Get the first blood.
Get that first blood, and again, we kind of saw that stun from Josie's POV. I think it just hits the other side of the planter. They just have to know that corner's open.
And they were always lucky I didn't turn into 2. I mean, Ghosty, I don't think saw the other one slide across. He thought there was a second. Took a little, kind of like pre-fired it to hit shots. Didn't hit anything. He was like, all right, I'll just get out of here for free then. Like the other LAG players, like, I just can't die. I can't have 2 of us get caught here. No, it is. I think if he tried to trade it, honestly, he would have died. Like, Hydra played that, or sorry, Ghosty played that perfectly. Did Chow the second. Hydra, still a little bit of a streak and 4 in a row. And kind of similar we saw in their last round. But Kismet, he is pushed up real far, and you're playing for this. I mean, Thieves are literally playing.
Well, if there was a car out, so you played a little bit safe if you are Thieves. But yeah, I mean, you just played for that shoulder. I mean, Scrap shoulders that beautifully.
So well done. They're like, okay, they took space. Where can he be?
And then again, every time you find a kill, what's that going to do? Open up avenues for this guy. At least you would think so. He does have his teammate there to trade it, so still man advantage.
He's shooting at one, gets shot by the other. But yeah, you still have Envoy here. You still have numbers. Lunars at least gives a chance now to Fellow to clutch up, I think, in the 1 versus 2. He had to get one in that position because Fellow was kind of out of the play. They're going to push through and just go ahead and work the plant out. Over towards A. Pressure to Fellow now to clutch up in the 1v2 and get the defuse. And what would be, 3 straight rounds for Thieves if he can.
Yeah, he's just got no info. Doesn't know what side the bomb's on. They could be on the other part of the map. Envoy's going to re-pinch this as well. So the timing going to work out for Thieves. Again, the shoulders on point.
Yeah, they're throwing some mean shoulders.
But yeah, I think the key is just finding Kismet. Kismet is hoping he gets to a credit corner, finds a freebie, maybe 2, and instead Scrap's like, I'm going to check this.
And you can see, I mean, yeah, with the car out, like they were all just, backed up. Playing for that exact play. Maybe somebody getting a little too aggressive. And Kids, I mean, I don't know. Could have worked out brilliantly. Maybe if it was another player checking it, just don't shoulder the corner. Or do shoulder a little too wide.
No, we didn't see where the car was. I think the car was the other bomb side. I don't think like the car spotted Kids.
No. It felt like somebody did, though. Like the way they were playing it, bro, it felt like Kids got spotted. I don't think he did, but didn't it seem like they played for Kids getting spotted?
Yeah, even like Albo was like, just like aiming at him through the door.
Yeah.
I'd report him.
Yeah, no. Maybe he was, but I didn't think so. Hydra sending it. And Hydra finding an opener.
Hey, look at this round. You are so far pushed up. Envoy is through bleacher side, so you just ran at you.
Choked out. Fellow, well, now 1 versus 3. Maybe a little more time to pull off the clutch, but even more difficult maybe than the last round. Doesn't have bomb. He's got one of the harder gunfights in the league, shalling him, and, well, Scrap's going to take it.
Yeah, and I was going to say, maybe your one opening is if you can catch Scrap off guard, he's going to take the fight.
Yes. So that's
he was going to take the challenge.
As soon as I saw who he was squaring up with, I was like, listen, Fellow, you might be nasty, but Scrap is going to gun you. Like, this is really just one-on-one gunfight.
Just this recrouch behind this nice little heady gives him the advantage.
Not an actual one-on-one, but, well, a little one-on-one gunfight there to see if Fellow had a chance. Couldn't come up with it. Thieves continue to run away with this search and destroy. What are we up to? 4-1 now? 4 straight?
Yeah, 4 straight. And they're doing a lot of different ways, right? Just some aggressive rounds, slowing it down at times. But it just feels like they're very aware of their game plan.
I mean, they are dominating. I mean, Lunars has 5, but they're getting smoked at run. I mean, Hydra was on 4 or 5 or 4 before he died. 6 straight right up for Envoy. 4 for Ghosting. They are smoking them. Scrap just got his first, I guess, and that gunfight went. Oh, he's got 2. Okay.
That Kaijuster bug will get fixed one day.
Yeah, one day. Well, I should have known it was bug since he's on a 6 spree and he's 5-1, but honestly, the numbers seeed like realistic to me enough that I thought.
I didn't even notice.
Yeah, they seemed like close enough in my head that I was like, yeah. But that's impossible. One day, Joe. It'll be 2030. Advanced Warfare 3. It'll get fixed. Envoy tucking tail and
they're going to rotate. They have all the info, and Scrap just goes right through the middle. So this is on Kiz. What does he find? And he finds Scrap. Does not expect that.
No, not at all. When do you ever get killed like that? Like with all your teammates over towards A and they just run up through mid like that? He's like, okay. And then Envoy, he's dancing on you. Oh, don't let him do it to you. Fellow, once again, last alive. I think that's 3 in a row where fellows had to try and be the hero, not able to walk away with anything, not really any winning scenarios, but it's another dominant round for Thieves and their turnaround search and destroy.
Yeah, you can
they're
just
going to win championships. That is going to be why.
This is where they've put so much time in. Yeah, I'm sure during the week when they're scrimming, they're always heading up an S&D scrim, making sure they're putting reps in and hard focusing. It just looks clean.
It does. Yeah, no. These rounds have not really been close at all. We've had some blowouts in search and destroy this year. Don't get me wrong. Like there's been a couple like 6-0 smoke shows, but they win this one 6-1 and it stands kind of like it has. This has been as close to as good as it gets in search. See if LAG can get a second one. D on the concrete as they get forward. Hydra is going to go through those. What's going to happen here?
That's the other thing. They're taking a lot of risks. They're just trying out different things.
Hydra's going to end up maybe killing their 2 teammates is the problem. Keep on going, guys.
And I thought Kids was maybe going to hear him slide, but doesn't. So now you have, Hydra behind you.
And they're going to be like, what the hell, guys? Well, see, listen here. This
might work out, though, because I was going to say, Scrap didn't expect 2 here. Maybe not the second, but finds 1.
And then you lose your other 2 players, though, on the other side of it. So 2 versus 2. We go as Lunars gives them a better chance than this with the kill. Now on Hydra and Ghosty, potentially for a retake, but bomb has not been planted yet. Hydra.
Timing was right again for Hydra. I think number 8 Lunars was just looking at this.
Oh, no!
This gets away from him?
Yeah, absolutely gets away from him. Thought he had a freebie, and not going to be the case at all. Ghosty, his chance to clutch, not going to happen. LAG, another round. Yeah. I knew he had to be laughing. He's like, boy, yeah, that's on me. That's on me. Yeah, he knows it. He knows it. Those shots were not good. Not good. You know, I'm sure it's that situation. We always say, like, he's thinking about the next gunfight. He's thinking about snapping to the next player. He's thinking, I have to get this one, and where's the next one? Actually, I don't know if that's the case. I think it's just the door tracking's a little off.
Yeah, the slide up.
Yeah.
He got nothing.
Yeah.
And even the best players in the world can look like absolute bots.
I thought it was one of those where you're like looking to the next snap, and I don't think that was the case at all.
No, he was looking at the next snap on the Lunars.
Yeah. Next snap on the same player he already snapped on. Yeah. Well, that one's tough, but thankfully you're up 5-2. Scrap just destroyed the floorboards.
Yeah, Kids just slid at his kneecaps.
Yeah. Envoy, though, brings them back. 3 versus 3 now. It's kind of a 2-on-2-ish towards the point. Long round from Johnny. If Johnny can get there, Johnny might not need to get there, or will he? You still have Hydra up. His turn to maybe make the play. 2 versus 2 we go. They're just pausing here for a second, showing those great shoulders they've shown the entire time. Very
or maybe he's watering the plant.
Oh, he could have been watering the plant, Joe, but how would he be? Never mind. Never mind, Joe. We pause for a moment, 30 to go. They've got to work the plant. They're hoping they're going to catch somebody, but LAG have kind of posted up as well. Pressure to Thieves, obviously, to get this bomb down. Now they're going to have to go. Holding stage side with an angle on this is going to be Johnny. They'll get that bit of information, and, well, the wallbang is in, and Johnny's like, I thought I had info for free. Instead, he gets dropped. Kiz now.
Oh, he sees Ghosty. Knows one's on the bomb, so he had to get rid of the nade.
Whoa.
He's got both guns.
Kismet was built for this.
Just neither is an easy gunfight.
99 Kiz.
Whoa. Imagine he just died outside.
Both players get tags in, so try to get back to full or get an angle on Ghosty. Both gunfights are atrocious and not going to be able to do anything with it. Scrap shooting the floor. Hydra's shooting Ghost, but they're winning it 6-2. Up 2-0 in the series, and they went on a stretch there, 4 or 5 straight rounds. It looked real clean.
No, it did, and yeah, you just love what you're seeing from their game. Sort of, they know what information that they have. They're playing around that info. All right, when we're starting to push up on this side, this part of the map is open. It just feels like they're ready for anything right now.
Yeah, and this isn't the team. I think they've learned. You know, you go back to when they played Vegas during like Qualifier 2, and the only map they lost was the Skyline Search, where they literally threw their lives away, didn't take it seriously. We're like, we don't respect these guys. We're not gonna try. Basically, is what I saw here. Like, it wasn't that. They were playing for the dub. They were playing to work on S&D strats. Outside of a couple of gunfight blunders, I mean, they were dominant. And I think it'd be very easy to take that same attitude in this matchup. Honestly, LAG versus the old Valkyrie team, like, there's not a whole lot of difference there.
Yeah, I mean, that was a little different.
Okay, there are levels to bad, and that might have set the bar of bad, but like LAG's not that much above that bar. Like,
well, I more meant like sort of the effort from Thieves, because like you can still like try things.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
yeah, like try.
Like,
no, they were literally hitting like Call of Duty Underground. No, they were trolling. Yes.
Yeah.
They were straight up trolling. No, it's the worst thing I've ever watched. But it is 2-0 for Thieves. We thought this would be a fast 3-0. It is looking that way. I'm not really sure what the desk is going to break down. Probably something from that map 1.
I'm going to try and buy us time.
We got a good breakdown from map 2, actually.
Should we jump into it?
Sure.
I'm ready.
Sure.
Oh, we'll do highlights first of map 2. Honestly, I thought Thieves played this excellent. I mean, there were some awesome strats, which we'll jump to in a bit, but I mean, red card's kind of been a bread and butter for them for a majority of the season, right? They have some good pushes, and now they're evolving on it.
Al, I was banking on the Gorillas to get like a free map in the first half from LA Thieves, kind of like they did against the Falcons. Maybe get a little overconfident. Not today.
Listen, I was there with you. I thought it was all after that map number 1. It got really close for a minute. I was like, it was me all along jinxing the LA Gorilla mates. But from the side of LA Thieves, we haven't seen them play red card for a while, and this is why teams don't want to play them on red card. And they've seemingly gotten better at it. There's so many lanes that were just abused throughout the entirety of the search and destroy from the side of LA Thieves, and also just the way that they were able to take over the bomb site over at A so easily and consistently, and then also just like pushing it out consistently as well. Like LA Thieves clearly approached this map a very different way from the rest of the league, a reason we haven't seen it. And then that map number 1, I mean, it just seemed like LA Thieves just came out a little slow and then were able to have a strong finish.
It was cool to see Hydra go from missing all of his bullets to turning his aim hack back on, shooting through the wall to kill Johnny, who didn't even see him coming. So after 2, it is all Thieves. But walk me through, why are the Thieves up?
I mean, they clutched up at the end of the hardpoint, but the search and destroy improvements, we're going to talk a little bit about it here in the clip. Hydra is just free to kind of do whatever he wants, but he has assistance. So we'll talk about like their break off and then how smart of a play this is by Thieves on the offensive round. Like so many different ways to get the bomb down at A. We'll jump to the mini. He has Ghosty right here, who's just helping him gain ground and get information. He's looking over towards glass and he's going to peek over to see if there's an AR trying to kill Hydra. What happens here is Hydra, he's just going to position himself back here, right? And he's going to be looking, he's going to be watching the flank. He gets a glimpse on Kismet, who's trying to push in and flank his team. But meanwhile, while doing so, Ghosty had already left after Hydra gets that ground, and we're trying to get it down at A. As soon as the vision gets onto Kismet here, and he gets calm, you're going to see Envoy, number 3, is going to turn around and play for that kill on Kismet. Simultaneously, Paco's going to repinch them and find 2 kills. Just creative ways to gain ground and get bombs down. So you see right here, we're just getting information. Ghosty's like, all right, I got you there, Paco. Do your thing. Play for the info. As soon as he sees this, sees Kismet here, gets the info on that flank, I'm gonna let him go. Look at number 3 on the minimap. Envoy turns around for that. He has the info. And despite Ghosty falling in that situation, now you have Hydra who's flanking them. They have no awareness of this at all. They don't know anybody's behind them. Paco finds a big 2. Now we have an advantage. We're gonna be able to find this last guy, close him out for the round. So Thieves just different looks. You don't know what to look for when you're going up against him.
He's so slippery, that Paco.
And you know it's so annoying to get shot in the back like that when you have no comms whatsoever.
Yeah.
You're just like, dude.
That's where I tell my team,
who
I'm like,
messed up? Like, who let this get through?
Like, how am I getting flanked on our side? What is going on? I don't got the answers for you.
I would have lost full.
Hardpoint was pretty close there for a moment. What gave you hope for LAG at the start of that, and when did Thieves take it away from you?
The fundamentals were really strong. The prioritization of the spawns from side of LAG were really good. It's just unfortunate that LA Thieves kicked up gear, and suddenly you have Hydra and Envoy going crazy, and LAG just couldn't keep up with the pace once the momentum turned.
Couldn't break a P2.
Yeah.
Always comes down to it.
2 games down.
Beard is safe.
We could have just 1 game left on a speed run of a Friday. Can LA Thieves close it out? Well, Control Graphic would say yes, Allie.
Yeah, they're discussing Control. They're the best Control team in the game right now. 3-0 so far in this split, 27-6 on the season. Number 1 across almost every category. They dropped 1 to Toronto on a protocol recently, but like that was 1 in a million. They're comfortable on all 3 maps across the board. This is quite literally the worst situation for an enemy team.
This is LAG's best game mode. Control. If they have a chance, it's right now.
8th in the league.
Thanks, Ant.
Let's do it.
Thanks, Ant.
Hey, Maven, did you get 2 pars yesterday?
I had 2 pars yesterday. Joe had a birdie and a par. We're learning. We're learning. Yo, did you hear Ant when he said Hydra had assistants? I thought he said assistants. Like they were his assistants.
Yeah.
And then I thought that probably was the New York team.
What do you mean? Oh,
like Hydra had assistants.
Right.
Whereas they're assistants here. Get it?
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah. It must have been tipping him, or I don't know. He was the hard carry of all hard carries. If you look at this year, bro, like that guy was putting in work with that team.
I know what you're saying.
I just thought so. I didn't know what he meant at first. I wasn't sure he said assistants or assistants, but you get what I'm saying, dude. I'm a wordsmith, right? I know. Ant's just breaking it down, and I'm swatting it away. Map 3, LAG strongest game mode, as Ant said. This is where they turn the series around. They pull off a reverse sweep.
Yeah, I mean, that's a take because this is probably Thiev's best control map, and they're the #1 control team in the game. They're 9-1 on the year on this.
Yeah, no, I was lying. I think
Ant was too.
Yeah,
it's pretty messed up of him.
Yeah, that's okay. We did all have a fun golfing yesterday, though. You, me, Ant, old Benjay. It was a good time.
Great time.
Benjay almost killed a duck, though, or a goose, I guess.
Yeah.
No, Ali, seriously, he almost killed a goose. It was
They were
insane.
just right in front of him.
They were right in front of him.
What are you supposed to do?
Oh, it was inches away from me at Goose's life. Benjay doesn't respect Goose at all. Geese. Map 3. Thieves looking to close it out with a swift day. 9-1. As you said, we're looking to push it.
You already have them spawn trapped
to double digits, and yeah, that's a quick spawn trap job.
They're looking to get out of it though. Fellow looters, both ARs, both find kills. Next up though is going to be Envoy and Ghosty. So you deal with 2, and then you got the next 2 to deal with. They're able to do so. So I mean, 40 seconds off the clock. Got to start working the objective.
Yes, you do. Got to start working it. And where's the working it going to come from, Joe?
Over towards A.
All right. Heading out towards ALB Fellow. He's looking for kills top middle as well. He's able to find 1, 2 down, and now a chance to potentially get some objective work done. But behind all those kills, they've yet to really get a body onto the objective.
Yeah,
now,
that's a problem. They've just been slaying. Looked at for like the last player. So now you don't have the player pushed up A. Should be free reign of nades. Able to get 1 tick in, but Johnny's locked it down top middle.
Yeah, you're kind of hoping by the time like Fellow gets the position he is, you got a body on the point. And it wasn't that far after, but you know what I mean? Hopefully a little bit sooner. But now you've gotten into your setup, and you're starting to take advantage. Second tick done. Extension is coming. Comms seemingly on point. Oh, that would have been nasty from Looters, by the way. Just one in the window, quick little snap and pre-fire to pick up a second one, but as
even nastier on a Hydra. I mean, he just flies on through. Chiz, though, does get the final kill. A is done. So nice little rebound there.
Yeah. Nice little rebound after you were getting kind of slammed in spawn early on, or potentially going to. And Scrap is, oh my God. Well, Lunars gets 2, thankfully, so it's not as bad as it could have been, but that was about to be 4 dead and back to the building blocks here in round 1. Is Scrap gunned you, stabbed you.
Yeah, I mean, he literally just clotheslined him.
Yep, sure did, Joe. Nobody likes being clotheslined.
Doesn't sound fun.
Doesn't at all.
Especially with a knife.
Clothesline with a knife, yeah. That sounds horrible, Joe. It's like you're, never mind. Anywhere I'm gonna go with that, it's just gonna be stupid.
I think everybody got it.
Yeah. Fight towards top mid goes the way of Thieves, so regain control of the map. 40 seconds to go, but no lives remaining, or no respawns remaining for LAG, just their current lives.
Yeah, I think the problem is like every time you retain map control, yes, you got done with that 8 point, but it just feels like Thieves just, someone found a multi-kill and then you were right back to square one.
Last player up is Kiz. Kiz 1v8. He's dead. All right, so take the first defense. Nothing too surprising there for Thieves to get it done. This is probably the round that decides how this map is going to go. If LAG are able to take the defense, maybe things get a little interesting. Maybe they can battle back and forth. I don't know. Maybe it comes down to ticks or something for a round 5. If they just get punched in the face on this offense, we're probably done. Dude, I'm sore from golfing, Joe. Everywhere. I need help.
You're an old man.
I know. Sore. Just using muscles I didn't know I had. Dude, what are these guys clowning about? They're always laughing about something. Maybe they're laughing about their Major 2 finish.
That's crazy.
That's not bad.
Still a top 4.
Is that good enough for this team, Joe? All right. Nice little spree there from LAG. Let's see if they can take advantage of kind of the early spawn control that Thieves weren't really able to do. But it's 5 straight. 4 Gorillas. Still keeping the pressure here. Wrapping around the backside is going to be Lunars. Or sorry, it's going to be Fellow that actually wraps around the back, so he's still alive and well. But you've already got a 6 life advantage. This has been brilliant out of LAG so far defensively, but we're still early in it. Fellow's going to be dealt with. He tries to wrap back, maybe to deal with people towards A, and finds a bad timing.
This is going to be the question now. Like, once you start to get forward, if you are LA Thieves, how does LAG get out of this?
Yeah.
Or can they? Or is the objective just going to get done that quick? This is kind of your setup that you want, but Envoy's going to get found out by Kismet. Kismet having a good game. Solid one right now. Maybe you can contest this for a bit. It's all down to Ghosty. He's going to have the help, though, of Envoy.
And Envoy's going to fly at it. He's going to lose the fight, but alleviates pressure from Ghosty for now. His trophy is probably doing the most work and keeping him up. Lunar's hitting him down. Ghosty needs help. Hydra's trying to. Envoy's going big this time. Couldn't win the gunfight versus Fellow last time around. This time, Envoy takes out everybody. He kills all 3 players around Ghosty. Brilliant job by Ghosty playing his life, feeding comms to his teammates, and the help comes in. Now, it's still going to be a difficult round to win. You're down 3 lives. Make it 4. Still a lot to do, but you've got a chance behind the Ghosty play and the teamwork.
Yeah, it's just great job by Dan to just play his life. I mean, it's what we talk about in control. Can you buy an opportunity? And this time, it's Envoy's turn over towards the B zone. He's able to find a double now. All focus over to him because they dealt with the players. So LAG coming off a spawn, and they have to retake this. They want a chance in this map.
Here goes the first retake chance. Envoy gets plucked right away. Ghosty gets 1, but has to back up. Not a lot of help there close. They're still fighting for top mid control, and Scrap loses the fight. Once again, Ghosty playing his life so well, though. Just extend a presence out towards these objectives. Just been a thorn in their side for the past minute and a half.
Just not giving them an easy gunfight at all.
And he should be coming. The Kismet got through. I think he's getting hunted by Hydra. Hydra lost him.
They're all looking for him.
Yeah. Now it's Kiz's turn to be elusive. Still 40 seconds to go. Kiz is going to walk away with the kill. Despite getting spotted early on in his route, he manages to get away, get through, and continue the strong map you talked about. 18-11. All right, 5 versus 6 now. Tick advantage does go to Thieves because you got that 1. No respawns remaining. They just got to deal with Kiz, and they've not been able to deal with Kiz.
I feel like they've seen him multiple times, knowing his location, but it doesn't matter. Great shots on the Hydra. Up the zip, but still possible. 2 versus 3. It's really, what's the call? Looks like they're going to try to hunt down Ghosty here. 1 player's already through. That's going to be Johnny. Scrap gets another pick, though. You just have to get together if you're LAG, and you just haven't.
Scrap's like, give me 4 gunfights. Cool. That sounds like a blast. Ghosty finds the time to get info on 1. You're pausing the clock at 6.2. Both going to get on it. Just force them to make a play now. It's progressing so much quicker. Second tick now going to be done. Nice nade combination there. Scrap, give me all 4. 2 versus 4, and Scrap's getting all the kills.
And Ghosty messed up. Yes, it was a good nade, but the nade combination was his. So that's why he blows up. His nade sticks to the top of the ladder.
I didn't even realize.
So yeah, the nade helps on LAG.
I thought it was a stun and a nade from LAG.
No, there was a nade. But yeah, and there was a second one from himself. But it doesn't matter. Just Scrap. Yeah, he just slides on down and says hello.
No, that's somebody I'd want to have alive in a 1 versus 4. Well, okay, 2 versus 4, but like Scrap, if you're gonna give him like a bunch of individual gunfights, like sure, he's like, yeah, this is,
you just
a blast.
Yeah, that's just.
Dude, Allie's over here videotaping me, dude. What's she doing? Is it because I'm moving and dancing?
She's getting ready for the post game.
Oh, dude, I better get paid out for your Instagram earnings. 1 more round now for Thieves to shut it down. They can do it on defense. Johnny, though, pops a triple, getting out towards the objective. Johnny trying to finesse some of what we saw Ghosty kind of do in the last round. Just stay up on this point. Eventually drops, and what, you get 1 tick done, but it's a journey to take this. Down 2-0 in the series, down 2-0 on the map.
You fella pushed up again, right? We saw him on the first attack round in this position. A lot more impactful, though. He's able to find 3, quickly trade it out, but he's allows his team to get to this point.
Second tick now done. Progress. Slowly moving. Nice shots.
Before dead, though.
Brilliant shots by Kiz, but yeah, everybody's dead, so it's not really going to matter. And now with the 4 dead, you said because now you're in a little thieves sandwich. You got Scrap from one side, Hydra from the other. Hopefully you're hungry because they're hitting it.
They were hungry.
They were hungry. They're very hungry. They dealt with it brilliantly, actually.
They actually did.
Double, triple cheeseburger in front of them.
Even
they wolfed it down.
One, there was a couple of times where it looked like they were in big trouble.
Neither team's really been able to pin the other end when you talk about like kind of defense holding the offense.
There's another opportunity. It's another 4 dead. Here we go. We're going to do it again.
All right, let's go one more time. Are they still hungry? Because I don't know how big their appetite is, Joe. They might be full off of that first meal. I think they have full bellies, Joe.
Yeah, I think they're full now.
Yeah.
Or are they? Kiz is still eating.
Yeah.
He's going to get the 8-point done. So, yeah. One man's just like, I'll just run up.
Yeah.
Win a couple of gunfights. The problem is now is they have 9 lives.
Yep. 13v9. Nice win there by Lunars. Good movement.
Yeah, the ARs, that's been the key to them getting out of those traps, has been sort of Lunars and Fellow at times, just winning some big ones. But this entire time, Chase has just been playing his own game.
8 versus 8 now.
He's
Hold up.
playing his own game. And now there's going to be multiple players on the B point, I thought, but Envoy somehow able to catch Johnny before he gets there.
And that's big because it slows down this progress.
It's
Envoy
3.
was a playmaker in the opening round. Playmaker on their offense when he was covering Ghosty. I mean, he was everything in that transition. Now doing it on the defense yet again. Envoy has been huge for them, but he's playing a little bit of hide and go seek with Paco. How much HP did he have at that shell?
3.
Man, he should have probably won that gunfight, huh?
Well, Looter's doing the same thing, though. We have a 1 versus 2.
Would this be a little 1 versus 4? We saw Scrap make the play in the last round. Can Lunars do it here? Time trickle.
Envoy knows. He got crawled out.
Well, Envoy is hunting. Hydra is hunting, and Hydra, the hunter, closes it out. 3-0 on the map, 3-0 on the series. If you had dinner plans, you had a date tonight, we respected your time. You can get out and enjoy it.
Well,
maybe
really
the sun's still shining out there.
It wasn't really, I still respect the time. It was Ultra. They played today, first match. It wasn't a 3-hour series, so.
That's true. That's true. That helps, Joe. It does help. And then we got a couple of 3-0s off of that. Listen, not a ton to add to this one. We thought this would be a 3-0. This is about as lopsided as it comes. Thieves, despite Hydra's early eons, able to dominate it. Yeah, I mean, pretty competitive map 1. What, like 250, 190, somewhere in there?
And when you're like a team who you keep adding pieces to the roster, like what's probably the one game mode this deep into the title where you're going to compete? It's probably Hardpoint, because everyone's kind of on this same page. You know how to play.
Yeah.
It's tough to be at the same level as Thieves, but yeah, they're able to compete. But where's the biggest gap going to be? It's in 2, 3, 5. And that's where Thieves just look dominant.
And that should have been like a 6-1 and then a 3-0. Yeah. Thieves continue to look so strong. We'll see how they can close out this particular qualifier stretch, but there's a final little look at how that one broke down. We'll not see the rewind map 5. I still want to cast some because I feel like you and I haven't had the chance.
We haven't had it yet.
There's been
a lot of
I think there's like 4 or 5 so far over the course of the matches, but yeah, we haven't cast one yet, which I kind of want to. Get me back to old school Blockbuster, dude.
Maybe tomorrow.
Maybe, Joe. Maybe. Hi, Desk. You can now talk.
Yeah.
I guess.
Good job, guys.
There's a 3-way tie for last place in my mind right now, and they include Skies, Kismet, and Priesta.
Dang.
That's really upsetting. And all of them have a ring.
Hydra, the GOAT. Clint's onto something. Something about this French kid being good. So is Scrap, the New Jersey boy.
Yeah, this
getting it done.
I mean, this is obviously an extremely tough matchup for
Yes.
everybody, right? They've had some good maps here and there throughout this split. early on, lets him get away from them. I mean, in this series, like, you had to win that map 1. You legitimately had to win that Skyline. You let it get away from you, then you got a red card where LAG's been lights out, and then Control where they're the best Control team in the game. So LAG fighting an uphill battle. Johnny didn't have a great map, and, you know, they get smoked in this game 3.
Back-to-back bad maps for Johnny. He got shut down this series.
Yeah, it's not great, and it's especially not great when you let a scrap essentially 1v4 in a round 2 of Control. It's just, it's not great across the board. I will say from the side of LADs, I think that S&D, again, I don't know if we'll ever see them play red card again, because that's how good it was. I look on the side of LAG and, like, where they were kind of contending. I mean, you're talking about around 11 versus Boston, you're talking about around 8 versus Vancouver Surge. Like, they go kind of the distance in some of these search and destroys versus some better teams, but versus LADs, I mean, just pick apart. It's absolutely dominant.
They've built themselves quite the search map pool now. Like, the dealership looks good. Rewind was excellent from the one rep that we've seen, and then Hossie and red card. It's just protocol now. If they can get that down, it's going to be tough to beat
Do they even
them.
have to? I mean, I guess that would put them with a lot of control over the veto process.
Yeah, it
like,
would.
they don't even have to.
Not with plays like this. It's your scout play of the game. Let's take a look at the 2v4. Allie, you mentioned it. It was round 2. It was magical.
Is
Can
it
you walk
really
me through
even a
it?
2v4 at this point? I mean, Hydra was playing 5th man with the nade, so I don't even know. Just an absolute masterclass from the side, I guess, technically of both Scrap and Hydra, but mainly of Scrap, dude. Like, they just do this over and over again. I mean, out talented, you allow him to free kill on the Kismet. Like, why isn't LAG for one playing together? Like, nobody has each other's trade right now. It's a really awkward situation, and you get put in this 2v2 box, and you're just solo challing. Like,
I mean,
it's weird.
They're just stuck down low grass, right? So it's like maybe make a play a little bit earlier, but yeah, it gets very, very unfortunate timing there. Nobody's watching the steps, and Scrap wins the big 1vs, man. You give him a 1v1, he's gonna win.
Envoy's starting to grow out his playoff beard. I'm liking what I'm seeing from LA. A very quick day if you're a Thieves fan, and if you're a Gentle Mates fan, well, maybe you'll stay up late crying about this loss. What is going on, Al? Would Omit Brooklyn beat this LAG team right now?
Probably. They just have no team chem right now. They don't seem like they're on the same page, and it's hard because it doesn't look like Fellows playing peak right now. Lunars has been pretty average across the board. Like, nobody's having takeover maps or takeover moments.
I'm gonna go with yeah.
No team chem anyway.
And true or false?
I mean, they've made a ton of changes.
Vegas Falcons are above Optic, who is above LAG in your power rankings.
Ooh, I mean, that's a very tough one. I mean, I already said I think LAG is the worst team in the league.
Right.
So that I'll confirm that.
Yep.
I think Vegas and Optic are in a similar spot, to be honest.
So you're going to sit on that fence?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. I mean,
All
we've
right,
seen one
Hydra,
win.
that's all the time I can buy you with hypothetical scenarios. We're going to have Hydra joining us here shortly in the winner's circle. And what a day it was for the LA Thieves, taking care of business against Kismet, Hydra's old teammate. Allie, what was the best part of this Thieves performance for you?
I really liked how fast that control was. I was so confident in it that I didn't even leave this room. Like, usually we'll unplug, go to the green room, watch the match. I sat right here fully plugged. I was like, this is not going to take very long.
Was it protocol or was it a vibe check?
It was a vibe check for sure. I just feel like once you get beat like that in Search and Destroy, you're down to 2 in the series, and it's LA Thieves of all teams.
I think if you're LAG, you keep making roster moves. I think you go down to challengers, you try to grab some of these players. I mean,
Craze
give
well,
them an
I
opportunity.
guess.
Yeah, I mean, well, Craze is probably going to get snagged by one of these other teams. If I'm C9, I'd entertain that.
This is
well.
going to be a race.
If you can go in and grab them before they do, I think it's a good decision.
Hydra joins us live. The richest Frenchman to ever grace Call of Duty outside of Kataga, Broken, and, well, a few other guys who do YouTube. Hydra, welcome to the show.
Hi, guys. How you guys doing?
Very good. You were quite fun to watch. Can you walk me through the red card play, though? You were giggling to yourself. What happened?
I saw a dead body on my left. I thought I had the free kill, so I just freak out and didn't finish the kill.
Just freak out. I'm gonna.
Oh no! Production's on top of it. Dead
We
body.
don't have to watch it back. We really didn't have to do this.
Oh, the giggle's worth it, though. You look so wonderful in the top right
It's not
there.
often we get to poke a little fun at you because you guys are so good at the game, and I want to ask you about that. It's kind of like we got to talk to Scrap, and he said that like at the past major, because you guys were put in uncomfortable situations for one of the only times that it's really happened is why you got caught off guard. How have you guys been trying to counter that heading into Major 3? Because you've still been basically dominating teams.
I mean, we've been working on our comms when we are in bad position in game. You know, we're getting spawn trap or protocol or whatever, making sure we have a game plan, working on the bad situation instead of just working on all the good situation that we are on every day.
Hydra, you guys were insane in that series, and you know it was so fast. I don't even want to ask you about it. I want to ask you about the matchup versus Toronto. I mean, on land, online, it doesn't matter. It's a tough one for you guys, and you likely will have to play them again if you make a run in a tournament. What about them gives you so much problems? So many problems.
I think it's just their play style. They play really different than any other team. So we just have to make sure we just go in and just play our own game, our pace, and making sure we don't change our pace because they play a little bit slower than other teams.
I'm excited for that matchup once again. Hopefully.
We will see you down in Florida. Congrats on the win tonight, Paco.
Thank you guys. Have a good one.
That is Hydra, one of the top paid players in the game, and for good reason. The man drops the numbers to warrant the spend. Let's take a look, though, at everything that happened here on our third to last day of the Major 3 qualifiers. Ow, there's just 2 days left.
That's insane. I can't believe we're already about to head into major number 3. And Miami Heretics, it's their home major. They're still looking strong, but they finally got stopped in their tracks versus Toronto Ultra. Now, this was a banger of the series. I advise you to go watch that map 1 back. I think it was a really good hard point. Both these teams playing peak right now. Toronto Ultra, though, looking to squeeze themselves up top. I'm really excited to see them play on land once again, especially against some of these top teams, because they've got some really solid W's during this split.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about just this split, Toronto's been the best team this split, in my opinion, right? So they've taken down some really good teams, and you know they're championship ready. Control's improving. You heard Kleenex talking about it. Like Jamie's starting to feel super comfortable with the sub in some of these situations, switching things up, and you know Joe Deceives and Beans picked up right where they left off. Toronto looking good and gonna be one of your favorites coming into Major 3.
Toronto Ultra, can they hold a trophy in 2025? They've been knocking on the door the last 2 majors. Let's take a look, though, at the guy who could lead them. Kleenex today against Miami, 101. He drops a 116 in the lobby, leading in search, and also over 100 in Slayer rating.
Listen, when Toby's playing like this, Toronto is a top team. Not even top team, they could be a top number 1 team, because the Kleenex always is playing strong, but when he's putting up numbers like that, it is so difficult to match.
When I first saw this team at EWC, I was shocked to see them finish in the top 6 there. Now Boston Breach performing at this level to be in a top 3, if not top spot on our leaderboard.
Yeah,
Boston Breach has been impressive.
They've been great. I mean, they've been probably one of the better hardpoint teams in the entire top 5 there. And then this is the product of like now figuring out your search and control. I mean, search has been unscathed this split. Control, excuse me. And search, they've been solid. Their only losses are 2 round 11 losses, right? So for Boston Breach, they're in a very good spot. And I think at the last land, even though they bowed out in lose bracket, they proved to us they can beat top teams with that win over LA
100%.
Thieves. So now, I mean, you just gotta go to the land and perform.
And on the flip side, the downfall of Cloud9 needs to be studied. I don't know if that's technically our job, but like they went from the conversation of being a top 4 team to they've now fallen down to not even in the top 6 conversation. I'm hoping to see more from them when we come land time, but Purge, I mean, it's unreal.
It's your Puckets Powerhouse Player of the Day, Papa Purge. He only flies first class on Delta. I always ask for seat 1C or 1D. I couldn't get it to champs last year. Why? Because this Challengers player was sitting in it. Purge, shout out to my guy. You deserve first class for performance like this. First in the lobby across 4 different categories. Wear a Breach on your standings. They are top 3. They're right behind LA Thieves. They're ahead of Vancouver Surge. And Toronto Ultra now joins a 5-team tie at 3-1. It's going to get weird in these final 2 days.
It is really weird because I feel like in the past qualifiers, like we had a bigger bubble, right? Of like teams in the middle of the pack. Anybody could take on anybody. It was like LA Thieves, Atlanta FaZe, and everybody else. And now we're starting to see some serious disparity between the bottom 8 teams, the bottom 6 teams, and the top 6 teams.
Top 8, that is the magic number here in this CDL. Top 8 gets into champs, and top 8 at the end of Major 3 qualifier gets into our winners bracket, where you have 2 lives in the event. Which of these games goes to a game 5, nameless?
Vegas and Atlanta FaZe.
All right.
Are you serious right now?
AG takeover.
AG takeover?
Maybe, actually.
Are you calling it now?
Yeah, they'll lose the game 5.
Vegas Falcons, if you overnight a jersey, Ant will wear it on air. That's going to do it for us today. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Ant saves his beard for one more match. We'll catch you for Saturday.
I needed it, even though it isn't rain.
Solo to the street, y'all can't stop us. For a job, go ahead, say something. Stay on top, got to keep running. Hard knock, anti-hero, aftershock. 60 from zero, way out past the lines. What's up, here to get what's mine. When I ride,
Nice. Easy outside the map. Why are you going outside of the map?
One's got front door, you guys.
Front door.
Hold front. They're clearing it. Back door.
One shot. Back right. Back. She went back.
And inside calls game.
Come on, baby!
That's what
Go!
El primer P4, tío. 30 seconds. You see him? God, he did one bullet. Bullet bomb. God, he did one bullet. I just shot the ball. Good try. I didn't know it looked like that, bro. Bro, I saw the guy on the left and I just tweaked.